Members of council, can you please come to the council chambers? Members of council, please come to the council chambers. Members of council, please come to the council chambers. Members of council, please come to the council chambers. We need one more body. Okay. This meeting is now resumed. Members, please rise if you're able and join me in observing a moment of silence in memory of Olga Crombie. Thank you. Members, we do have a presentation this morning to recognize the Hospital for Sick Children for being named the best children's healthcare center in the world. I would like to call upon Mayor Chow to give the presentation.
Good morning, everyone. What a pleasure I have to honor 6 kids. On behalf of the City of Toronto, we graduate the, pardon me, I'm just blown away the kind of work you do. I am proud to congratulate the Hospital for Sick Children, we call it Sick Kids, on being named the best children's healthcare center in the world by Newsweek and Statista. Wow, best in the world. This is an incredible achievement and a testament to the dedication, the innovation, and compassion of everyone at Sick Kids. Doctors, nurses, researchers, staff, volunteers, and donors. And actually, the parents that really support Sick Kids. I'd like to acknowledge Karen Kinnear, Vice President, Clinical Operations and Patient and Family Experience, who's joining us today in council, as well as other Sick Kids staff, volunteers, and all those who make this hospital such an extraordinary place. Sick Kids is not only a cornerstone of healthcare in Toronto and across Canada, it's a global leader in pediatric medicine, research, and education. Its impact reaches far beyond our city, improving the lives of children and families around the world. As Sick Kids marks its 150th anniversary, happy birthday, by the way, this recognition highlights its ongoing mission, which is healthier children, a better world. Every Torontonian is lucky to have Sick Kids in their backyard. For us, literally a stone throw away. And even if you've never had to walk through its doors, you can take comfort knowing it's there, ready to care for our children when it's needed most. Congratulations to the entire Sick Kids community. Toronto is proud and grateful for all that you do. Thank you so much. Karen Kinnear, may I present this to you?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Your Worship, and members of Toronto City Council. On behalf of everyone at Sick Kids, I want to express our deep gratitude for this incredible recognition. Being named the #1 children's hospital in the world by Newsweek is an honor that reflects the dedication and passion of thousands of people who make Sick Kids what it is. This moment is especially meaningful to me personally. I began my career at Sick Kids over 35 years ago as an oncology nurse, and I have seen firsthand how much heart goes into everything we do. Today, as Vice President, Clinical Operations and Patient and Family Experience, I have the privilege of leading and empowering extraordinary teams who share the same commitment to excellence and compassion that first drew me to the hospital. This recognition from Newsweek is not about one person. It's about each and every person at Sick Kids who gives their all every single day. Sick Kids has a proud history of leadership in pediatric health and has been at the forefront of discoveries that have changed medicine, from identifying cancer stem cells to uncovering the genetic cause of cystic fibrosis. Today, Sick Kids offers more unique programs and services and procedures than any other pediatric hospital in Canada. We are the largest and only provider of many medical and surgical programs and services provincially and at times nationally. Beyond our clinical and research achievements, we focused on something just as important: transforming the patient and family experience. The hospital experience in pediatric care is complex. It touches siblings, parents, caregivers, and loved ones. Over the past couple of years, we have built a strategy for authentic engagement with patients and families, creating processes that highlight and measure the real impact they have on decision-making across the hospital. This culture of listening now extends across our teams and is shaping how we deliver care every day. It's also at the heart of our bold strategy of precision child health, because truly personalized care starts with understanding each child and family's unique needs and circumstances alongside the science and the data that guide their specific treatment. We are so proud to celebrate this achievement as the world's best children's hospital on the anniversary of our 150th birthday, and yet we know our work is never done. SickKids will continue to innovate and lead, and being at the heart of a city like Toronto, a global hub for research and collaboration, gives us the partnerships and the opportunities to achieve our mission. So thank you again for this recognition. We look forward to continuing to make Toronto proud. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Malik, you would like to make a presentation?
Thank you very much, and good morning to my colleagues, and just again echoing the appreciation for SickKids Hospital and everything that it offers to our city, to our families and young people, and what a well-deserved recognition. On that theme, I'd like to give a moment to remind everyone that it's not too late to be a part of the city's United Way employee campaign, continuing to do good and complement the work that we do here at City Hall. And while the incentive draw is now complete as one of the initiatives, there is still time to support the city's biggest and only charity of choice, United Way of Greater Toronto. And every contribution makes a difference for the individuals and families in every single neighborhood in our city. This week is a CN Tower climb up. I will be participating again, and always love to see my colleagues and their support. If you've not had a chance to contribute yet, or to look at what some of the options are, there is an opportunity to participate in the United Way's Civic Gala coming up on November 27th. Tickets are on sale and they're going quickly, and we're so proud this year to be hosted at the Toronto Zoo. It's going to be a wonderful evening, and you can find tickets from me, and I also have shared the contact with your offices. Also coming up are the GovFest events, which combine great entertainment and talent with a great cause. The Battle of the Bands kicks off on November 14th with performances taking place at various venues across the city, and a finale on December 12th, which you won't want to miss. And a wine and art soiree will be held at the Fort York Visitor Center on December 4th. It's an amazing evening with local artists, live music, and community spirit. And those are just some of the events and incredible ways of getting involved, connecting with colleagues, and supporting the United Way at the same time. And thank you all for your ongoing generosity, for the leadership, for our partners in this work, and for the continued care of the United Way in what they serve and all the ways they serve our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, we will now review and confirm the order paper. Once the order paper has been approved by council, any change will need a 2/3 vote. The city clerk has posted today's order paper online with agenda item RM 34.7, review of the order paper. There are 26 items left on the agenda, including 15-member motions. Council has timed item PH 25.3, headed Community Within Reach, expanding housing options in neighborhoods, EHA Neighborhood Retail and Services Study, Phase 3 final report, as the first item of business this morning. Council has timed item EX 27.3, headed Metrolinx Ontario Line, Cosburn Station, Bain Emergency Exit Building, and Gerard Portal, temporary road closures and transportation impacts, as the first item of business after members' motion this afternoon. I will take the release of holds. The clerk will open the speakers list in CMP, and you can place your name on the list if you have an item to release. Councillor Fletcher.
Sure, thank you. I'm not sure. You may recall yesterday I indicated that I would have a petition to place at council.
Yes.
And I'm not sure when I would do that.
Yeah, we can do it just as we move. I'll come to you.
Sure, thank
Okay.
you.
Are there any further changes to today's order paper, such as request to time items, to make or make changes to the timing of items decided yesterday? So, Councillor Fletcher, do you want to present your petition now?
Yes, thank you very much, Speaker. I do have a petition signed by 1,200 residents in my ward asking that Metrolinx for the city to, please ask Metrolinx to have GPS tracking and reporting in all Ontario Line construction trucks, to clearly label trucks indicating their affiliation with the Ontario Line project. Apparently this is already done at King and Bathurst and Exhibition, and improved communication and response times by Metrolinx for complaints and concerns about these trucks. And this is because there are 400 trucks a day carrying soils in and out of my community. I'd like to petition this formally into council, and we'll be dealing with that, as you said, this afternoon after notices of motion. Thank you.
Thank you. All those in favor of receiving the petition, show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. All those in favor of adopting the order paper, on favor, carried. Members, I have reviewed a number of urgent motions with that notice to be added to the agenda. Do we have 18 members? If I can have members of council that are in here, please take their seats. Yeah, if you can take your seat, please, because we need 18 members to introduce motions. Okay, I believe we have 18 now. All right, who's first? Councillor Perruzza, he's not here. Who's the seconder?
Perruzza is here, so hold on a sec.
Oh, Councillor
right
Perruzza is there.
Yeah, he's right here.
Oh, here he is.
Yeah.
So, Councillor Perruzza, can you introduce your member's motion, please? It's on the screen.
Can I just shut the meeting here for a sec? Hold on.
You have your phone on too. There's an echo. Okay, go ahead.
Sure. Yeah, Speaker, I have a motion. Oh, it's right here. Yeah, Speaker, I'd like to introduce a motion, basically, as you read it there, allowing staff to tow, or at least the look at allowing staff to tow unlicensed vehicles from city streets. In my ward, there's this huge proliferation on a couple of streets that run between industrial areas and residential neighborhoods, and you have these used body shops that leave these unlicensed vehicles all over the boulevards.
Okay, just introduce it.
So it's a request for a report on the feasibility of being able to do that.
Okay, on
it's
favor.
really important that we do it. It's urgent.
Okay, Councillor Perruzza, just introducing.
Okay.
On favor? Carry. Who's next? Do have another one by the mayor, but apparently it's not ready yet, according to staff. Okay. We will now go to item PH 25.3 as our first item. Okay. Mayor Chow. Okay,
Thank you. I rise to introduce two motions. The first one is the joint appointment of Waterfront Toronto Chair. It's urgent because, no, not ready yet?
the TPA one.
Oh, you want a TBA one, all right. There is another one. It's the second motion, it's driving efficiency at Toronto Parking Authority to reduce the 2026 budget pressure is in front of you. It's urgent because the city staff in the middle of putting together the budget, and the team is about to present it to us in January 8th, so time is of the essence.
Okay, on favor, opposed if any, carried. Is the other one ready? No, the other one's not ready, apparently. All right. So we'll go to PH 25.3, which is expanding housing options in neighborhoods, EHON. If members have questions, if you can please put your name on the screen. Nobody has any questions? We're at PH 25.3. Councillor Cheng, questions?
Thank you. This has been somewhat controversial in my neighborhood, as some people are excited at the prospect of streets having more amenities, while others are concerned about impact on the neighborhood. I'm just wondering, where are we at in terms of being able to limit cannabis within our neighborhoods?
So through the chair, we have initiated conversations with the province through the Ministry of the Attorney General to discuss opportunities to increase the city's ability to limit cannabis in neighborhoods, and those are ongoing conversations. And there were motions brought through PHC, through Planning and Housing Committee, further in support of those conversations.
So once there's more clarity, then this would come back to council potentially, so that we would have more clarity in order to proceed with the neighborhoods? Is that what's happening here?
With respect to the regulations related to cannabis, we would report back to council following the conversations with the province, or following an update with those conversations.
Right. And so what we have here, there were maps with community streets that were provided, but they are currently on pause. Is that correct? After planning and housing?
So there were, through the chair, so there were three proposed zoning bylaw amendments brought to Planning and Housing Committee. One with respect to major streets, which has continued to council, another with respect to home occupations, which is before council, and a third one connected to the neighborhood interiors, which was reflected on those community streets, as you noted. And that recommendation was deleted and replaced with a more comprehensive recommendation to come back with following some additional work.
And with regard to the potential development of neighborhood street businesses, which is going to come back, people are concerned about the impact of traffic, of noise, garbage removal, smells even. What are the things that would be done to mitigate those concerns?
So with respect to those corner stores on the community streets, there's a number of things that we've built into the bylaw already with respect to storage of garbage, separation, the size of the space, the uses that are permitted. For example, food preparation is not permitted on site. So there's a number of things that have been built in to that already through the motion. And then there's also work that we've been doing in collaboration with other city divisions like municipal licensing and standards. So there would be some additional work on some of those.
And would having a sidewalk or not having a sidewalk be a factor? Because I know that in some of the streets that are in my neighborhood that were marked as neighborhood streets, there is no sidewalk. Would that be a challenge for a business?
So that is something that we could look at through the additional consultation work that was called for in those motions. The way we selected those community streets were based on the road classification as collector roads and minor arterials. For the most part, within the transportation network, those are streets that do have sidewalks and snow clearing and that sort of thing, but as you know, not in all cases. I also know that Transportation Services does prioritize those streets for future improvements. But in terms of the specifics on a street-by-street basis, those are things we could work with each councillor on through the further consultation.
So my last question is, moving forward, we're going to continue to seek some clarity and perhaps some tools for limiting the sale of cannabis within neighborhoods. What can we expect in terms of consultation with neighborhoods as a next step? With respect to the direction we received at Planning and Housing Committee, there was a recommendation there to work with the local councillor on ward-based consultation respecting both the neighborhood interiors and the major streets. Great. I look forward to that work. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Through you to staff. There's been various comments about consultation, and I know you just responded to Councillor Chang in consultation, but the concern has been that there has not been sufficient consultation as part of this process in which we are seeking to make decisions on today. Can you maybe just give us an overview as to the consultation process that staff had put in place to connect with the community at large?
Sure. So through the chair, we engaged in a comprehensive consultation program through 2025. Primarily in the summer, we had pop-up events in every ward in the city. Those were where we went personally to places where people tend to gather, shopping malls, community events, farmers markets, etc. We met in person, about 1,300 people that way. We had a survey that was open for several months, which received about 2,600 responses. We have had consultations, I should say, throughout since 2021. But just to focus specifically on what's happened in the last year, we had online public meetings both in the summer and in the fall that were citywide and received several hundred attendees there. We met with all the with residents associations in all parts of the city. We had 7 different meetings, generally organized by umbrella groups in the different wards, including Scarborough, Etobicoke, Northern, and Southern Toronto.
Thank you very much for that. There has been requests by various community groups and associations and individuals in general that has suggested that there should be a process of the Committee of Adjustment being involved so that any new business wanting to set up as part of the process should go through the CFA. Why are you not recommending that?
So through the chair, so there are processes that go through the C of A now, but with respect to major streets, for example, we're implementing the official plan in terms of providing retail service and office permissions in neighborhoods, relying on the C of A process. So this is something that we're permitting across the major streets, and by providing the opportunity to integrate those spaces in those new major streets buildings that have been permitted, whether they, for example, low-rise apartment buildings, it allows someone who's engaging in that project to incorporate the commercial space, retail
Yeah.
service or office space.
Thank you very much for that. I think
Yeah.
you were, part of your comments, you were going to say relying on the CFA process, but you didn't complete that.
Sure.
What did you mean?
Um,
Is it cumbersome? Is it too problematic? Is it too costly? And I do have one other question before I conclude my questioning, please. So if you could make your answer fairly short, that'd be great.
Madam Speaker, the CFA process is a very reasonable process in lots of situations where we cannot envision in a reasonable way as of right permissions for retail uses on major streets. However, in this case, we have an expectation of how major streets will grow into the future. Council has adopted a bylaw that anticipates apartment buildings on major streets with up to 6 stories and up to 60 units. It makes sense to provide some small-scale retail and commercial permissions that can integrate into those apartment buildings as of right without having to go through an additional process that would add time and expense for the proponents.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. It's very helpful. And my final question through to the staff, Madam Speaker, is how do you propose creating the connection to Major Street when in a neighborhood, the backyard is connecting to the major street, not the front portion of a property? How will that work?
So that's not permitted. So the bylaw that is before council requires that the front or side lot line be on the major street. If the rear lot line is on the major street, it's not permitted.
But it's in your map, which sort of suggests that it is. This is a map I have here.
Yeah, so the map shows all residential properties along the major streets. Should that one of those sites be redeveloped, for example, if someone was to consolidate a number of properties and do a redevelopment of the site to permit a low-rise apartment, which is currently permitted in the bylaw, the lot could be changed to face the major street, and in that case, the front lot line would become the major street lot line.
Okay.
But in terms of existing properties, it's not
Okay,
permitted.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you.
Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you. Excuse me. Through you, Speaker. To staff, could you please explain briefly map 3, the neighborhood major streets map and its role in EHON?
Madam Speaker, map 3 is a map of the city's official plan. It identifies major streets across the city. It dates back to amalgamation when the first official plan was created, and it was reviewed in 2020 as part of the regular review of the official plan. The map sets out streets that are identified as serving a fundamental transportation service in the city. Those streets generally have a higher level of infrastructure available to them. They tend to have wider rights of way than most streets across the city. They tend to cross through neighborhoods rather than and create transport routes along long distances in the neighborhoods. When City Planning and City Council embarked on the EHON work program in 2020, major streets were identified as an opportunity to provide gentle intensification in the city's neighborhoods. Many of those streets are lined with residential properties, and as a result of that, in 2025, Council adopted permissions for apartment buildings on major streets, recognizing their role in the urban structure and the opportunity that they afforded to achieve intensification and more housing opportunities in the city.
Okay. And then in map 3, what was the criteria that was used to identify streets as major streets?
I identified some of the description of those streets. The criteria date back to 2003. Those streets were often reflected in the former municipal plans, and that were then brought forward into the City of Toronto. And while the different former municipalities had somewhat different approaches to transportation, the description I gave, I think, is still accurate. They're important streets in terms of transporting cars, people, cyclists across longer distances. They tend to have wider rights of way. We plan for them to have wider rights of way. We have policies to secure those rights of way. They tend to have a higher level of infrastructure available to them, whether that means bike lanes or other ways to ensure good transportation.
So, sorry, so the map goes back to 2003?
2003, when City Council first adopted the official plan, and it was reviewed in 2020 as part of the regular review of official plan policies.
Okay, and in 2020, as part of that review, was there public consultations to review the, updating the map? Sorry, I can't hear you.
I'll say there was broad consultation on the transportation, the review of the transportation policies. I'm afraid I don't know specifically what consultation was done on that map in particular.
Okay, and who did the review in 2020?
The review was done by transportation planning staff in the city planning division.
Okay, but you're not sure how wide or depth of the public review that was done for feedback in 2020?
In terms of the consultation on that map, no, I would have to consult my colleagues and get back to you on that.
All right, and then in that review in 2020, there was a focus on transportation policies, there was some tweaking. What adjustments were made to the right-of-way widths and removing road segments in that review? Do you know?
Generally, the conclusion was that there was not a need to remove segments. There were some adjustments made as a result of secondary plan studies that had been done in preceding years and other infrastructure improvements. So, for example, the Dufferin Jog, because that had been changed, that was removed. Some streets were removed from the map. So that was looked at, and staff's conclusion was that the map was working pretty well, and although they needed to adjust some segments to reflect local studies that had happened in the intervening years, that overall the map was still relevant and still made sense.
Okay, and then do you know, within that 2020 review, I understand was done mainly by transportation staff. I'm trying to understand what part of that review was done against current planning policies, and if planning staff were involved in that.
Absolutely, and so to clarify, it was transportation planning staff in the city planning division. So city planning led that review, and it was done with a very exacting lens on how that map fits within the larger city planning framework in Toronto's official plan.
So there's transportation planning staff involved?
That's right. The transportation.
And they met with actual planning staff from the city's planning department?
Well, the transportation planning staff are planning staff in the city's planning department. And yes, they collaborated with their colleagues in other parts of the city planning division.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Councillor Shang, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In the classification of main streets, as the nature of the streets considered when they differ from one section to another. For example, I'll give you Meadowvale Road, for example. Meadowvale splits at 401, it gets discontinued, and then there's a residential stretch at the end for Meadowvale Road. So in naming these main streets and labeling them as the same, the concept of why certain things were labeled Main Street, was that considered in this proposal?
Madam Speaker, generally the answer to that question is yes. Certainly, the councillors just put forward an example where a major street doesn't look exactly the same along its entire stretch. And certainly there are lots of examples in the city where, say, a major street in Scarborough looks different than a major street in North York or a major street in Toronto and East York. So not every major street will look the same. What they have in common are the descriptors that I provided earlier. Their transportation function, the policy desire for a wider right-of-way, the existence of a higher level of infrastructure and a wider right-of-way, and generally their ability to accommodate higher levels of development intensification compared to local streets.
So there was no consideration of how one particular major street, even within Scarborough, not even comparing to other places, even within Scarborough, how from Steeles down to the lake, that there might be differentiation that might happen, even by broken down, like Pharmacy, for example, would be another example. And there are streets that are broken up and not continuous streets, and there are pockets of it that are labeled that main street, but not necessarily same as the other. Currently, we have this concept of corner stores being talked about. On these main streets, any house that is on those main streets would be able to apply to be a business, not just corner stores, right? Corner lots, right?
On the major street, that's correct. Any property along that street. And the zoning permissions would be for retail stores and a number of other non-residential uses.
So currently, what is the process? If I live on a major street that's identified, what is the current process right now if I want to do a business, if I want to turn it into a business?
Sure. So currently, it's not permitted on a major street for the most part in a residential zone. So someone that would want to do that would have to go, depending on the scale of the project, would have to go through the Committee of Adjustment or through a minor variant, or excuse me, through a zoning bylaw amendment, a site-specific zoning bylaw amendment.
So my question then is between having as of right and being not permitted but having an onerous process to go through community assessment, wasn't there any other consideration of something that is in between that could still facilitate the process but not necessarily have it as of right?
Madam Speaker, there is no other process under the legislation. A proposal can comply with the zoning bylaw, or it can seek additional permissions either through a minor variance or a rezoning. There's no middle ground there under our planning legislation on Ontario.
So one of the other pieces that's been talked about is the proximity to go and shop. In Scarborough, many shopping plazas have literally died and have been turned into residential. And many places where people would go, including in Malvern, for example, Malvern Mall is under consideration to be removed. So has those plaza revival strategies been considered for the same purpose of being able to have retail spaces in neighborhoods that they have been losing over time?
Yeah, so that is one of the motivations behind this project, is that it does create new opportunities for those small-scale retailers who are displaced from, let's say, a plaza redevelopment. Generally, they have a very hard time finding an additional small-scale space that is affordable and is in the same neighborhood. And right now, aside from those very small spots where the plazas exist today, the rest of the corridor is not permitted to have retail or other commercial or even community agency space. So providing these new opportunities would allow some of those retailers or agencies to relocate along that street in a new affordable space. We also have a project that's connected to this one called Plaza POV, where we look specifically at plazas in ways that we can support those that want to maintain.
My final question is, if this proceeds and we currently don't have any way to stop the nature of the business from being able to provide alcohol or sell alcohol or cannabis, if it proceeds forward and we don't have the legal framework, there would be no way for the city to enforce any kind of laws to stop the sales of certain types.
That was your last question.
So there are processes in place today with respect to alcohol licensing or cannabis licensing. There are public processes connected to that. But what we're looking for in our discussions with the province is some additional powers for the city on top of that.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, you're next.
Well, thank you. I just want to make sure that with any of these changes, we're not going to find that established businesses, of which I have many, on corners, mid-block, on collectors, everywhere else, are now going to find themselves subject to extra, I'll call them penalties, that there'll be some new regimen for licensing that they're going to have to be submitted to. I think that's for MLS, because with the bars, restaurants, and places of assembly, we've run into a terrible problem where an existing business was now being put through the mill for our new rules. So I want to make sure that those who currently have these kinds of businesses, and I'll be showing pictures later, are grandparented. There's no change. There's no crazy stuff that's going to happen from the city. And I did hear we're going to have new rules and everybody has to do all these new things. So I need to really be clear here that you're not changing anything for those who currently have all of their permissions and are operating very nicely in neighborhoods.
Through the Speaker, that's correct. We're not changing any of the rules that apply to those businesses.
So they won't get caught in some kind of new regimen or new planning or new MLS cell.
Correct.
And when we're talking about major streets, I want to be really clear because I don't think Transportation Services doesn't use those words. There's a major street, there's a major arterial, which I think Councillor Shen's talking about on plazas. There's minor arterials, there's collectors, and then there's the little street there with just total res. You're really talking about what's your community street is like a collector, not a major street. When you talk about major streets, you're not talking about collectors, you're talking about arterials, correct? Or am I wrong?
Through the speaker, that's correct.
So major arterial, generally there's permissions already. Minor arterial, generally. And collectors, well, it depends where you are.
So the major streets map includes, so you're right, there's two kind of different things. So the major street map is primarily major arterials, and many of the minor arterials are on that major streets map.
Right.
We created a second layer for the purpose of the neighborhood interiors, which was the collector roads and those minor arterials that are not major streets.
So it's not my local road, residential, something, and I don't think that's clear.
Correct.
Councillors.
Correct.
And then, thank you for that. So that's the language that I've always used, and now that's a little clearer. And I guess one of the things is some people already have a little business, Councillor Chen, you're doing hair out of your basement. There's nothing on the front of your home. There's nothing declaring that you have a commercial operation there, right?
So,
yes, go ahead.
You're talking about a home occupation? Yes, those exist today, and we have one of the bylaws that are being brought forward modernize some of the provisions.
What did it modernize?
So one of the things that we changed is we allow people to have a business in an ancillary building, which we know many people do today, but was not provided for in the bylaw.
I'm talking about in your basement.
Yes, that's permitted today.
Currently, so that's not changing.
Correct.
You've got a hairdressing establishment, somebody comes, gets their hair cut, that's not determined here. That's already operating many places.
Correct.
But if you put a sign outside that says, now I'm cutting hair, now you're under a different kind of provision.
No, there are rules in the sign bylaw for small signs for home occupations. That's currently permitted. If you wanted to rent out a portion of your space to a third party, that's not permitted today, except it would be on major streets according to the new bylaw.
So that would allow you to do that, but wouldn't penalize you if you're already doing that in your home, haircuts on every Thursday or doing this or that, nails. That's not going to change for anybody because I think there are quite a number of businesses in the city or personal things people are doing, massages, all those kinds of personal care that's happening there. This is just if you want to rent that out, and then now it's a different condition, and there's also be a commercial rent attached to your renting that out, which I'm not clear, don't think everybody understands either.
Yes, that's correct. If you
have 2,000 feet in your home and you're now going to rent out 400 square feet, that will now be subject to the commercial taxation, and the rest of your home will remain at, the other 1,600 square feet will remain at your residential.
That's
right?
correct.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Malik.
Thank you very much. My first question is just about the extent of the work that has been done to look at other jurisdictions. Can you share some of what you have already looked at from other cities, who allows neighborhood retail, and what did you hear from their experiences that are important for us to be taking forward?
Sure. Through the speaker, yes, there's many cities throughout North America that are engaged in similar processes for the same reasons, with the desire to bring amenities closer to neighborhood residents. And we've consulted with many of them, including in Hamilton, Barrie, Ottawa, Mississauga, Calgary, Edmonton, Vancouver, New York, Portland, and Los Angeles. Toronto is part of the C40 coalition with respect to dealing with climate change, and this is one of the initiatives that is considered beneficial to dealing with that issue. And so we've met with a number of cities through that coalition to discuss this project and to hear about a similar project in other cities.
That's good to hear. Thank you very much. I have received a number of concerns through petitions about the impact that this could have on housing. Can you share what the intent is about this in relation to housing and the impact on it?
Sure. So this project is an integrated part of the Expanding Housing Options in Neighborhoods project from the beginning, and that's because as neighborhoods change and as new housing is added, it's important to integrate these amenities and opportunities. So through our neighborhood change research that was reported in June, we determined that through the various EHON projects, over 50,000 new units or new homes could be in neighborhoods by 2031, and then over 160,000 by 2051. And so in addition to all this new housing, it gives an opportunity for new amenities for both existing and new residents. And on an individual case, if a developer wants to put up, for example, a new low-rise apartment, it allows them to integrate these commercial uses with all of the new units that are coming in on that site. Or an individual, as another councillor was mentioning, might live in a home and choose to, as a way of improving the use of their home, might choose to integrate a business into their own home, and that might help them to purchase a house or to continue to live in their house.
And so this is, going in the direction of creating complete communities. That's the intent.
Correct.
In the report, you shared that there was widespread support for having more small-scale retail options. Can you share the percentage of complaints that the city has received on existing neighborhood businesses and how this compares to kind of the overall complaints in this category?
Sure, I'll share a little bit, and MLS might want to add. But so we did look at existing businesses that are located in residential zones in neighborhoods, which is what this proposed zoning bylaw amendment would address. We found just over 1,000. Of those...
Sorry, what time period?
Oh, sorry, over a 5-year period, the last 5 years. So over 60% had no complaints whatsoever. Another 35% had 5 or less over 5 years, which say one or less per year. So that's 96% that had 1 or less per year. And then there's a handful of others that had more. And even those, for the most part, MLS is able to work with the owners where there is a complaint to resolve them. So there's a very small number of charges. And on that as a whole is a very small percentage of the overall MLS workload.
Thank you. And that is correct. Through the speaker, on average, on a yearly average, there are probably about 250 complaints that MLS receives related to these businesses, and they've resulted in about 8 charges per year on average. As a total of service requests that MLS receives, these types of businesses and these locations amount to less than 1% of all of our service requests.
That's very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Chernes-Lynn.
Thank you. A large majority of major streets included in Don Valley West and across the city would fall under the avenues policy. What permissions does this proposal provide that would not be covered by the changes forthcoming for avenues?
Madam Speaker, the proposed changes to our avenues would enable land uses much more extensive than what is proposed here as part of the commercial uses on major streets. So the proposal before you is for commercial uses at a small scale in our neighborhoods designated lands that happen to be on major streets. The avenues policies envision a much higher level of intensification in terms of built form, and also a broader range of uses, mixing residential and commercial uses in a much more intensive way.
Right. But eventually, some of these streets are the same streets that the avenues policy will apply to as we move through those changes. And so how will the implementation of these permissions now impact that process moving forward on avenues?
I would say the avenues, if I understand the question correctly, the avenues process will continue to move forward. Some of those lands, as a result, will receive planning permissions greater and more intense than what is before you today. And then it will be up to those landowners what form of development, if any, they want to pursue in the future.
Okay, that's helpful. I've had a lot of questions about that from folks. Is the city considering any sort of comprehensive retail strategy given the wide range of forms of retail in communities across Toronto, and then adding in sort of the growth of this one if it passes today?
So through the speaker, we do have a number of different initiatives in place to deal with retail. So I mentioned there's this project and the monitoring program that flows from this one. We have the Plaza POV work. We also have work we do through development applications. So these are things we do collaborate with our colleagues across city planning, economic development, and other city divisions.
Okay, but I just want to note there isn't a sort of one big overarching strategy then.
There's not a single overarching strategy.
Okay.
There's a number of strategies that work together.
Okay. And I guess my my last question goes back a little bit to what Councillor Fletcher was asking around commercial taxation. I guess I'm wondering a little bit about how these sorts of small businesses are going to be taxed, whether they're going to be considered part of that commercial tax, or are they going to be considered for inclusion in the small business property subclass that we have that came out, as I understand it, out of COVID?
Yeah, so that is assuming that they comply with in terms of the size, they would have the opportunity to access that small business subclass.
Okay, thank you. That's it for me.
Thank you. Councillor Mantis.
Good morning, Madam Speaker, and thank you. To the staff, having listened to all the comments that were made before, do you see that certain streets that are smaller in nature, have we taken an approach to see how we can make a local street into to classify it into a major street?
Through the speaker, we are not, the conversion of a local street to a major street is not part of this project, no. We're just using the existing major street.
Not part of this project, but was it in projects in the past? So if you go from 2020 and coming to 2025, were there any streets that were planned by planning that were converted from a local street into a major street?
No, there were not. The only changes that were made in 2020 was some changes in terms of the width of the existing major streets, and that was based on past projects, secondary plans, other master plans that were done in the period leading up to 2020. The only, and then there was that one removal of a segment because of the Dufferin jog. But there were no streets added to the major streets map, no.
Okay, so in my ward, has Huntingwood Drive that has been converted in the last 5 years by adding bike lanes and other infrastructure. Now it's classified as a major street, but before it was not. So could you explain how that street was converted?
Madam Speaker, for clarity, Huntingwood has always been shown as a major street on map 3. It may have changed in terms of bike lanes being installed, the nature of that roadway having been changed with investments in infrastructure, but the designation in policy in map 3 of the official plan has been in place since that map was created in 2003.
Okay, so the street has been classified since 2003, but seeing that over the last, let's say, 5 years that we've had different policies coming in and different plans, can we say that there is always a need for more consultation with the local community to be able to have people have their input in how they want their neighborhood to look and to reimagine?
Madam Speaker, I think engagement with the public on planning questions, whether it's about land use permissions, whether it's about infrastructure investments, that's always going to be beneficial. It's always going to give guidance to both staff and city councilors on how to invest in the city and enable new policies. So ongoing consultation, of course, there's always value in that, and it builds capacity of the community to understand and manage changes that they're facing.
So for projects or streets that we want to redevelop going forward in a more comprehensive way, or using more of the 15-minute city concepts that we're all looking, since there are projects in the C40 family that have been looked at. Would you say that further consultation with the community would be beneficial for these large changes?
Madam Speaker, I'm not familiar with all the projects that Councillor Mantis has specified there. Again, generally consultation is going to be beneficial when City Council is considering changes to policies, to regulations around land use, to investments in local communities.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker.
Councillor Sachs. Team's up there to ask questions.
Right. Okay. Thank
Okay.
you very much. Yes, thank you to staff. I know it's been a huge amount of work trying to get us to this point. My questions are particularly about this idea of neighborhood retail. What is and isn't possible? First of all, is it possible for us to allow corner stores without allowing bars and restaurants? Can it be just about where you go to buy something that you take away? Do we have to allow on-site consumption?
Through the chair, so we can allow a corner store without allowing an eating establishment. We have allowed on the major streets both of those things. But in the neighborhood interior, we've permitted through what was proposed previously to have a corner store with ancillary eating establishment inside.
Okay.
But that was a choice.
But we do have the right to allow just a corner store, not ancillary eating.
We do have that right, yes.
Okay, that's good to know. The second thing is, I know there's been a lot of discussion about cannabis stores. Do we have any experience in the city of cannabis stores causing big problems with noise or garbage or otherwise neighborhood interference?
I don't have those specific details.
All right, I'll speak to Councillor Cole, but perhaps you can check and get back to us. One of the pieces, the claims that's been circulated by some of the residents groups is that if we change the zoning as you had proposed at committee, that would then allow landlords to evict residential tenants to set up stores. Is that true?
On an individual basis, yes, but historically we actually see the opposite take place, which is commercial space converting to residential, and it's in the context of a dramatic increase in housing.
Right, but zoning rules don't change landlord and tenant rules. So no matter what the zoning is, does it change the rights of the existing tenant?
No, the rights of the existing tenant continue under the Residential Tenancies Act and also under city policies with respect to rental.
Right. In other words, a change in zoning would not give landlords the right to evict residential tenants.
It would not change the rights to evict residential tenants.
Okay. Do we have a mechanism where we could restore retail zoning for locations that historically were retail? In my ward, there's a lot of former corner store locations. Is there a mechanism that we could restore retail permissions to those?
We do not have an existing mechanism to do that. Some of the permissions that have been proposed would, because many of them, for example, were on corner sites and many others are on major streets, the zoning bylaw amendments we've proposed would, by their nature, create permissions on those sites. but we do not have a mechanism to specifically identify those sites.
Okay,
and
I'm not looking for something that goes everywhere. I'm trying, all right. So.
Not
say you-
currently.
You don't currently have a mechanism for that.
Correct.
Do you have a mechanism for involving hyper-local input? I mean, the big response that we're getting is one size fits all is a bad approach to neighborhood retail, but there is a lot of support in some areas for neighborhood retail in particular locations. What process could we have where that kind of hyper-local input would have a material effect?
So one of the recommendations that came through Planning and Housing Committee was in the further consideration of the Neighborhood Interiors bylaw to work with the local councillor on ward-based consultation. So the follow-up steps would be for us to work with councillors to identify what those local approaches might be that would be most effective in each ward.
Ward-based is better than citywide, but it's not good enough because the impacts in a neighborhood are very specific. It really strongly affects the people within, a couple hundred meters, not the whole ward.
Sure.
What mechanism can we use to give the people who would be most affected a say?
So some of the things we've done up till now has been, for example, to come to events in a particular community and meet with people there. We've been invited in certain cases to come meet with certain community organizations. But going forward, I think we would work with the individual councillor to identify, even within the ward, specific areas or communities that we could speak to. We'd be happy to work with you on that.
Thank you. That was your last question. Councillor Carroll.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to ask, is the item we're going through now, is that considered notice for the property owners that will be affected? Or will there be an attempt to then go into areas where we're allowing major streets, where we're allowing neighborhood corner stores to formally notify them that the rezoning has taken place?
Madam Speaker, the process we've gone through, including the consultation on the study and the public hearing at Planning and Housing Committee, constitute the formal notice to any property owners in Toronto that these zoning changes are proposed and that council will consider them. So there is no provision after the council decision to notify owners, apart from issuing a notice of decision of City Council that the change has taken place. That notice will be published and it will go to individuals who've requested to receive that notice from the clerk. But it's not mailed to every single property owner across the entire city who may be, whose property might be subject to these new provisions.
Okay, but one could say you have broadly promoted that we're considering this now.
Madam Speaker, absolutely, and my colleague, Mr. Noble, gave a very good summary of the extensive consultation that has happened on this.
Okay, I think Councillor Fletcher may have covered my other question. When I was little, they were everywhere, but now I do still have a handful in North York of medical offices that are allowed in homes, and they have a storefront, so to speak, and the sign out on the lawn. But they're not always on corner lots. So are those grandfathered? They'll be able to stay where they are?
Yes, so that would be an example of a home occupation, and that's within the bylaw and has been for many years, permissions for medical offices, properly regulated medical offices, and so those would continue to exist. So those are home occupations. They're a separate issue from the retail store permission.
Excellent. Okay. And then one last question, and I know this has been asked in a number of ways, but I'm still not clear how the licensing process for alcohol and cannabis might be that extra layer. Can we assume that if someone is applying to sell alcohol, that there's this planning piece and then there's the separate licensing piece? They would still have to go through the AGCO, would they not?
Yes, all the licensing processes that are currently in place for any other business would also apply here. And then we've been directed to seek additional powers beyond that in consultation or in discussion with the province. But as things stand today, everything that's currently in place for any other business would would be in place for these. That's true of all
put
licenses.
simply, that gives us kind of multiple courts of appeal here. We can appeal on the basis of the license and then appeal to planning and zoning in some way, shape, or form. Am I right about that?
Yes, well, there is, as you note, there's various pieces in place today through the licensing process to work with the owner of the business to make sure that they fit well within the neighborhood.
Okay, thanks, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday.
Thank you. If I'm a small business, small store owner, who regulates the hours that I can open my store and the hours that I close my store? Do we regulate that, maybe?
Through you, Speaker, no, we do not regulate the hours.
Does anyone regulate that? So if I want to run a 24-hour store selling stamps, can I do that?
Through you, Speaker, yes.
So nothing in this proposal precludes or limits operating hours. Okay. Where is the type of store that goes into the container that we're creating under Attachment 1 Major Streets? Where does the type of store get regulated, or can any type of business set up into the container?
When we permit a retail store, any type of permitted retail store would be permitted in that.
So we don't regulate what they sell.
Correct.
We don't regulate, hey, I want you to be a convenience store. They can sell whatever it is they want to sell. Flowers, plants, bikes, whatever. Okay.
Correct.
Could we do that? Could we say only retail stores that sell such and such are okay?
Madam Speaker, the former municipalities in past have had zoning bylaws that took a very granular approach to regulating individual types of retail. The city moved away from that in 2013 because it was very cumbersome.
Right.
And it created a lot of barriers to business owners to have to deal with different permissions for a bake shop versus a clothing store versus a stamp store versus other kinds of retail. So that is possible. We can do that. It's not a form of regulation that city planning would recommend, and it's not something that the city has done since 2013.
This, if I understand all of the literature and reading and conversations, a lot of this proposal hinges around the idea of local amenity. And I'm going to use the term basket of services to try to make it even simpler. Things that people want in their neighborhoods and use day to day. Have we ever defined that as a city?
So through the permissions that we've allowed on the major streets, we did remove those that have a higher negative impact, like a vehicle repair shop or a warehouse or things like that. Things that tend, and we focused on in our consultations things that would be applicable for people's day-to-day life, like a retail store and an education use, after-school program, medical office, etc.
Well, I'm going further into that. We're talking retail stores, but we don't regulate what they sell. So they could sell some zany thing that has very little value locally. But can we regulate it to the point that it is something that is valuable? And can we define that list?
So what we do regulate through our bylaws and negative impacts, noise, property standards, waste, etc. So rather than controlling the specifics of the use, we try to address potential negative impacts, and that's what the bylaws are for. With respect to the individual business, we also are controlling through this bylaw the size of the business, for example, and in terms of the built form, the setbacks, etc., all comply with the existing zoning.
So whose big idea was this? And I want to go back in time. I tried to trace the lineage of this policy. The first place I found it was in Expanding Housing Options in Neighborhoods, the large city planning division document that laid out the work plan. And I actually looked really hard in this because a lot of this had to do with feedback from the panel at the time about all of the residential work that was going, and I found it on page 51 in a little paragraph. There's just a little piece in there about retail, but nowhere else could I see it. How did that get in there? Who put that in there? Was that the chief planner that added that? Where did this idea that retail would be part of this policy proposal come from?
Madam Speaker, Councillor Holliday's summary is generally correct. It dates back to the work plan for EHAN in 2020. And there was identified at that time an opportunity to look at retail services that may need to be established and other amenities that may need to be established in neighborhoods in order to support the gentle intensification that EHAN was coming forward. And that report was a collaboration of many city staff at the time, including the chief planner. And it was then brought forward as a work plan specifically on local retail to Planning and Housing Committee. It was brought forward as a proposals report with great detail, followed by a second phase of recommendations that was referred back to staff for further consultation, which led us to the report that's before you today, with modified recommendations informed by further consultation that City Council asked us to do last December.
Thank you. Councillor Cole.
Yes. As you know, the province, with the support of this council, I voted against it, allowed for cannabis shops to be opened anywhere in the city without any kind of zoning restrictions. It's a free-for-all for cannabis shops, and that's the provincial planning rule. And we, as this council, supported that, unfortunately. And now we have a proliferation of cannabis shops everywhere. So could cannabis shops be set up on all of our residential neighborhood streets now as a result of this change?
Through the speaker, no. So the first of all, within 150 meters of a school, they're not permitted. In many neighborhoods, that's where schools are located, so that would remove anything close to the school. On the major, the bylaws that are currently before council are focused on the major streets. So the interior of the neighborhood would also not qualify. Under the neighborhood interiors bylaw that was brought to Planning and Housing Committee, it was limited to corner sites on very specific community streets, as well as adjacent to schools and parks.
But the province has said that we have no control over where cannabis shops operate. So how could we say you can't have a cannabis shop on that corner in a residential area?
Madam Speaker, I would clarify that the provincial rules, to paraphrase, say that a cannabis store has to be permitted wherever retail is permitted. So at all the neighborhood streets that you might be thinking of, where retail is not permitted, there's no permission for a cannabis store. Cannabis sales would only be permitted where retail is otherwise permitted. That's the limitation on the municipality, that we can't create special rules for cannabis retail that's different from other retail.
So if we allow retail on neighborhood streets, then the cannabis shops would be allowed, right?
Madam Speaker, that's correct, and that's why we've engaged in conversations with the Ministry of the Attorney General to request from them possibly other tools that we could address concerns of where cannabis sales might be permitted on local residential streets.
But as it stands right now, you can have a cannabis shop in a neighborhood, and it's basically us asking the province for a change to that provision.
Madam Speaker, right now, a cannabis shop would be permitted in a neighborhood if a retail use is already permitted there, either by zoning or by virtue of it being a legally non-conforming use. So, for example, convenience stores that currently exist in parts of the city that don't comply with their zoning today, but have been established historically and continue to be grandfathered there, they could sell cannabis under the existing provincial rules today as that happens. Our experience is that has not happened in those local convenience stores, those local retail shops. Obviously, we see lots of cannabis shops have opened up on the city's plazas and retail strips, but generally not in those small convenience type retail that exists in neighborhoods in a lawfully non-conforming way.
Thank you. If we expand the ability to have retail in neighborhoods, if that were to be done, has there been an impact study done on what it would do to our main streets and their economic viability?
To the speaker, currently commercial vacancy sits at a historic low at 1.6%, having fallen 40 basis points in the last quarter. In consultation with the Canadian Federation of Independent Business, they support this measure and do not see it as a threat to increasing vacancy on our commercial main streets.
What about, have you consulted with the BIAs in Toronto? Are they supportive of this expansion of retail into neighborhoods?
To you, Madam Speaker, TABIA, the Toronto Association of Business Improvement Areas, has not taken a position on this matter explicitly, which is to say they're neutral. They are interested in seeing how such small-scale retail in residential settings could be encompassed in BIA catchments.
Thank you. Councillor Brock.
Thank you, Speaker. I just want to start with a little bit of history. You know, I remember going to the corner store to buy my dad Du Maurier lights, which dates me quite a bit, and some milk. Is it accurate that for decades there were corner stores in a big swaths of Toronto? When did that change? When did it become non-conforming?
So yes, that is, through the speaker, yes, that is accurate. And as zoning bylaws came in the mid-20th century, beginning in the 1950s, the new zoning bylaws created a separation of uses
And
in different areas.
Yet, there are places where businesses have continuously operated since then, and they have been non-conforming, therefore not allowed, but have continued to operate, correct?
Correct.
So if a non-conforming business that existed for years, this happens in my community a lot, in a residential zone closes down and a new type of business wants to open in that space, is that currently allowed as of right?
So the new bit, there would have to be a continuation of use, and it would have to be the same use. So a store could close down for a short period of time, but if it went, for example, residential, it would not be able to go back. And if it was a different type of business, it wouldn't be permitted.
Right, so even on a major street when businesses have existed for decades, if those properties are zoned residential, a new low-impact commercial use can't just move into the same space without needing additional approvals.
Correct.
The point being here, this is just regular, you know, what we're doing here is in part just regularizing existing commercial uses, and we want to stop the attrition of local businesses, correct?
Correct.
Is there a local economic development dimension to this?
Correct.
Okay, and the capacity is that a lot of those small businesses are operated by local people. They might even live above the store.
Correct.
Is that right? Okay.
As is the case with the employees.
Okay, I have a couple of examples from our own ward. 1981 Davenport, it used to be a travel agency. New owners took over the space to open a convenience store, but were told the use wasn't allowed. Those people are in the hole now, right? They've made an investment and they are now holding an asset that they can't use. We also have a tattoo shop that was operating in a previously owned commercial space but got a zoning violation. So this is really constricting the capacity of local people to open businesses. Correct. I want to talk a bit about the generational change, which I don't think we've talked about very much here. Is it accurate that car ownership is declining among young people, that we're putting less parking into new builds?
Yes.
Okay, so that's a pretty significant generational change. Secondly, is it accurate that more young people, younger than the majority of people in this room, are raising families in smaller dwellings, in apartments, for example?
We do see in downtown Toronto for sure that that we have many families live in smaller dwellings. Yes.
And we know that home ownership is not something that a lot of young people can aspire to right now, but we will be seeing more, the developers are hearing the call for 2 and 3 bedroom units because people want to raise their families.
That is something that we advocate for within city planning, within the development review process, is family-sized units.
So we can expect that younger people, for example, there was a coffee shop at Shirley and Brock that the person stopped operating it. They moved away. She had a child and was no longer able to operate it. But there are people there who are close to a park. They live in small dwellings, and they miss the coffee shop. That wouldn't be allowed anymore.
That's correct.
Okay, so I think that one of the things that, I appreciate the questions were asked, I think, by Deputy Mayor Malik. This is largely also connected to our local economic development goals and our climate goals, because we expect people are going to be less car ownership in smaller dwellings, needing to convene in public spaces, particularly young parents. I think about Oakwood Espresso. I think about the Sartoria on Glenholm, where you can buy a handcrafted Italian suit made to measure. All of this is the kind of robust local economy that we'd like to see grow and serve people, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to staff, theoretically, could someone buy a single-family detached or convert a single-family detached home into a small retail plaza under this plan in a neighborhood?
Through the speaker, no, they would not be able to convert it into a plaza. If that home was located on a major street, they would be able to convert to a retail unit up to a maximum of 150 square meters, which is about 1,600 square feet.
And could they have a very wide lot? Could they create 3 units, for instance?
So the maximum on a lot is 150 square meters. That could be separated. So you could have, for example, 3 units that total 150 square meters, but you could not have 3 different 150 square meter units. And I should also say that the zoning in terms of landscaping, height, setbacks, etc., all the existing rules, zoning rules, would persist. So nothing in this bylaw would change that. Pavement, etc.
Okay, these are pretty dramatic rules that we're considering here today. Enforcement, MLS enforcement. What is the plans to create a new unit, beef up staffing, change the rules of engagement? Is there a plan for MLS enforcement on this?
Through you, Speaker, at the moment, we believe that we can achieve enforcement with the existing resources that we have. As we monitor, and we'll continue to monitor very closely how these businesses increase in size and quantity. And as we see those numbers rise, we may also have to come back and recommend additional resources.
Okay, do these rules permit a place of worship to be built in a neighborhood?
No, that was not inside the scope of this project. This project does not deal with places of worship.
Okay. When it comes to alcohol serving, it was mentioned earlier that we don't control the times that things can be sold, but in fact, convenience stores and grocery stores can only sell alcohol from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. Are those the same rules that any kind of convenience store would have to follow if set up under this plan?
Yes, all the rules that apply to existing convenience stores would apply to stores that would be permitted through this project.
Now, as far as parking is concerned, any additional requirements by a retail outlet in a neighborhood to accommodate parking on site, or is street parking with a 3-hour bylaw sufficient? What's the accommodation there?
Through the speaker, we have not added new parking requirements. And these are, because of the small size, we would historically not require parking in units of this size and with these type of uses. And in general, providing additional parking minimums would potentially make the business less viable and also encourage driving, whereas the purpose of these is to provide walkable amenities or rolling or biking amenities or people, and also close to public transit, which is why they're located on major streets, which have typically a bus service to them. Having said that, individual owners might choose to provide parking on their site or might locate in a space that already has parking.
So multiplexes are popping up all over the city and the inner suburbs. We see more and more fourplexes. Could a developer of one of them say it's a threeplex plus one of retail, ground floor retail? Can the regulations governing multiplexes be tweaked to allow a store?
So if that multiplex is located on a major street with the frontage facing the major street, that owner would have the option of incorporating a commercial unit on the ground floor of that space.
So just very quickly, it's been discussed before, when it comes to cannabis and alcohol, they still have to go through the regulatory framework. They cannot just pop up.
Correct.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Moyes.
Through you, Madam Speaker, I also have very few questions, and I apologize if it's already been asked. Are there any neighborhood retails in Toronto currently?
Yes, there are stores throughout the City of Toronto, primarily in Toronto East York District, that predate the zoning bylaw and that have continued through legal non-conforming.
And so they were grandfathered in, I'm assuming, pre-amalgamation?
Correct.
And are there any issues with those existing neighborhood retails that you're of?
So we did do an analysis of existing businesses in residentially zoned sites in neighborhoods, and we found 96% of them had one or fewer service requests per year over the last 5 years. 60% had zero. So generally, they are good neighbors.
And so the people who run neighborhood retails, who do you think their clienteles are? Are they local residents, or are they people coming from the suburbs?
Typically, they are the owners, employees, and customers are coming from the local neighborhood office. Yeah.
So if they're local, I'm assuming they don't drive their cars to the corner retail store.
That's correct. The purpose of this project, of these permissions, is to provide walkable amenities, or for someone, for example, coming off public transit or biking.
And you mentioned earlier that other jurisdictions across the province, the GTHA, also have neighborhood retail. Are there any issues with those areas? Do you see a plethora of cannabis stores opening in neighborhoods next to, parks?
So we have not done that analysis in other jurisdictions, but we know that that those other cities that I mentioned are places which are trying to increase the amount of small-scale local amenities for residents, because we have this history of pushing them out of neighborhoods, and people have seen that having these kind of walkable amenities, both for the purpose of having a complete community and also for the local economy, are a good thing.
And for those areas of Toronto that don't have neighborhood retail, how do people get around to their shops, I guess? Do they drive there, or take transit? Like, do you find children hopping on? How do families get around?
So through the speaker, there are of course people in every part of the city that are close to, let's say, a plaza or a mall. or an existing main street, but in many parts of the city, there's quite a distance, and so people are required to drive or, in some cases, take transit. But generally, many of those retail spaces established sort of in the mid-late 20th century in Scarborough, Etobicoke, and North York were designed with the assumption that people would be driving.
You know, when I was a school board trustee, one of the things that we pride ourselves on was that children can actually walk from home to school and back safely. When it comes to, I guess, neighborhood retail, do you think that would be the same sort of idea in that kids can actually walk from their home to the neighborhood retail just down the street rather than trying to commute to major streets to get to the plaza?
Yes, that would be the idea, and in many cases, the retail would be close to the school or park, so that they could, and that is the case in many neighborhoods today. That stores benefit from being close to things like a school, so that someone, you come pick up your kids from school, and on your way home, you stop in at the store and get some ice cream or some pasta.
So in your professional opinion, you think that this is probably a benefit rather than a disadvantage?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Candeval.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and to staff. I don't think anyone is against the idea of having a local grocery store in the neighborhood. It's particularly a few issues that are galvanizing concern around cannabis and alcohol permit uses. Given the recommendations are calling for the initiation of a process with the Attorney General, has staff communicated in the lead up to this report with the Attorney General for these changes or requested changes?
Yes, through the Speaker, staff worked with the City Manager's Office to reach out to the Ministry of the Attorney General to initiate these conversations, and so they are ongoing.
Were they positive? Was there any indication that they're willing to do this?
Through the Chair, they are positive about working with us on this, but it is a continuing process. So,
do you think it would have been more effective if we got more of a green light or got the changes prior to this package coming before us?
Had there been those additional controls for the city, I do think that those who had specific concerns about cannabis, those concerns would be addressed. And so hopefully as we proceed to work with the province, that we will be able to get those concerns addressed.
Okay, but there's no certainty there. So which brings me to MLS. How are we so confident, certain, there won't be the requirement for increased MLS bylaw officers given the potential for alcohol and cannabis uses?
For you, Speaker, I think it is premature at this point to highlight a need for resources where we haven't seen how the uptake actually translates on the ground. Certainly, as we see an increase in need for resources, we will certainly report back on that.
So it's fair to say, based on the response, is that we are uncertain about the need.
Through you, Speaker, I think it is appropriate to say that at this point it would be premature to highlight it where there isn't.
Okay, coming to the questions Councillor Fletcher asked about grandfathered existing purposes, what I gathered is that there is neighborhood retail, but with significantly less permitted uses that are in her ward.
So through a legal non-conforming use, the uses must be the same use. So one could not convert from, for example, a retail store to an education use.
Right, so just for clarity, the spaces of retail she was referring to in her ward are retail, but they will not have the new regime applied to them. Is that correct from your answer to her question?
So through the Speaker, so it depends on the specific location. I believe the councillor part of what the council was referring to were existing retail spaces on existing main streets with mixed-use permission, so those would continue to exist.
As is. So why wasn't that regime contemplated for this as part of a gradual buildup?
Madam Speaker, that regime is in place under the Planning Act. So any business that exists now that was lawfully established before any zoning restrictions might have otherwise prohibited it can continue to operate under the Planning Act as a legally non-conforming use.
Gotcha.
What this does is it creates more permissions for more properties and broader permissions, so that you don't, property owner wouldn't have to rely on past history
fair enough.
to justify their
Got you,
permission.
But what I'm curious to, from a strategic perspective, does staff think that approach, what Councillor Fletcher has enjoys in certain properties, as a more gradual build-up to these broader permissions? Is it fair to say that would have been an in-between zero status quo and what's being proposed?
Madam Speaker, I don't think it would be fair to say that respectfully, because that regime can only exist where a business already exists and operates and has done so essentially since zoning was put in place in the 1950s. So if the intent is to grow permissions, it just wouldn't be possible.
Last question. In retrospect, I think we've had enough time for consultation, but in terms of the quality and the nature of individual councillors, whether it's street selection, range of permitted uses, how would staff reflect on the nature of the consultation and engagement?
That was your last question.
We were directed to do a comprehensive consultation process by council last December, and throughout this year we have done so. We reached out to every councillor. We had in-person events in every ward. We had a wide variety of advertising and communications, bus shelters, articles. We were covered in the media quite comprehensively. We met with residents associations across the city, so I think we did quite a comprehensive view, and in a variety of different types of media and different ways, both in person, online, and through mass media.
Thank you. Councillor Perks.
Speaker, before you start my time, I wanted to alert you as chair of the committee, it's my intention to speak last on this item. Okay? Thank you. So I do have some questions for staff. First of all, I think I want to understand the underpinnings here. So the City of Toronto has a variety of policy goals that we've adopted over the years. One of them is to get to be a net zero city. Does this policy help us get there?
Yes.
How so?
Because it provides opportunities for people to get the things that they need on a day-to-day basis by walking to them or by accessing them via public transit or bike, or if they have a mobility device.
So it fits with the council-approved climate goals. Council also is doing work to try to reduce congestion. Does this policy support that council-approved goal?
Yes, and for the same reason, because it provides things closer to people. It also complements public transit, because particularly the major streets bylaw, because it aligns the commercial permissions with places where we allow new density and with existing transit lines, therefore supporting the transit lines as well.
Thank you. Councillor Sachs was asking some questions about bars and restaurants and can we pull them out. I just want to make sure that we understand the whole of the issue. The way we would do that is not to allow food and beverage.
That's correct.
So, for example, there's been considerable media interest in a little neighborhood retail store that got in trouble for selling coffee.
Correct. So
if we take out bars and restaurants, people can't serve coffee and snacks.
Correct.
Okay, that's helpful to know. Mr. Connect talked about this, but I want to make it really, really clear There is no such thing as a planning tool which simultaneously gives permission for a use and requires it to go to the Committee of Adjustment.
That's correct.
Right, so it's not like, it's like you can't be a little bit pregnant, right? We either create the permission and then say if you want specific variances on your property for local reasons, then you go to the C of A, or we don't create the permission at all.
Correct.
Is that fair? Okay, thank you. There have been some of my colleagues have been concerned that the way certain streets work in certain neighborhoods, there's a thing called a through lot. And we might inadvertently be turning backyards into stores. Can you talk a little bit about how we've restricted that?
Sure. So the zoning bylaw, the major street zoning bylaw requires that the front lot or the side of the lot, which applies to corners, is bordering the major street. It does not allow sites with the rear of the lot bordering the major street. So a house that faces a interior street and whose back faces a major street would not be permitted. We also have a provision in the bylaw that the entrance to the commercial unit must be facing the major street.
And what you said is true not just for major streets, but if we were to permit retail on these community streets in your original proposal,
yes, that
same set of rules would apply, correct?
Yes, it would have to be it would only be permitted on a corner site.
It would only be permitted on and is there anything about which way it has to front?
I believe that it would need to front onto the community street.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
There were some people who came and deputed at committee who had submitted materials to council saying we did this big consultation. One of the things that came out, though, is that the consultation they had done was based on an earlier version before we had limited it to corners. Is that correct?
That is my understanding of that
right.
survey.
So, for example, we took out patios.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you very much. Those are my questions. Speaker, just so members can be aware, in a moment I'm going to be advance circulating a motion that contains a number of clauses and members may want to look at it.
Thank you. Point of order, Councillor.
I brought a selection of baked goods from Toronto's oldest Jewish bakery, United Bakery. It's here for everybody to enjoy. United Baker since 1912.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ready? Okay, Mayor Chow to speak.
Thank you. You will see a series of motions that is in front of you. One very simple one, which is to allow the one that is you see in front of you. Really, it's a whole group of councillors that are opting into this, to allow retail to open up in their area. And this is the entire Toronto East York community that is right in front of you. The other motion is asking that if, once we finish this report, the city solicitor can direct it to remain confidential. It contains advice subject to solicitor-client privilege. That's a standard motion. We all have our little stories about how we walk to our local neighborhood store. I used to pick up my grandkids from school at Lord Lansdowne, and we would go and to the local store. And yes, the ice cream, very much so, bubble tea, and a snack after school. And they would meet their friends there and say hello. And, or in this case, they were, I have two grandkids. They go to two different schools. We'll meet up at the store so we could walk back together. We've all have a lot of memories about running out to get milk, or after a skate, have a hot chocolate. I look into my neighborhood. There's a paint store around the corner where I live, and they've been there since, just down the street is a corner store right in the middle of a residential neighborhood. It is a paint store. It opened in 1929, okay? And it's at the same location, family-owned, 3 generations. Now the grandkids are operating it. They, at one point in 1970, is the biggest, they sell the biggest largest number of Benjamin Moore paint. And in 1998, they painted a beautiful mural, a Starry the Van Gogh Starry Night mural, and lifted up the entire community because the quality is so high of that mural. And our entire neighborhood go, wow, what a beautiful piece of artwork, right in the heart of the Kensington market area. It was just beautiful. And of course, we know that successive immigrant groups, that one was Jewish and then Korean, established a lot of convenience store. I now see Ukrainian newcomers trying to open up a coffee shop and sell some baked goods. And recently I went to a small business summit run by the City of Toronto. There were 6,000 of them there, all looking to start a business, or if they have a small business, they would love to expand it, and they are so ambitious with a incredibly creative entrepreneurial spirit. Those are the kind of things we want to encourage, establishing new business so that we could shop local and buy local, which is what we have in front of us. And having a local convenience store gives us a sense of community because people tend to gather there. They give us eyes and ears so that we know sometimes where our kids are at. And it really creates a good sense of belonging. It also creates lots of jobs. It creates small businesses. Sometimes it's a start, especially for newcomers. And of course, we need to have a balanced approach that would grandfather the existing neighborhood shops, measure how many jobs. And what we are doing right now is really cutting red tape. If we don't do this, it's extremely difficult, if not impossible, to start a local corner store. I checked out the figure. In 1989, there were 2,100 convenience stores. By 2019, it is 1,406. It's a 33% drop. It's dramatic. So it'll probably continue to drop now. So we need to find a way to allow these ambitious entrepreneurs, especially newcomers, small business owners, to be able to operate in the city of Toronto. My motions bring corner stores to a lot of the wards down in the central area. Others, of course, are welcome to join in. Just move a motion to add your ward. I will also support Councillor Perks. I have a motion circulated in advance to move forward with some major streets and home businesses. These are, my staff and myself have been talking to every single councillors so that there's flexibility, whether you opt in or you want some major street added in. I believe there's a very reasonable path forward, and let's do this together. Let's make it right and make it easy, cut the red tape so that there are small businesses that can operate in our local neighborhoods.
We do have a question. Councillor Holiday.
Thank you, Speaker. Madam Mayor, are you familiar with COTRA, the Coalition of Toronto Residents Association?
Yes, I am.
And did someone get a chance to provide their survey to you, or just a summary of it at least about what it said? Were you aware that their survey overwhelmingly said no to major streets, the proposal? And it was quite compelling. The participants in this, I think there was over 3,000 of them, were quite opposed to these type of changes. Did they talk to you about that, or someone talk to you about that?
I understand the fear that there's something that's moving into the neighborhood, whether it's a paint store or convenience store that sells ice cream to kids, or coffee. I understand that there's always a fear. I remember the conversation we had with many years ago whether corner stores allowed to sell cigarettes, that kids will run and buy cigarettes. Well, we were able to contain that. Then there was a conversation about alcohol in parks. It'd be a problem. We were able to overcome that. I think Torontonians are reasonable. We are mostly law-abiding, don't break laws, and I believe when a small business owner, most likely an immigrant, it's mostly in these convenience stores is owner occupied, as in they own their business, they operate the business. Most often their family, their kids also help out in the store. These are law-abiding family, and I don't believe they will do anything that would violate the law and destroy the neighborhood. So my experience tells me...
Those families in the downtown core that are members of COTRA you're referring to.
I'm sorry?
You're talking about the families that live in the downtown core that are members of COTRA.
You're talking about like the Annex Resident Association, or the Seton Village Resident Association, or Harbour Village Association.
Councillor Holiday,
I do know.
Please ask questions. Hold on. Please ask questions on the motion, please.
My motion.
But it's about downtown. It's about
my
the
motion,
city.
actually, to be precise. I'll just give you an example because you're talking about the core of downtown. Councillor Sachs and Councillor and Deputy Mayor Malik knows the residents really well. Councillor Sachs will be very familiar with the Annex Resident Association, the Seton Village Association, the Harbour Village Association. Councillor Malik will be the Waterfront Neighborhood Association, the entertainment, the Grange Resident Association, okay? All of these resident associations, by what they have now said to us with my motion, it's allowed these councillors to say that they believe their resident association are in support and will support local convenience store in the area. They support cutting red tape so small businesses, especially newcomers, can open their stores without a lot of problems.
Okay, so they disagree with COTRA's submission, and here's the
Well,
map
I
of who they
count
are.
on-
They're all over Toronto.
I count on Councillor Sachs to have a good working relationship with Seton Village, because Annex Resident Association is one of the most active resident associations in the city of Toronto, including the Harbour Village Resident Association. They are extremely active, and I'll be very surprised if Councillor Sachs would do something that would be very much against their wishes.
So you'll trust those councillors as opposed to swaying the COTRA?
Councillor,
I
please
do.
ask a question on the motion.
I answer,
Well,
well,
it
it is
absolutely is.
You're
I
not.
totally trust their local councillors. Councillor Moyes, for example, will understand what his resident association wants, and so would Councillor Fletcher. The Cabbagetown Resident Association, by gosh, are they ever active? And I am sure she will not do anything that would offend them greatly.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. That was it. Last question. 5 minutes. Yeah. Councillor Moyes to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, I grew up in the Dufferin and Eglinton area. Yes, and I used to walk to school back and forth, and some of my classmates, unfortunately, or fortunately for them, took the bus every day. I was always jealous of them. But one of the things, though, that my fondest memories of elementary school was that I was able to walk to the neighborhood just a few steps from my elementary school and buy pizza for lunch every day. We were not allowed to actually leave the grounds, but we snuck out and we went to the corner store and bought pizza. But, and that's one of the fondest memories. I mean, we always felt safe going to our neighborhood store. And this is why now, as an adult living in Toronto Centre, I'm happy to see that we have similar types of retail stores as well in our neighborhoods. One of the stores that many of you may know is the one over by Riverdale Farms, right at Sumac and Carlton. And let me tell you, during the summer and even during the winter, that store is, it's always full. People love the ice cream, they love the desserts. The kids in the neighborhood and also the adjacent school love it. And people and the kids feel safe going there. The parents feel safe sending them there on their own as well. I can also say to you that I've actually seen people walk across the pedestrian bridge from Paul Fletcher's ward to come over to that ice cream place as well. So we know it works. We know that it helps with a Vision Zero goals for the city. It helps with our Carbon Zero initiative for the city. And I really believe that it's something that we should actually embrace rather than trying to find fault and reasons as to why this would not work. I can say to you that I also travel quite a bit, and I was talking to Councillor Peritz about this earlier. And if you go to Italy and those other places, like this is just the way it is around the globe.
Hey, Rita, can you open up?
You know?
I need to get some mozzarella, right?
Absolutely. Oh Lord, now I have Councillor Nunziata going. But yeah, I mean, again, I embrace this initiative. It's actually a positive, and we always find reasons in this chamber as to why we should not do things, when we really should find ways to actually make things just easier for the public, right? We are leaders here. Let's bring people along, right? Rather than trying to, find ways to actually divide the city. Many people already do that already outside this chambers. We don't need to do it here as well. And I think this is a good news story, and I think something that, I hope that we can continue to embrace. I'm happy to see that my colleagues in Toronto East York is all on board, and again, showing leadership on this file. And I hope that other areas of the city will do the same also. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cole to speak.
Yes. Yeah, this is a interesting and very, I think, important issue. And I have mixed feelings about this. Having grown up at on Dundas and Grace, we had, I think, I know the corner of Mansfield and Clinton, for instance, where, you know, the famous first veal sandwich store ever opened up. And then you had Freddie Annie's grocery store, you had Batondo's, you had Capuchetti's. So every corner had a store. That's because in those days, nobody drove. And so they went to the stores regularly. And most people didn't even have a fridge. They had ice boxes. So that's a long time ago. But anyways, that's the way it was. And they were wonderful family stores, and everybody shopped there. And then as you know, time went on, these stores disappeared, and most of the retail thrived on main streets like College, Dundas, Queen. They really served the community in the same way. You could walk up there, and then stores, like we had a famous grocery store at College and Grace called Wise's. And what you would do is you would go on the phone, or you would go up there, order, and they would deliver the groceries to your home. Okay, they used to have vans, and that's how we got our food. So that's the history of it. And I just say, so all these stores now have been turned into homes, most part. They've all disappeared. They're housing. The one concern I have is that we have a real problem with people feeling disenfranchised in their own neighborhoods because of the massive, extreme development that's taking place all over the city of Toronto. It is just like the Wild West, where we've got condos coming out of our ears everywhere. I mean, I've got 150 towers going into my ward alone. I got more towers going into Eglinton and Lawrence than there are in about 5 provinces combined. So, and then you've got all the monster homes going in. People building 4-story monster homes, infringing on the old bungalows that used to exist, the little semi-detached homes. And so people feel very threatened in their neighborhoods right now. They feel that there's constant change from the hyper-development. The traffic is insane. You know, you've got all these 100,000 Uber people driving all over the place. You've got Amazon deliveries 24 hours a day. You've got FedEx. So people are saying, what the heck? I can't even step outside my door because of all this hellish traffic and construction and dump trucks. So now we're asking for this other change, which sounds reasonable. You know, you walk to the corner store and get something. But just a word of caution. I know one of the things that concerns me is what's happening on our main streets with the proliferation of illegal cannabis shops and legal cannabis shops, vape shops, mushroom shops. I mean, the cops can't keep up because there's so many illegal cannabis shops. And to try and close down an illegal cannabis shop, it takes months of police work. And then the legal ones, I mean, parts of St. Clair, for instance, there's about 5 of them in a row. And then I got one cannabis owner, he complained to me and said, Mike, why didn't you stop all these cannabis shops because they're putting me out of business? I was the first one here, now there's 5. I said, well, thank your provincial government, because they said basically it's a free-for-all for cannabis shops, and they can go anywhere except if they're near a school. But they're everywhere, and yeah, we all love cannabis, I guess. It's whatever. It's a fantastic superfood. Anyways, but I prefer cappuccino rather than cannabis. But anyways, so I just say, just be careful of what you ask for, is because there is a lot of unrest in our neighborhoods.
5 seconds.
So just be careful.
Councillor Matlow, are you around?
I am.
Councillor Matlow, you're next.
I am.
Where are you?
I'm online, Madam Speaker.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
I'm my apologies. I'm on
Councillor
my way to Scarborough for something.
Matlow to speak. Watch your speed.
Thank you. Oh, I'm not driving. I'm not doing a Peruzza.
Oh.
I'm a passenger. Madam Speaker, I just moments ago learned about the mayor's motion. So what I've decided to do is I'm not going to move my initial motion, but I'm going to move an amendment to add Ward 12 to hers. I trust that the clerk has it.
You want to add Ward 12?
Indeed. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay. Okay, the staff for Brett. Did you want to speak? Oh. Are
That's
you
fine.
gone
Thank
now?
you.
Councillor Matlow, did you leave? I don't see him.
Well, Madam Speaker, that,
Oh, there you are. Okay.
Yeah, no, I was just saying I'm moving Ward 12 to be included in the mayor's motion now that I'm aware of what she's moving, and I appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bravo.
Thank you, Speaker. I think what we're facing right now is a city that was amalgamated. Parts of the city were developed before the entire economy of Southern Ontario depended on car manufacturing. And we have very different built forms, different street designs. And I'm not going to comment on how some of my colleagues are responding to or raising concerns that originate in their more suburban neighborhoods, but I will speak to Davenport. Davenport has always had neighborhood retail. It's always been a walkable neighborhood, and in part, it's because this is a very working class community, bounded by rail tracks where the houses where people lived intergenerationally, multi-generationally, they worked in those factories. And so having a corner store was really important, and it continues to be important now that we've evolved. We have young families raising children in smaller units, raising children still intergenerationally with parents in suites inside of a house. We need to be able to provide spaces that are regularized, where people go to a local coffee shop to buy something in their community. I can within a block of my house, if I wanted to, I could get a custom-made Italian suit on a side street. And I think that that's a beautiful thing, that kind of artisanship to continue. You know, Davenport was voted 26th most cool neighborhood, not just in Canada, but in the world. And one of the reasons is that people value the fact that you have this mix of residential and commercial at this scale. Close, proximate, intimate, community building scale. I also think that this is really important, and I'm supporting the motions that the mayor and Councillor Perks are bringing, because it's going to make regular a practice of decades. We've put, through our failure to allow these uses in zoning, we've failed a lot of small business people who live above their stores, who are providing a service, a commercial service that is actually needed in the community, where we hear it's a 1% complaint rate. I wish that we had 1% complaints in other areas. This is actually an exemplary use, because I get a lot more complaints about bars on main streets. I think that we also have to recognize this is a generational change. It may be going into the past, but young people are not getting driver's licenses at the same rate as older generations. They're not buying cars. We have climate goals that want us to transition into different modes of transportation. It's transit, cycling, walking. Sure, that's not for everybody, but it is for a growing population. And we have to face the reality that for parts of this city, we put small businesses into peril. I want to say that, you know, one of the Councillor Holiday mentioned that the survey that circulated, and you know, there is some misinformation in some of what was put out. I've met with some of the people who have raised the greatest concerns, and in conversations, I think we can dispel that. You know, people on Dovercourt, we've never received concerns from Dovercourt or from Ossington. This is a scary change for lots of people, but I think that enforcement and careful stewardship of the regularizations will make a difference. I believe in the local economy. I believe people walking to a local store, and I believe in independent businesses. We can't have everything be owned by the Westons, be big box. This is a really important step in making sure that we have livable neighborhoods, and I hope that we can walk away from this recognizing that a lot of misinformation has been put out, including AI-generated videos, to frighten people in the community. It's irresponsible, and it's not the way to make decisions. I'm pleased to see that some of us are going to move forward with this, and I hope that over time we can make changes that will bring some of our colleagues along.
Thank you. Councillor Ainsley, are you around?
Right here.
Okay. Head, Councillor Ainsley.
Just need a moment, Madam Speaker.
Okay.
Okay. Sorry, Madam Speaker, I get my clock stopped or started again.
Just one sec. Mayor Chow?
Oh, just council's no snack today. There are some Jamaican patties available in the lounge. Kingston 12 patty store at Little Jamaica.
Okay, thank you.
It was delicious. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Councillor Ainsley, are you ready?
Yes, thank you,
Okay.
Madam Speaker. So I just, throughout this debate and the discussion I've been having with my residents and talking with them, this isn't the first time that EHON's been here before us. And one of my biggest concerns with this process, and reflective of the concerns that a lot of my residents have had, and along the questioning that I asked earlier, was around MAP 3. Because much of the contents of MAP 3 is reflecting of planning and transportation policy that was done prior to amalgamation. And you heard in the questioning, a lot of this was, the map was created in the 90s prior to amalgamation, revised during the early 2000s, revised again in 2020. We had a briefing. I asked staff about the rationale for the maps and the criteria that was used, and I didn't get a lot of answers. And so my residents, they asked the same questions, and I have trouble providing those answers as well. Sorry. So I keep failing to understand how planning thinks remain, that if we're using the map 3, it was never presented. It's using data from 2003. Residents don't get a lot of feedback. It was reviewed in 2020 internally by planning transportation staff, not by planning staff. And it's been the basis for all of our EHON projects. What it really needs is a thorough review by planning with public consultation for the purpose of planning a city and EHON and any projects thereafter, not just by transportation planning staff. Transportation has a road clarification system that was fairly recently redone with minor and major arterial roads that were identified, and using MAP 3 was added, and most of these streets were classified as major without what I can see with any planning transportation rationale. This process needs an in-depth review and a consultation to identify a map for planning purposes separately. A major street in terms of transportation, snow clearing, or right-of-way widths is not the same to a resident when they see a pot shop or a 6-story apartment building beside them. It's very evident from the previous use of the map for other EHON projects, residents living in and around streets that are by no means major, and we keep hearing this over and over again every time EHON is brought before us. If residents are not given a chance to participate in making a map like this and giving opportunities to provide their feedback for a map like this that we're basing major policies upon, I think we're just going to continue having this debate over and over again. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Shan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a motion to ask that 3 of the streets, I mean, this is again building on what Councillor Ainsley spoke about. I wish I had an option to look at these streets and say which part of the streets are of concern. But unfortunately, from the kind of planning that we do with the major streets, I'm listing them as a 3. So, for example, Meadowvale with a 40-kilometer-per-hour speed limit, with the residential area with no sidewalks and so on. And Port Union just went through a massive 3-year mess, if you may, to have widening done. And Military Trail, for example, is in Scarborough campus area, which has heavy traffic. Let me give a reality of what we are facing right now. For me to drive on Morningside Avenue within Scarborough, it takes about 40 minutes to go from one to the other part of the Scarborough. My ward goes from Steels and Lake. It takes about 30-40 minutes for some of us from City of Toronto within Scarborough to get to highway. I do think that thinking about these retail spaces as places where you would get ice cream and so on, I would like to challenge that, because it's going to be an era of social media. We're going to have businesses that actually, rightly so, want to profit from a bigger market than the local community. So you would have the beef patties that are so popular that people from 905 will come to get it. And that's how it should be, because you're opening up a business. You're not going to be opening up just for a few people. So we have a way in which we need to support the businesses, but I do think that the traffic is my biggest concern and how we get around. It is taking, when I was councillor 7 years ago, it was 1 hour and 20 minutes to get here. Now it's 1 hour and 40 minutes to get here from my Scarborough home. So I do want to say that, we need to figure out a way in which some of these transportation challenges are looked at as we plan this. As of right kind of way of dealing with this poses a challenge. I do want to say that if we had an option to think together as councillors, maybe from Scarborough, to kind of come up with a plan of certain areas that we could actually see this happen, I would love to see, just like how councillors have chosen certain parts of their wards. My ward is the largest geographical ward in the entire city. It's important to recognize that it's hard to opt in as a full-blown, Steels to Lake kind of process. So I do think that it's important for us to consider this. Our schools in Scarborough were built thinking that people are going to walk to school. And we have major traffic issues in each of our schools because people are not able to walk to school, because it's not about the distance, it's about what your path is. You have to drop them and then go to work. And you have to do a continuous path of travel. And unless we have better transit where I can take a subway and go to the next 5-minute intersection or 3-minute intersection, we are going to be in a challenge to be having to use these vehicles. So I do think we have to plan this better from our side, especially if there's another phase, as I see some councillors have opted into this. If there's another phase, I think Scarborough councillors and other councillors in the suburban communities can come together and figure out, because we do want these spaces to be open for businesses, especially small businesses, especially people who are trying to establish them. And it is an economically viable option. But I do think that the future of these businesses are not going to be businesses that are going to be a convenience store. I have gone to many places that are run out of homes to buy ice creams that are specialty ice creams that are about 10, 15 kilometers from my house, because you're going there because somebody on social media has marketed it, and there's a bit of an affinity that is coming as a reason for you to travel. So in addition to the other challenges that we heard about possible enforcement around what type of products, how long it's open and other things, my biggest concern coming into this is If Morningside was to have, for example, additional 5 businesses in between those areas in those houses, it's going to add another 10 minutes for a commute that for somebody who needs to get to work or school is going to be a bit of an opportunity cost for us. In fact, it will lead to further preventing us from the environmental goals we have, because we then end up staying in the car, in the traffic, way too long because of poor planning around where businesses could be located and how many people we think will come walking as to how many people we think will come driving to get the products that they're looking for. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Malik to speak.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to begin by thanking staff for the work on this item and for responding to the concerns and the questions that have been raised here today. I'll be supporting the Mayor's motion and Councillor Perks's motion, which I was glad to work with you both and to be able to contribute to, first by opting in and by seeking a process to ensure that the properties that currently have neighborhood businesses can continue to do so without burdensome application processes that we have all collectively committed to reducing. This was important to me because we know that there has been a decline in neighborhood businesses over the past 3 decades, and this was confirmed by the Toronto Star's reporting. And over the past several months, we have spoken a lot in this chamber and outside of it about how we support our local businesses and services in uncertain times. We have a whole Love Local campaign in the city to encourage people to visit, buy from, and support small businesses in their communities. We've spoken about how to reduce red tape for businesses, and now we have a real way to move these things forward, to support local businesses, to ease some of the city's processes, to give more Torontonians access to shopping, services, and community spaces by foot, by bike, by transit, and even by car. And I know there has been a lot of conversation, and many have heard from our residents and other stakeholders as well. And there's been a lot of understandable concern, as we have in any of our neighborhoods, about what might come when it comes to noise, additional solid waste management, traffic. And I'm proud in Ward 10 to be home to so many mixed-use neighborhoods that are always working on and grappling with these issues, and I would say doing it with care and collectively. I also have many local institutions on some of these community streets, and I want to share that I have heard from many of my residents and business owners, and I want to share some of their words to help address some of the concerns, those fears that we have heard echoed here. To reaffirm that the way forward on neighborhood retail and these types of businesses in our community can be a win-win-win for all of us. From Robin shared with me, I'm hoping that you will vote to encourage more neighborhood retail in the vote coming up. I really enjoy the coffee shops near my home, and I'm sure we are all with Robin on that. This is from Vincent, a small business owner. I'm a neighborhood barber. The lifeblood of my business is local people in my neighborhood being able to walk to my shop. I've been told hundreds of times how lucky my clients are to have a shop like this in their neighborhood. And I know one of my local businesses generated a lot of discussion at committee and in the media, and I'd like to share this from Rami. Examples such as Pizzeria Battiali represents fond memories for me, taking a leisurely walk through the city on sunny weekends or lively evenings and dropping by Battiali's for a slice, smiles on everyone's faces in the line as they smell the fresh pizza baking in the air, the beautiful surrounding neighborhood. This is community in Toronto, and this is what makes the city worth living in for me. And finally, from Ian, local retail strengthens neighborhoods, encourages walkability, supports small local businesses, and contributes to the kind of fabric of neighborhoods in a city that I want to be part of. We're fortunate to enjoy this kind of business opportunity and neighborhood character in Ward 10, and I hope the rest of Toronto can as well. And I echo all of this and so much more that I've heard from my residents and business owners. And I want to highlight, finally, what we've heard from staff in questioning when they looked at the last 5 years of complaints 96% of neighborhood businesses had one or less complaint per year, which includes 60% having no complaint at all in that period. Neighborhood retail is working in our city, and we have a real concrete opportunity to support local businesses, make our communities more walkable and less congested, and make sure people can access services and retail near them. I'll be opting into neighborhood retail and supporting the recommendations from this committee to keep doing this. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councillor Sachs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am glad to join all of my Toronto East York Community Council colleagues to support the Mayor's motion and Councillor Perks's motion. We know that affordability is absolutely critical to a very large number of the people in this city. And one of the biggest tools we have for improving affordability for many, many people is to make a good life possible without having to have a personal car, which costs people in my part of the city well over $1,300 a month just to have a car, which is part of why more than half the people in my ward do not have cars. They can't afford them, they don't have places for them, and equally important, they don't need them because we have what we need nearby. My ward is one of the ones that has a large number of legacy retail within neighborhoods, but we've lost a lot, and there's areas that don't have it. So we know that local tiny retail helps make a good life possible without a car. It helps with kids' independence. My American grandchildren can walk to the corner store and buy a croissant for breakfast. My Canadian grandchildren, my Toronto grandchildren cannot, because we don't have enough corner stores, and it's time to bring them back. Similarly, we have a lot of people who'd like to have a very tiny business, but can't afford the rent for a major street, and this gives a much less expensive option to have a very tiny shop. Now, the survey that we've heard so much about was filled with misinformation, which has frightened people, telling everyone that, oh yes, this zoning change is going to allow existing residential tenants to be evicted to make a store. It's not true. We're not changing the Landlord and Tenant Act, can't change the Landlord and Tenant Act. The survey said, oh yes, it's all going to be outdoor patio space, lots of noise. We've specifically said that there isn't going to be outdoor patio space within neighborhoods because it would be too disruptive. So we have listened carefully to what people have to say. I commend staff for the very hard work over a long period of time to try to find a middle ground. Admittedly, Premier Ford has poisoned the well with his unreasonable rules about cannabis, putting alcohol in every corner store, which is bad for a lot of things across the city. But even so, we have a need for very small local. We've got very small sizes. We've put in good conditions, and it's time to bring back the corner store and to regularize those that exist so that we don't keep losing them. So thank you to my colleagues. Thank you to staff.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I don't have a motion to move. I'm supportive of the motions that are being moved, though, because of the changes that were made during committee. I really appreciate that, as Councillor Sachs has said. We have listened. I must be blessed because my ward, the major streets that are on the map in my ward, because of the way it was originally planned, they're really streets where you would expect retail to pop up eventually. Where the restriction held them off of Victoria Park, they popped up over the years, legal non-conforming. Because if you think about Victoria Park Avenue, it's a natural place for retail. And so these things develop over time, one way or another. In any case, pickup retail is a thing. Pickup retail is something that commercial developers think about all the time. That's the kind of retail that shows up on the main floors of our new buildings, new builds. And It's needed in neighborhoods. I've been listening to the discussion, and it's interesting where I hear downtown councillors who are already more transit and less car oriented. They understand the idea of a walk up retail. Where we live north of the 401 in car designed neighborhoods, this is hard to fathom, but it's not impossible to get to. Yes, it's hard to fathom, but at the end of the day, it is healthy in a neighborhood. And the stores that thrive there tend to be the ones that are less hostile. Businesses that really fit the neighborhood, the kind of stores that you do feel safe saying to your kid, run down the block and get me this, those tend to thrive. That's why they last for generations. Hostile businesses don't. And we have mechanisms, as we've heard this morning, that we can possibly even hold them out altogether. But I want to say one other thing, and it's going to be very unpopular, maybe even in my own ward, but I think I have to say it. I get a lot of calls when we're trying to fight the province to allow a cannabis store license, but I can't, in my database, find a single complaint about once they are open. And I'm blessed in my ward, all of my cannabis stores are licensed. They're all ones that receive provincial licenses. I don't have the unlicensed incidents that causes problems. But amongst those that are licensed, they're not generating complaints. And so I think we have to look at, if we're so concerned about cannabis, maybe this is a moment in which we proceed with the changes we're making today, albeit amended as they have been. But let's look at where we have a cannabis problem, where we don't, and make sure that we take this opportunity. Because what I heard from staff is that is a positive conversation. The province is listening. So let's be very clear about where the problems are, what they are, because there are places where we have to admit they are not causing problems. So I hope staff will take that away as an undertaking. Catalog where the real problems are with cannabis retail, and make sure that we're addressing problems that we have and not problems that we don't have. Those are my comments, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday.
Thank you, Speaker. I have one motion, if I could ask the clerk to present that. It's very similar to Councillor Shan's. That is to exclude a number of streets in Ward 2, too many to list. So if I can have them put that up. This has been a very troubling public policy making process. And it's sparked something I've never seen before, and that is a coming together of residents associations across the city. They named themselves COTRA. They didn't exist before. And I've got a map in my hand of just how far across the city they reach. They go right across neighborhoods. They're actually quite significantly concentrated into the downtown core. And they did really good work. In my view, they outconsulted the city. And, you know, this is the map, and you can see how many dots are on that. It just spans the entire city. And good for them, because I think that this is the antidote to a lacking policy-making process. But their survey was quite comprehensive, and they asked people, what do you think? You can find this document, you can read it, but a few things stood out to me as overwhelming. People were not in agreement with the policies that were put forward. Councillor Perks will tell you, you know, it's changed since then. Indeed, it's changed again today. But they took what they could at that point in time, and that mirrored some of the information that was put out there by the city. So I think, you know, there's a very compelling message to this city council that this policy is far offside with the will of the people of this city, across neighborhoods across the city, and for very, very good reasons that came up today. Back in 1933, there was a guy named Walter Christaller, and he came up with something called central place theory, and I'm just holding up a picture of a lattice or a matrix. And to simplify it, you know, Christaller was looking at the economics of the placement of different things like shops and settlements and so on. And there was a relationship between how far people would travel to the type of store, to goods and so on. You know, fast forward almost 100 years later, and part of this transforms into more modern theories around the location of retail. The concern that I've had throughout this entire process was that, you know, the origin was never really clear. It popped up into a report. You know, what is the problem we're trying to solve? And I kept hearing, you know, they want to have more retail to serve the local residents. But the more I looked at it, the more I figured out that it was very unlikely that this would generate locally serving retail or amenity. And what was more likely was that it would be some either boutique shops or specialty stores or people taking advantage of an opportunity to create really cheap space. I put up this picture at Planning and Housing Committee, but this is just a strip plaza. It's actually just outside of Ward 2, but right near the edge on Dundas Street in 6 Points. One of the most dense areas and to be dense areas within Etobicoke. And it's what you would get in any strip plaza, right? There's a Hasty Market, a nail store, a little restaurant, a vacuum store, of course a cannabis shop, and some other specialty things. And I bet the people that own these stores like work really, really hard. And I bet when they started their business, they had aspirations to grow even bigger. I don't think there's many people that go forward saying, you know what, I want to run just like a little wee tuck shop in the neighborhood and sell a few dollars worth of things. Because I think entrepreneurs want to create business and create a living for themselves. So there's a lot of questions about how and why we could possibly expect, if these folks can barely survive in a busy area on a busy street, that you would see all of these lovely stores that serve the local community because the density and the foot traffic and all of the things that go into retail theory are simply not there. What you're going to see is a collection of entrepreneurs and some with probably very aggravating businesses that are going to conflict with the neighborhood. So the question is, what's the value proposition? Why would people want to endorse this sort of thing? What possible good could come out of it? You have to trust the people of the city, and over 3,000 submissions from COTRA. They're pretty smart.
5
No,
seconds.
this is a problem. And I have serious reservations about this, and we should not move forward.
Thank you. Councillor Candeval.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have to really start. The rage baiting is really nauseating. The idea or implication that we're against kids getting ice cream in a neighborhood or seniors getting a cappuccino, it's troubling. The insinuation that some of us are knuckle dragging suburbanites trying to fight kids and seniors, I think it's really immature, and it doesn't reflect the complexity, the nature of this chamber in our city. I think that's important to acknowledge the content and the context of this conversation. Dr. Sachs, you're an academic. You recognize how the nature of our city is informed by the socioeconomic conditions. The Professor Halchansky's maps from the University of Toronto are very clear where SES, where poverty lies in our city. We in the suburbs don't own a car out of luxury. It's a necessity for so many families. They don't have white-collar privilege of working downtown. They have to drive to factories in Rexdale and North Scarborough. Owning 1 or 2 cars is a necessity for so many suburban families. And the recognition of that, or the lack thereof, is a stark reflection of what's missing in this chamber. This proposal, despite the value within certain elements, could have been more effective had we done the legal legwork to provide confidence for those of us who have concerns. Having the green light, or at least a positive confirmation from the Attorney General, would have relieved and addressed the concerns on alcohol and cannabis uses. That direction would have provided greater acceptance for this within our neighborhoods. There's also the potential of bad faith actors using this as a guise to kick people out of their homes. That recognition has not given the confidence to acknowledge that this may be a reality. We heard that it's premature to understand if more MLS enforcement officers are required. We know from our experiences bad faith actors exist, will continue to exist. This proposal, in my opinion, should have baked in it a recognition of the potential need and the budgetary implications for our city. Also, this approach could have been more effective if a gradual pace and approach was applied. We heard from Councillor Fletcher of existing successful neighborhood retail in her ward. And we heard from staff they were grandfathered in, they were site-specific, went through a C of A application. There could have been work done to provide, maybe not C of A, but whatever the context was at the time. But if there was work to reduce these impacts through a different regime that provided specific locations, specific zoning, reducing the red tape and the owner's cost through a C of A application, could have been, Speaker, can you please ask the member to be respectful? Your account.
Mr. Fletcher, please.
I'm trying to, Councillor Moyes. Lastly, to other comments by colleagues, the built form of our neighborhoods provide the spectrum of the complexity of this question. In Scarborough, in the suburbs, many neighborhoods are spread out, do not have sidewalks, do not have the prerequisite built form that would induce such neighborhood retail. Which brings me to my final point, is the nature of how we consult and create policy in this chamber. Groupthink, as we've seen in many cases, stilt or stunt growth. The sixplex example asks us to reflect one size does not fit all. There needs to be an intellectual curiosity of the complexity of our neighborhood.
5 seconds.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Moyes.
I just want to state out loud that I take issue with the comment around white-collar privilege in downtown Toronto. Just want to state that people in St. Jamestown Region Park are not considered white-collared. If anything, they keep the gig economy going in the downtown core.
Okay.
What? Are you the speaker, Perks?
There's no debating.
Okay.
It's a point of order.
So,
No, okay. Why don't we just recess for lunch, okay? Thank you. Meeting is now resumed. Please take your seats. Members, please rise if you're able and join me in observing a moment of silence in memory of Adeline, Adina, Evelyn, and Fred Luck. Thank you. Members, I have reviewed a number of urgent motions without notice to be added to the agenda, but we don't have 18 members. So, no, we don't have 18. So we have 18? Okay. Okay, we put the motions up on the screen. Oh, there's Mayor Chow. We have a motion that you want to introduce.
Just 1 second. Yes, this is regarding the, is it on the screen yet? The joint appointment of the Waterfront Toronto chair. It's urgent because the existing chair right now is an interim, and it took us a couple of months to confirm with the federal and the provincial government, so we need to move ahead with this appointment. And every levels of government has come to an agreement.
Okay. All in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Deputy Mayor Malik.
Sorry. Is it up on the screen, the motion? Okay, sorry, I can't see it.
You can see it here.
All right. I have a motion without notice for accelerating the rehabilitation of the Cross Harbor Tunnel. This motion is urgent as a decision is needed to allow the parties to move forward, particularly in the winter shutdown period.
All in favor? Carried. Councillor Bravo.
Speaker, this is a technical motion from staff. It is with respect to a long-term care home and affordable housing being built on Lansdowne Avenue, and is urgent because it's a city-supported project that needs to move forward.
Carried. Okay, before we start the member motion run through, I would take the release of polls. The clerk will open the speakers list in CMP, and you can place your name on the list. Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, Speaker, I'm going to release IE 25.4 Next Generation Water Metering, Advanced Meeting Infrastructure Procurement Strategy, and I'm sure if any councillors have had questions, they're very technical and they would have asked Mr. DiGeronimo already, so I'd like to release that.
Okay, so Councillor Fletcher is releasing IE 25.4 on favor. Carried. Any further? Oh, do you have another one?
Yes, I have EC 24.7, creating a small business-friendly approach to licensing and permitting. And I have a motion, if you permit me for 1 second, that the brand new licensing for categories, bars, places of assembly, ukulele practice, whatever that big bylaw was, has been intermittently enforced in a way that has been an issue. And staff have prepared a motion for me to basically grant parent all those businesses that have been in touch with me that have fallen into
let's put the motion on the
tape.
screen.
Yeah, the red tape, this is another, this isn't just cutting red tape, it's burning it. So that if you haven't changed your place, it's not up to you. Staff will give you the right license rather than you jumping through hoops and getting taken to court, which has happened to some of my bars.
Okay, so we have the amendment, but hold on.
Just want to make sure everybody's heard that court appearances are not something we want for businesses.
Okay, but
Madam
just put the
Speaker.
amendment on the screen.
Madam
Yeah.
Speaker,
Very
if we
much
could
to
just have it
MLS
on the
for
screen for a
agreeing
little
to do
longer.
that. Appreciate
Okay, there
very
it is
much.
on the screen. Oh, it's the wrong one?
The wrong one. Oh. It's the one that.
Is
was
this
written
on, the
for-
one on the screen, is that the right one?
Correct.
Okay, so the amendment's on the screen by Councillor Fletcher. On favor, show
Thank
pass,
you.
opposed if any, carried. Item is amended. On favor, carried.
And I'll have a couple of notices without, no, motions without notice coming up.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Chow.
Sorry to do this. I'm going to ask to reopen an item. It's IE 25.8 is automated speed enforcement program update. If I could ask for it to reopen, and I'll hold that item.
And you have an amendment to it?
I have an update. I may have an amendment.
Okay.
We'll see.
So can I have a motion to reopen the item? Moved by Councillor Perruzza. All in favor, show of hands, carried. So yeah, just one sec, please. Members, we will now do the member motion run through. The city clerk is advised that the financial impact summary sheet for the member motions MM 34.1, MM 34.17 from the chief financial officer and treasurer has been posted with an agenda item RN 33.7 review of the order paper. Members, before we recess, council was considering item PH 25.3, our first time item of the day. Council has timed item EX 27.3 as the first item after members' motion. I propose that we return to complete item PH 25.3 before moving on to our second timed item. Do I have an agreement? Yeah. Okay, on favor, carried. Now, before we go to the members' motion, just one sec, Councillor Cheng. Councillor Holiday would like to amend his motion. So if we can do that at this time. Does the staff have his amendment to his motion? Okay, just one sec, Councillor Holiday. Let's put your amendment through first.
It's not quite ready.
It's not ready?
Oh, it's almost ready.
Oh, okay, we'll do it later then.
Thank you.
Well, we'll do it later if you don't have it. Okay, we'll do it later. Councillor Cheng, you want to make an announcement?
Yes, just quickly, it's that time of the year again, our annual Councillor and Mayor Holiday Secret Santa. So, Mayor and Councillor Secret Santa. Oh, Mayor. So, I've sent out the link. This is our chance to support local artisans while also spreading good cheer in this chamber. We will be exchanging gifts on the first day of council in December. The draw will happen next week. I've sent out links a couple of times and I'll do so one more time today. Hope you'll join us in spreading good cheer here at City Hall. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor, just one sec. Councillor Pasternak, you just sent me a text that you want to reopen an item. Councillor
Yes, thank you,
Pasternak?
Madam Speaker. Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to open CC 34.42 Tippett to settlement staff report and just on a recorded vote.
Can we do that? To reopen because he wants to have a recorded vote on Tippett. Okay, motion to reopen moved by Councillor Thompson. All in favor, carried. So we'll put the item on the screen so we can have a recorded vote. Councillor Pasternak is just asking for a recorded vote. Okay, there it is on the screen. Councillor Pasternak has asked for a recorded vote.
Councillor Carroll, may we have your vote verbally, please?
Yes, affirmative.
Affirmative. And Councillor Morley, may we have your vote, please? Affirmative, thank you. The item carries. The vote is 25-1.
Thank you. Councillor Crescenti, did you want something?
Is that an open question? Yes.
Well,
So,
you stood up.
yes, I do, Speaker, and I'm sorry I missed it earlier. I had trouble with my laptop. Notice of motion without notice. Could I do one quickly?
Pardon?
A notice of motion without notice. It's center desk has it.
Well, they'll give it to me when they have it.
I wanted to introduce it now if I could.
Well, hold on. Let me find out if they have it.
Oh, you got to review it.
They
first.
don't have it.
It was sent.
Yeah, you have to wait until...
Okay, done. No worries.
Okay.
Thank you.
When I get it, I'll tell you. Okay, we're going to go through the members' motions now. We'll put the members' motion on the screen. The first one is MM 34.1. Okay, it's on the screen. Notice that this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. A communication has been submitted on this item. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 34.2. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to reopening of item 2025T 22.3 only as it pertains to Part 3. A 2/3 vote is required to reopen that item. If reopened, the previous council decision remains in force unless council decides otherwise. All in favor of reopening? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. How come the print is so small on these ones? Okay. MM 34.3. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 34.4. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic and Community Development Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral?
Madam Speaker, could I get a recorded vote on waiving referral?
Okay, recorded vote on waiving referral.
And Councillor Carroll, your vote, please.
Negative.
Negative, thank you. The motion to waive referral carries. The vote is 20-6.
Yes, I've got your name. You're holding it. 34, MM 34.5. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 34.6. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic and Community Development Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 34.7. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Councillor Candibal, you want to hold? MM 34.8. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Planning and Housing Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. So, Councillor Matlow, you want to hold? Okay, I'll put your name down. MM 34.9. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. I'm sorry, Deputy Mayor, you want to hold it? Sorry, I didn't hear you. MM 34.10. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic and Community Development Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. Yes, I did hear you, Councillor Bradford.
Is this thing on? Can you hear me?
You're not supposed to put on your mic. Okay. MM 3411. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Planning and Housing Committee. Well, let me finish. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. Communications have been submitted on this item. Recorded vote to waive referral.
Councillor Cheng, please. Okay, Councillor Cheng, I'll take your vote verbally, please. Oh, I've got it now, thank you. And Councillor Carroll, your vote, please.
Affirmative.
Affirmative, thank you. The motion to waive referral carries. The vote is 23-2.
Who said hold? Moise? Councillor Moyes is holding. MM 34.12. Notice if this motion has not been given, a two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to a reopening of item 2025 ST 21.7 only as it pertains to part 1. A two-thirds vote is required to reopen that item. If reopened, the previous council decision remains in force unless council decides otherwise. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. On favor of reopening? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 34.13. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda before council for debate. On the item, on favor? Pardon? Recorded vote.
Councillor Burnside and Mayor Chow, please. Councillor Chang, may I have your vote verbally, please? Councillor Chang, I've closed the vote. I'll take your vote verbally. Affirmative, thank you. And Councillor Carroll, your vote?
Affirmative.
Affirmative, thank you. The item carries. The vote is 25-1.
Okay, MM 34.14. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda before council for debate. Pardon? It's on the agenda. A communication has been submitted on this item. Who's holding 14? Come on, guys, like really speak up. MM 34.15. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda before council for debate. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 34.16. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda before council for debate. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 34.17. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda and is before council for debate. On the item, on favor? Yeah. Well, whoever's holding these items, make sure you're here at the end of the day. Why? Okay, just a second.
Please let me hold it, and I'll explain it when it comes up, okay?
Okay, so...
They want an amendment made to it. And this is coming from our transportation staff.
Okay, Motion for MM 34.16 to be allowed to reopen. On favor. Moved by Councillor Thompson. Carried.
Thank you.
And you're going to hold it in your name?
And I'm going to hold it, yes, Speaker.
$34.16.
I'm going to make the change when it comes up. Yeah, I'm just.
All right, so we'll go back to PH 25.3, if we can put the list on the screen. Myers, when you came in, you told me that you wanted to put your name on the screen to speak on this before we get to the last speaker will be Councillor Perks. Pardon? You're not ready for Councillor? Are you ready for Councillor Fletcher? Okay, Councillor Fletcher. Okay, Councillor Councillor Fletcher.
Whoever you are.
Councillor Fletcher, do you have a motion? No, she doesn't have a. Fletcher. Can somebody put our mic on?
Yeah, I need you to. I thought I had a minute, but I don't.
Are you ready?
Well, I don't have this running, so I'm not ready, no.
Can I have somebody from IT or someone to come?
We're on lunch.
Are you ready? Apparently not. It's on. It wasn't on earlier. There we go.
Okay, Councillor Fletcher, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. This has been a really interesting debate with, I think, just a lot of misunderstanding on both sides. I think that we want to just make sure that, for me, that all these little retail places, and I want you to look at this picture, it says store since 1920s. This has been a corner store in this neighborhood at Walpole and Woodfield for over 100 years. There it is, well loved. Walk to the corner, get your bag of milk, get your food. Your kid goes there at night to get a candy bar. And one thing that won't be there very long, we do have a mailbox there. So this is the retail that I want to make sure that is preserved in my ward, that we are able to continue these corner stores. This is on a community street, and I very much support the fact that we've got motions in to make sure that we don't get caught in that nightmare that we were caught in when the zoning changed for business licensing, and I've had to save a number of businesses from going to court, from a lot of money, because the fact is, if it's there now and it's working, let's just make sure we can keep it and that we're sensitive to all uses. Here's another picture. That's from Gerard. You see we have residential, and right beside it, somebody's opened a hair salon next door. It's a commercial property. We should not forget that when you do this, it's a commercial property with commercial taxes. And in the back, probably somebody's living in the back, but that's a very clear condition throughout the East End. Here's another one just up the street from me, and it used to be a meat store. In its heyday, it was a butcher. It can't be a butcher anymore. So in this particular spot, they have now taken that and turned it into a Buddhist center, but it's still being used for a use other than residential on that street. And then we have another one beside residential, which is actually the Hong Fook and Good Shepherd building. And there's a little small hardware store to go and get your keys cut and go and do a million different things right in the neighborhood. And they've built out front, and now they have a store beside the house, and they live up top. These are very, 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 these conditions, these stores, this way in the neighborhood, this is everywhere in the East End. So in doing this, I just want to make sure that I'm not getting calls from these people, from these people, from these people, and that are saying, oh, we used to have a store and now we're in this red tape. So the cutting red tape needs to go here. I certainly will want to see everybody able to go and get something at a little convenience store. I understand councillors are concerned about cannabis stores and neighbors get concerned, but it's not a bar. There's nobody who's doing their business on the sidewalk or fighting or breaking things. They're in and out shopping like any other spot. I also want to say that many, many stores along these main roads are actually, they're commercial residential, and now they're fully residential. The owners of that store have closed up the commercial section. They're living on the main floor. They're living throughout those stores. And the other thing is, the death of the convenience store is something that really does break my heart, because so many convenience stores have been closed. The next generation, somebody came, one generation, they're running these great stores. Next generation, those kids aren't doing that. And we've had a big shift to different types of commercial businesses there. So I'm happy that this will now make sure that none of these places are going to be under a scrutiny where they're having a very difficult time staying what they've always been. And if we can accomplish that here today, and we can have other councillors happy to have some other types of commercial on different streets, different places in their wards, that would be a very big win for the city. I get it, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Thompson.
Doing? Oh, I'm sorry, Speaker. I don't need to speak. Actually, I'm not sure why. Sorry, I'm not going to speak. I don't know why my name is there. I didn't, but I'm happy to speak if it filibuster time or anything like that. So, because I was going to defer to you to speak. I'm happy to do that. Thank you, Speaker. I'll defer to Councillor Perks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Holiday, can you introduce your revised motion?
Thank you, Speaker. I revised my motion. I took out the bullet point that said the map, and I put a far more tailored list of streets to be taken out, much in the same model as Councillor Shan's motion.
Oh my God.
Okay, that's...
So they don't represent all of the major streets.
Okay, so this is the amendment, revised motion by Councillor Holiday. On favor? Carried. To revise this motion. Revise it. Oh, you don't have to vote? Okay, forget it then. Okay. I thought we had to vote for him to revise it. No? Okay. All right. Councillor Myers, your motion is ready. Okay, you have two motions.
Yes. So are you going to display the motions? So the first motion requests the GM Economic Development and Culture in coordination with the GM Transportation Services, the ED Municipal Licensing and Standards, and the Executive Director, Development Review, General Manager, Solid Waste Management, and the Chief Planner in further consideration directed at the October 30th, 2025 meeting of Planning and Housing Committee to consider the feasibility of using business licensing to address outstanding questions around loading, hours of operations, noxious odors, and other issues to ensure the scales of operations are appropriate in a neighborhood context. And the second part is that City Council direct the GM, Economic Development and Culture, to work with any ward councillor to conduct meaningful consultations about retail and neighborhoods and any related business and licensing options to ensure that meaningful consultations are conducted in a coordinated manner and prioritize accessibility, clarity, and transparency. All ward-specific communications are available in multiple languages at the request of the ward councillor, and specialist staff are available to answer questions during in-person meetings. And then I have a second motion. It's just the street. I'm removing a street. So this is just removing one of the major streets in my ward. So this is Brimley Road from Highway 401 to Steeles Avenue East. So this is a motion, the first one I worked on with staff in the mayor's office, and I've spoken to various councillors about it. Essentially, what it would try to do is to see if there is a way outside of planning law to address some of the issues residents have raised by bringing more of it into licensing law, and to look at bringing in other divisions, be they municipal licensing standards, dealing with the questions of how we dispose waste, dealing with parking, which is why transportation should be there, and also trying to address some of the concerns that residents raised. So I had a lot of conversations with residents and residents associations about this issue, and it gives me a lot of flashback to the sixplex debate in terms of the similar divide we see between the suburbs and downtown. And what I've always found is that when you engage with people in meaningful conversations and honest conversations, and when you say you don't have the answer, you don't have the answer, people will be more open and receptive to giving things a try and to listening and to just having a much better outcome than would as a result if they feel like their concerns are not being considered and or taken seriously. I think everyone agrees with the concept of neighborhood and retail, well, most people. From a general perspective, I think it's when we get into the details that people have questions. Many of them are legitimate, and they didn't feel like those questions were adequately addressed in the reports, and I hope that these motions can move towards providing that dialogue and that forum so that we can start working through some of these issues so that the residents can have a say as to what goes on in their neighborhoods. And also, because I think rather than taking a citywide approach, even in my own ward, I could see where interiors make sense. I could see where residents would want that, but I could also see in other parts of the ward that are closer to major streets and that have a lot of commercial space that they would much rather prioritize the empty commercial space along the main strips rather than allowing neighborhood retail. So I can see both sides of the argument, and this motion is really to start that conversation in a meaningful way, working with all the relevant city divisions. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have a question for you. Councillor Candival, 3 minutes clarification of the motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, to the mover. Wanted to clarify, you spoke to the nuance and the complexity of our geography when it comes to these zoning decisions and issues. I wanted to understand why this motion will help unpack that complexity by geography.
So I think we all know, you and I have similar streets that are major streets according to the official plan, but if you actually go to those streets, they're quiet residential streets. And I think a lot of people, when they moved there, that's how they expected those streets to remain. And I think it's fair. Maybe on some parts of, I'm thinking Warden, for example, in your ward, it might make sense. And there are other parts of Warden where it doesn't make sense because those are just quiet bungalows. And I think saying maybe this section of Warden and not this section is a perfectly reasonable thing to do. It's all about getting people familiar with the idea and the concept that when they see it in other neighborhoods, maybe they'll be like, yeah, I actually want this type of retail. Or maybe they don't because they don't really have a need because they live close to Kingston or Danforth, so they already have enough retail and they don't want to live next to a convenience store, and that's perfectly okay as well.
Thank you. Second question. You've got some actors here who are painting this that we're against convenience stores, ice cream, and cappuccinos. Obviously, there's a tremendous depth and scope to before this. Why does your motion allow that range and scope of uses? How does it address that to your residents?
Sorry. This motion doesn't talk, it's really just looking at whether licensing.
Yeah. No, but I think you're incorporating solid waste management, a host.
So how would we deal, if you have a restaurant, how do you deal with the waste? Does the waste get picked up every day, like a restaurant on a commercial street? Or if it doesn't, where do you store the waste? I think those are all legitimate questions, especially if you're living next to a restaurant and you never lived next to one before. I think if there's a question of odors, if you have a bakery, how do you regulate the odors? I think these are all, if you have a question of lots of people coming and you have to regulate parking, how do you deal with parking? Do you have some sort of special parking permits for your customers? I think these are all fair questions to ask, and I think we should have at least try to get the answers before we introduce this type of zoning into these neighborhoods.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Morley to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to rise to just quickly address the motions from Councillor Holiday, my colleague in Etobicoke. There are a couple of streets we've just been chatting. I'm going to put forward a friendly amendment working with clerks. Okay, so I'm going to just hold off, get the language over to clerks. I'll be making a friendly amendment on a couple of the streets within his motion. Thank you. Sorry. Appreciate it.
The problem is that Councillor Perks is the last speaker, so we're going to end the debate. Okay, because we're at the last speaker and it's Councillor Perks, and we need to get this agenda done. Huh? Okay, Councillor Perks, let's go to you. Last speaker.
Councillor Deputy Mayor Morley's okay? All right. Okay.
Well, she's just making an amendment to Councillor Holiday's motion. We can do that.
You don't need to speak.
And it's
Pardon?
so they can just do it. Okay.
Well, hold on. Pardon?
Why did the House?
Councillor Perks.
Thank you, Speaker. I have two motions. The first, motion A, is an amendment to Mayor Chow's motion. It's a bit lengthy, but basically all it does is clear up a little misunderstanding about the boundary for one of the wards that is opting in to the neighborhood retail. Motion B is lengthier. The first part is to amend the planning and housing recommendations to remove certain major streets from residential permissions. It's a long list, so I'm not going to read every one, but effectively what this achieves is for those councillors who are doing the work to bring retail in and who know their wards well, certain major streets don't work, so they're doing the fine tuning and removing those streets. I want to make it clear that at the end of the day, every single ward will have major streets where retail is permitted. And I want to take a moment to thank every member of council who's worked with myself, the mayor's staff, to get there. This has been one of the most collegial but complicated things that I've worked on in 20 years of this council. Thank you, members. Part 2 amends the recommendations from Planning and Housing. This is from Toronto Buildings. It adds the phrase, provided that the commercial use permissions are not applied to a new non-residential building. And this just deals with a concern that someone might take a residential property, demolish it, and put up a commercial property. That says, no, you can't do that, okay? Part 3 just is amending the portion of to make sure that we have given proper notice, and we're saying that all the amendments we're making here, we're properly covered in the original planning notice. Part 4 amends our committee recommendations to add the phrase, including options to limit the total number of cannabis retail stores per ward. This is part of the ask that we're making of the province. So not just limit where they can go generally in the city, but to say there'd be an absolute cap in any given ward. Part 5 asks the chief planner to initiate a review of map 3. You heard Councillor Ainsley talk about that. Part 6 asks for the chief planner to do some work on an approach to providing appropriate commercial permissions where these things already exist. Part 7 clarifies that for through lots, and this is something Councillors Carroll and Fletcher have really reminded us of, for through lots, making it clear it's at the front of the lot, not the rear of the lot. Part 8 asks city planning to look at mechanisms to have more conversation with local communities and councillors going forward on some fine-grained ideas. This is work that Councillor Sachs did. Now, before I get into my own remarks, I wanted to add, looking at the motions that are in front of us, I would encourage you, of course, to support Mayor Chow's motion, mine, and the motions by Councillor Myers, which are all helpful. There are, however, 2 other motions, one from Councillor Shan and one from Councillor Holiday, that I would encourage you to vote against. All of us here have worked hard together to try to find a path forward where we're all contributing. Some members didn't want to be part of that path forward, but still want us to remove streets from their wards. And I think if you can't do the work to work cooperatively, you don't get the benefit of the work. Very simple to me. I wanted to address one particular thing that underpins everything we're doing here. Some members of council have said there are 2 Torontos, downtown and suburbs. That's not true. My ward has 8 distinct neighborhoods. There's very little that is similar about Swansea and Parkdale. And what we have done here, all of us who are participating, is that fine-grained work in our own neighborhoods. There aren't 2 Torontos. There's 1 Toronto with 200 neighborhoods. And congratulations to all members of council and the mayor who've done that fine-grained work.
Thank you. We do have a question for you. Councillor Holiday, 3 minutes clarification of the motion.
Thank you. I got to clarify the intent to Councillor Perks. I heard it multiple times in his speaking that the origin of the streets listed in the amendment are because councillors are benefiting the work. In other words, it's not planning rationale. It's because they participated in a process with you.
No, that's not my intention, and I'm sorry if I misspoke or led you to a wrong conclusion. In fact, there is deep planning rationale for doing this.
When did you ask for the
Just
streets?
I'm sorry, I'm trying to answer your question, Councillor Holiday. You misattributed my thinking, and now I'm trying to explain it. Many of us here on council have thought deeply about how to introduce a use into our wards. Some parts of our wards would benefit from additional commercial permissions. Some other parts would not. Many members of council did that hard work to think about their wards and where those uses would be appropriate and where they would not be. Some members of council didn't participate at all and just have a blanket no. And I encourage anyone who's got a blanket no to just vote no.
And you were able to determine which councillors thought about it, how, and this is the basis of the motion, and how long did you give them to think about this?
So this item, I'm forgetting how long ago it was, but it's been at council twice now. And the original direction to consider it was in 2020, so we've had 5 years to think about this. I do know that many members of council actively were engaged in the committee meeting. I know you were there, so you've had that time to work on it.
For sure.
And I know that myself, Mayor Chow, members of the mayor's staff have been talking to councillors throughout that time. I've had many conversations with you about this over the years.
And so the unit of measure to include them in the motion is whether they gave you those streets today.
No, that's not what I said.
Had the list before today?
I did not say that.
No, I'm asking, is that what it was?
No, you made an assertion, and I said, no, I did not say that.
Is it? Is it true? Were they given to you today? I just want to understand the intent.
No, these conversations have been going on for months. I've been having conversations with Councillor Ainsley about Guild Avenue, or Crescent, I'm sorry, I forget which one, going back to the first major streets debate on multiplexes. So a lot of members of council have been thinking carefully about how they gradually introduce different permissions based on the different geography in their wards and the different neighborhoods
And that's
that they
the unit
represent.
of measure. That's the unit of measure to including in the list.
I just described the process that I went through with, say, Councillor Ainsley. There have been different processes with other councillors. I don't have a unit of measure. I don't know what you would call it.
Okay, that was your last question. Councillor Thompson, clarification of the motion.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Through you to Councillor Perks. Councillor Perks, know that we've chatted about my ward and so on, and there's just the clarification and or a change that I'd like to propose because we haven't really captured it fully. It's in P.
Part 1P?
P. From one, yes, for one. Yeah.
Pharmacy to Ellesmere?
That's correct, yeah. So I'd like to change the Ellesmere to 401.
401 to Eglinton?
To Eglinton, because we don't
Sure, that would
capture
be
the
friendly.
north piece of Ellesmere.
If the clerk could make that, that's friendly.
I've suggested that to them. I just want to let you know.
Yeah, no, I'm happy with that. Thank you.
Where, sorry. Just on talking with Councillor Candoval, he's requesting that we bring that right down to Danforth.
If Councillor Candoval had wanted to have discussions about inclusion in his ward, I would have been happy to have them.
He
but
just
was
raised
not.
that with me, and so I was wondering whether you would consider that.
No, if Councillor Candoval wants to support the work we're doing and to work closely to get
I'll leave that
fine-grained
with him,
detail
perhaps
in
he
his
can-
ward, we've given him plenty of opportunities to do that work.
Yeah.
That was a hot potato.
Councillor Carroll, 3 minutes, clarification of the motion.
I think it can be covered in 3 minutes. Madam Speaker, this is a really important item in my ward, and Councillor Perks was in the middle of his speech when he ran out of time. I'm wondering if there's any more clarification of what he's moving today that he wanted to fill us in on.
Well, thank you, Councillor Carroll. I appreciate that offer. I think I covered the meaning and purpose of the 6 there, but I think that the real point, the really important point, is that you know, I've been on council for a while, and before I was on council, I was a community activist. We have been trying since amalgamation to get a set of zoning bylaws that simultaneously make sure we have one Toronto, but recognize that within that one Toronto, there are many diverse neighborhoods with diverse needs. You and I were both there when we harmonized the zoning bylaws for the predecessor municipalities, and I'll be honest with you, that was a mess. That was a mess. We couldn't, as a council at that time, solve all the problems. For example, rooming houses were not made citywide in that harmonized zoning bylaw. But the work that we've been doing in the last couple of years to try to make sure that we're creating similar amenities across the city while recognizing the 200-odd distinct neighborhoods, that's represented in the motions that Mayor Chow and I are putting in front of you today.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Okay, so Councillor Morley have her amendment ready? Where is she? Councillor Morley? Councillor Morley?
Thanks, Madam Speaker. There's just a small tweak on the wording, and with thanks to the clerks for their support. My council colleague, Councillor Holiday, did accept a friendly amendment to his motion as it does affect some of the wards in some of the streets in my ward. So there's a slight change to essentially keep the limits within Councillor Holiday's wards, and the streets that we share would not affect on my side of the ward. So in Kipling, for example, it's from Bloor West to Eglinton on the west side. And the language to be added there is south of Mimico Creek. And then the second friendly amendment is with respect to Bloor Street, which is growing rapidly. We've got a number of hubs, transit hubs, lots of city-led construction, including affordable housing and a new civic center on the way there. So we do want to maintain this opportunity for Bloor Street, at least on my side of the ward, and it would reflect Kipling on the north side only. So those are just my friendly amendments, and I will not be putting forward any exclusions within my ward specifically. We would like to support the work of the committee as well as the staff who worked really hard on this, and will continue to monitor and opt in or out as appropriate for individual neighborhoods in our community. But we do want to see our avenues grow in a healthy way and support active, livable, walkable communities that include retail. So that's the friendly amendment. With thanks again to clerks and to my council colleague, Councillor Holiday. That's the small piece that I'll leave there for my colleagues to.
Thank you.
So yes. So Kipling Avenue from West Eglinton only on the west side, south of Mimico Creek. It's his motion. We'll take it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Councillor.
Thank you.
Councillor Perks, did you have something to say?
Speaker, I have to very humbly offer an apology to Councillor Candeval. It's been a busy couple of weeks, and I misspoke when I said that he was not supporting the overall work. In fact, he is, and has moved some exclusions that are in my motion. Councillor Candeval, you have my heartfelt apologies. It's been a really complicated jigsaw puzzle putting this together.
Okay. Thank you. All right, I think we're ready. Councillor Fletcher?
Just,
you don't have to apologize to me.
no, I just want to say that was very big of the chair, but also recognizing that it was a jigsaw, and this could have been a very, very acrimonious discussion. And with your leadership, Councillor Perks, you brought people together to try to get us to a good place. And thank you very much for that.
Okay, can we put the members, the motions on the screen, please? Yeah, we'll call the order. Okay, motion 3 by Councillor Shan. Recorded vote.
Councillor Bravo, Councillor Perruzza, please, can we have your vote?
Councillor Pasternak, are you able to vote using the system? Thank you. And Councillor Carroll, how do you vote, please?
Affirmative.
The affirmative? Thank you. Motion 3 does not carry. The vote is 9-17.
Okay, next motion. Motion 7 by Councillor Morley. Recorded vote? No? On favor? Carried. Motion 4 by Councillor Holiday.
Councillor Cherneslin, thank you. Councillor Crisanti. And Councillor Carroll, your vote, please.
Affirmative.
Affirmative, thank you. Motion 4 does not carry. The vote is 10-16.
Next motion. 5B by Councillor Myers. On favor? Carried. Motion 6B by Councillor Perks. Recorded.
Councillor Cheng, are you able to vote using the system?
And Councillor Carroll, your vote, please.
Affirmative.
Affirmative, thank you. Motion 6B carries. The vote is 25-1.
Next motion. Motion 2 by Councillor Matlow. On favor? Carried. Motion 6A by Councillor Perks. On favor? Hold on, let's put it on the screen. Recorded vote. Councillor Holiday, you have to, from now on, if anybody wants to hold an item down, I'm going to ask them to stand. Because it's crazy that everybody's screaming at the same time.
Councillor Crisanti. Councillor Pasternak, please.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Perruzza, please. Can we have your vote?
And Councillor Carroll, your vote, please.
Affirmative.
Affirmative, thank you. Motion 6A carries. The vote is 25-1.
Motion. Motion 1A by Mayor Chow. Recorded.
Councillor Crisanti, please. And Councillor Carroll, your vote, please.
Affirmative.
Affirmative, thank you. Motion 1A carries. The vote is 25-1.
We still have more votes. Motion 1B by Mayor Chow. Councillor Holiday, I said stand. Okay. Recorded vote. At the legislature, you stand. You don't just lounge back. He's lounging. Yeah.
Councillor Ainsley, please. Can we have your vote?
And Councillor Carroll, your vote, please.
Affirmative.
Affirmative, thank you. Motion 1B carries. The vote is 25-1.
Motion 5A by Councillor Myers. Okay, Councillor Holiday wants a recorded vote. You stood up, right? Councillor Holiday, you're standing. You want a recorded vote? Recorded vote. Last motion. Now you can sit.
Councillor Fletcher, please, if we could have your vote, and Councillor Perruzza, please.
Councillor Crisanti, please. And Councillor Carroll, your vote, please.
Affirmative.
Affirmative, thank you. Motion 5A carries. The vote is 25-1.
Item is amended. Councillor Holiday has asked for recorded vote. You see how easy it is?
Councillor Crisanti, Councillor Campbell, please.
Councillor Sachs and Councillor Perruzza, please.
Councillor Carroll, your vote, please.
Affirmative.
Affirmative, thank you. The item as amended carries. The vote is 23-2.
Before we go to the next item, Mayor Chow, you have an announcement.
May I ask Lisa Duncan to come and join me? Now, folks, from time to time, I have something very pleasurable to do. And I want to introduce these phenomenal workers that have dedicated her life to keeping our street clean. I want to tell you a little bit about Linda Duncan. Come and join me. Thank you so much. Just come by. Bye-bye. Thank you. How are you? I'm pleased to stand here, Madam Speaker Anciata. I'm pleased to stand here today to recognize and celebrate the remarkable career of Lisa Duncan, Director of Collections and Litter Operations in Solid Waste Management Services, who will be retiring after 35 years of dedicated service to the people of Toronto. Lisa's career with the city began in the 24/7 call center and dispatch operations for the Amalgamated Works and Emergency Service Division. And from those early days, she built a deep understanding on how our city works and a deep respect for the people who keeps it running. In 2009, Lisa joined Solid Waste Management, and in 2018, she became the Director of Collections and Litter Operations. And in this role, she has led one of the city's largest and most visible operations, making sure that the Toronto streets, parks, public space are clean, safe, and welcoming for everyone. And you know how tough that job is and how thankless that is. Her colleagues describe her as a leader who cares deeply for her team, someone who always shows up, listens, and leads by example. She has been a source of calm, strength, and good humor in an essential service that touches every household in Toronto. Lisa's leadership, professionalism, and compassion has left a lasting mark not only on the solid waste division, but across the entire city. Her work has helped Toronto to make Toronto a cleaner and more livable city, a city that delivers for Torontonians. And her commitment to public service stands as an example for all of us. And I know that she looks forward to spending more time with her loved ones. Lisa, on behalf of City Council and all Torontonians, thank you for your years of dedication, leadership, and care for this city. And it is my privilege to present Lisa Duncan as this role as a token of our appreciation for her remarkable contributions. Thank you for allowing me to do that.
I hope, Lisa, I haven't complained over the years, have I?
Maybe once.
Does anybody have any quick releases? Any quick releases? No? Okay. So we'll go to the top. Councillor Fletcher? Yeah, that's the top, right? Top. Yeah. The other timed item is EX 27.3 Metrolinx Ontario line. We're going to go to that item. So do we have questions to staff? Councillor Turnus Lynn.
Thank you, through the chair. I noticed that in the motions in this document, there are provisions that are put in place, safety measures regarding magnets put on trucks and tracking of the heavy trucks. And I'm wondering, you know, the way this is done, it's pertaining toward to Councillor Fletcher's ward. But I'm wondering, how are you going to ensure that the same safety measures are in place where there's other heavy trucking routes from this construction? Because I know I see that in my ward in Don Valley West, and some other councillors may see that in their wards where there's really, really intrusive construction from Metrolinx.
Speaker, the heavy truck safety plan that was developed in part with a lot of support from Councillor Fletcher was intended to be applied more broadly across the subway program. So to answer your question, Councillor, you will, Ward 15 will also receive the benefit of the heavy truck safety plan. And we have conferred with Metrolinx about when they've actually determined that the approach that they're going to use for the magnets on the trucks as well as for the GPS, that they will be applying it in Ward 15 as well.
Okay, would it be possible to get some messaging around that to share with constituents once that's sort of figured out, just in terms of a communications plan?
Speaker, yes, we will absolutely work with you to do that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, questions?
I saw Councillor Thompson's name up there, but he's taken that off. So we just recently kind of aggregated the number of trucks associated with 11 different construction sites, and I believe that this last quarter of 2025 would be 400. Is that right? Over 400.
Through you, Madam Speaker, yeah, that is correct, Councillor.
And there are, because of the portal, in other words, going underground, the intersection at Riverdale and Pape has been closed, so it limits the routes even that trucks can take to get these soils out for the portal construction. Yes?
Through you, Madam Speaker, Councillor, that is correct. It does choke the capacity available for and the alternatives available for the trucks to take. I must note here that Pape and Riverdale intersection work is scheduled to be completed by March 2026.
Scheduled, thank you. And so the haul routes might change at that point, some of them.
Through you, Madam Speaker, Councillor, yes, this is a dynamic exercise. Haul routes are planned by Metrolinx in consultation with the city, and also taking into account the available shortest routes to and from the site. So as the new routes become available, we will definitely be looking at them and changing them accordingly.
Thank you. Now, there are some identifications on trucks, I believe, for the Bathurst area. This is what I've read, but we don't have any. I don't know how many trucks there are associated with that part of the construction. Do you know how many?
Through you, Madam Speaker, Councillor, off the top of my head, I do not recall the number of trucks, although it is significant. However, we have asked Metrolinx to put identifiers on their trucks, and they have been doing it.
Yes, but it's not I don't think it's 400.
It's definitely not 400.
And there's not the spoils that are coming out. There might be. I don't know. Anyway, Mr. Toigo, you said that they had agreed to do that, but we don't have a time frame. What is the time frame that you're anticipating for trucks to be identified that they can be identified through GPS, identified with a marker? Do you have any idea, or have they given you an indication?
Speaker, no, Metrolinx has not given us the indication, and we have been pursuing this, as you are well aware, quite aggressively with
Right.
them.
So I'm going to ask the city manager then, because he has regular meetings and discussions with Metrolinx. Obviously, 400 trucks, we've had one big accident and then trucks off route. What would your best suggestion be to get Metrolinx to agree to identify their trucks? So they basically are looking after that they're on the haul routes, that they're operating them safely, and that they're respecting my community.
Speaker, what I'll do is I'll raise it directly with the CEO. I have regular meetings with him, ask him. We have a suggestion as to how best to do it. If there's a better way for Metrolinx to do it, I'll listen to those, but I'll raise it at the next opportunity
Thank you.
I have.
And you realize now that, and I'm sure Metrolinx realizes that because of the attention this has gotten and the 1,000 signatures, that every truck that goes anywhere in my ward is now being identified as a Metrolinx truck, and they're calling Metrolinx and saying your truck's in the wrong place. So there may be a benefit actually to Metrolinx of everybody understanding which are their trucks compared to any other construction trucks. Would you be able to explain that as well?
Well, I would, and I explained to him exactly why we have identifiers on our trucks, so that, again, people doing work can identify whether it's a City of Toronto truck or not. It'd be the same thing with this. We can identify whether it's actually a Metrolinx vehicle or affiliated vehicle or not. So I think it's a wise idea, and I'll raise it for sure. They are committed to safety, so I think there's a real hope they can find a way to do it.
That'd be great, because I do believe on some of our fleet, if it's a contracted vehicle, we say on that fleet vehicle under contract to the City of Toronto. So if somebody's doing something wrong, they get to call us, you or me, and say such and such happened, and then city able to just have a conversation with that trucking company that they're not following the rules that they need to follow to our standard, because there's certain standards that we all have for working in neighborhoods, correct?
Yeah, it's my understanding, and it's a very good way so we can separate out what is actually the work either being done on behalf of the city or by the city, and it just makes it easier to follow up on things that go wrong. In this case, it would be the same thing for Metrolinx.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher to speak.
Thank you, Chair. And I was very happy to hear that remarks of the city manager, because I know he does have regular meetings with Mr. Lindsay. And I would say that this would be a win-win for everybody, because I'm now getting calls from people that say, I saw a Metrolinx truck where it's nowhere near the Metrolinx route, but everything is now a Metrolinx truck. So identifying who the haulers are, how they're hauling, Metrolinx understanding if they've stayed on the haul routes, I think would be a tremendous move forward for this project. It is a very intrusive project. I know Mr. Toigo and I have talked about how much spoils. I've learned a new word. It's not soils, it's spoils that are coming out of the portal, because we have a portal much like I think Councillor Burnside and Councillor Cole, Deputy Mayor, had put these trains underground. And I think it was something like 300,000 cubic meters of soil in order to be able to put the portal in. That's at the corner of Gerrard and Carla. So Metrolinx is building this Ontario line. You can actually see it being built. My main concern is just the safety of the residents with all of the trucking that's there to build the portal, build the emergency stations, build all the bridges, make all the changes. There's 11 different sites, including East Harbour. So it is a massive 5-kilometer job, and this would make it much easier. After that very tragic incident last February, where a truck that went off the prescribed haul route injured a woman very seriously, my community was very upset. Why this is coming up now is because another truck in the same neighborhood was found off route. I appreciate the fact that Metrolinx right away, they say you're off the route, you're off the job. That's how they're operating. But I don't think that, because the first truck went off the job, that driver went off the job. but everybody needs to know we're serious. The City of Toronto is serious, and Metrolinx is serious with its contractors. That number one is public safety while we're building the Ontario line. We can put up with a lot of things. We can put up with the dust, we can put up with the noise, we can put up with a lot of things to get transit built. What we can't put up with is an unsafe condition for pedestrians or vehicles or people not feeling unsafe in the neighborhood. I think this would go a long way, just as it's on our trucks. You know that truck's operating on behalf of the city. Those trucks will be operating on behalf of Metrolinx. The fact that it's at Bathurst already and has not yet been applied to a 5-kilometer route with 500 trucks and over 300,000 cubic meters of spoils just from one site is a little disconcerting. And I'm hoping that this motion, this appeal, and the request from over 1,000 of my residents will assist Metrolinx to move up. If need be, at the next community meeting, next council meeting, I will move a Section 37 money in order to buy the magnets for the trucks. I'll do whatever I need to do. Please let Mr. Lindsay know I don't have a lot of money, but if they don't have any, I'll find that money for them in order to identify the trucks and, if necessary, the GPS, because I feel so strongly about that. And I'm sure other councillors would also do that from their Section 37. Councillor Chernos-Lynn, Councillor Moyes, that number one for us is our resident safety while the Ontario line is being built. It's not a TTC project. We don't have a direct link. We can't go to our chair here and get an agreement. We have to operate intergovernmentally, and I want to thank the city manager for always going to bat for the residents of Toronto and all the residents along the Ontario line. So let's solve this as quickly as possible before Christmas and make everybody happy. It will be a great Christmas present from Metrolinx to have this sorted out for the busy winter months with the possible snowstorms and also everything else that goes on in our roads. So thank you very much, and I'll ask for a recorded vote.
Recorded vote on the item.
Councillor Cannaville, are you able to vote using the system? Councillor Cannaville, your vote, please. Affirmative, thank you. And Councillor Carroll, your vote, please.
Affirmative.
Affirmative, thank you. The item carries unanimously, 25 in favor.
Okay, thank you. Now, Mayor Chow would like to deal with the item that she reopened for the speed cameras. Mayor Chow?
Thank you, Councillor.
Hold on, they're not ready. They said they just got it.
I'll speak to the item first and then the motion.
Do we have the motion? You just received it. They just received it.
Okay. Can I speak to it and maybe someone else could move the motion?
Okay, just give us 1 second. Huh? Okay. Do we? Okay, yeah. Okay, let's just move on to the next item. GG 2515, Councillor Crescenti, you held the item down. It's for Humberview Crescent. Do you have questions to staff, Councillor Crescenti? Well, Councillor Crescenti held it down. Do you have questions? Okay, Councillor Holiday, go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. Could we just give me a moment to let everyone get in position? And we have transportation. Yeah. Can you start my time, Speaker, please? Thank you. So to transportation services, I understand that the Weston Golf Club submitted an alternate plan which kept the cycling trail on the east side of the river. Is that correct?
Speaker, I'll speak for Jacqueline as she comes over. That is correct. We received a version from the golf club.
And staff took a look at that and gave it some thought. How come there was no report to the committee or council on that?
Through the Speaker, we had been working on council direction of the alignment that was approved. It was approved by council and approved by the province, which did include an option with a part of the alignment on the east side of the river. So we were able to rely on that work that had been previously done in previous council direction about how to proceed.
So staff didn't bring anything forward. I didn't miss a report or anything like that.
That's correct. That was not reported to council on the assessment of a third-party submission after we had received council direction on how to proceed.
To the city solicitor, council is triggering the commencement. Is this report council triggering the commencement of an expropriation procedure or process? That's what's before us, right?
Right. Yes.
Are these expropriation processes significant in law and, very important because they affect the rights of property owners?
Yes, I would say they are.
Would a decision maker in such a proceeding be prudent to ensure that they considered all of the options going into a process and want to be diligent in making sure that they get all the information they need?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question? There's just a lot of background noise.
Oh, yeah.
Speaker.
There's a lot of noise here.
It's all in the gallery.
Come on.
So I'll repeat it. So, given the seriousness of the proceedings, would a decision maker such as council, given that we have the strength of this law on our side, want to exercise prudence and due diligence to make sure that we've looked at all of the information and all of the options before we triggered a process such as this?
Yes, I would say that's accurate.
Okay. And just more generally, if I can ask on the expropriation process, this is the first step for council to say to the staff to, yes, go ahead and begin this process. And I think at the same time, do you not continue to at least try to work with the property owner to come to an agreement?
To you, Madam Speaker, that is correct, Councillor Holiday.
In this case, is there not a very significant impasse because the property owner, a golf club, that's been there for about 100 years, actually over 100 years, would like to see this expropriation not to happen and the city to choose a different alignment for the trail?
To you, Madam Speaker, Councillor, again, through the stage one process, we'll work with all of the property owners with respect to looking at what we're looking to do in terms of the path and consider what they are, and of course looking for a path forward that best suits the city.
And just for those that are listening to this, at the heart of this issue is a contemplated trail that runs between the golf course, behind a green, along the edge of the river on the golf course's side of the river, and because of its proximity to the play course and the green itself, That is at heart the essence of their concerns, among others.
Speaker, so your summary of the trail is correct. We're closing a gap in the Humber Trail system right now. The intent of this act is to ensure that we continue with due diligence and continue the working relationship with the golf course. Expropriation allows us to get on the land to continue that due diligence.
Thank you.
Speaker Nunziata.
Yeah, thank you. Just to staff, at government management, the questions that are being asked now, were they not asked at government management and answered?
Through the speaker, many of the questions are
Yeah.
the same. Yes.
So the same questions. So they were answered previously. And Councillor Holiday asked those questions at government management. So just this being in my ward again, the trail, the Mid-Humber Gap, can you tell me, can you let members of council know how long this process has been going on, the number of meetings that I've held with the community and over the years, and how you've been consulting with the golf course and as well as the homeowners on Humberview? Just give a history for members of council that don't know. This has been an ongoing issue that we've been dealing with for over 10 years. And so.
To the speaker, the councillor is correct. The initial gap in the Mid-Humber Trail was identified in the city's 2012 Trails Plan and has been studied at different levels of detail over the last number of years. We completed a feasibility study in 2019, undertook an environmental assessment, which looked at many different options, including a do-nothing option. Through that environmental assessment process, that is a mandated process that includes touch points with both the community and landowners to assess the different alignment options and seek feedback. And council endorsed the alignment that is that this requires this property in 2022.
And the community, when we had our community meeting, they endorsed the option as well. We were given the options at our meeting, correct?
That's correct. The option that's before
Right.
council from the 2022 decision was most preferred by the community.
And previously, the councillor that represented that ward was Councillor Ford, and he attended our meetings, and he was very much in support of this project. And now we have Councillor Crisanti that I don't believe has attended any of the previous meetings in the last 10 years. But can you tell me how it was supported from the previous council?
Councillor, through the previous exercises, certainly Councillor Ford was engaged in the process and supportive of the trail connection at that time.
Right. And the Premier, yes, he was involved in it as well. And we did get a report back from TRCA, and through the community meeting and our steering committee, it was decided with the recommendation from TRCA that this would be the best option. And we have, and is it not true that we have had Councillor Myers? Hello.
Councillor Myers, thank you.
Is it not true that we've also had dialogue with the golf course as well over the years?
We have, and the seeking expropriation that is before council today is to enable us to continue that dialogue through that legal process.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Our next questioner is Councillor Ainsley. Please proceed.
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Speaker Fletcher. Sorry, so with General Government Committee, as I recall, we had a very wholesome debate, discussion about this. Can you refresh my memory, ballpark, how many meetings we've had about this and when they started?
Out of the blue.
I would say that the meeting started in earnest in 2019 when the feasibility study was underway that looked at 6 different options and continued through the provincially mandated environmental assessment process with certainly 3 touch points with the stakeholder advisory group and probably dozens outside of that in terms of communication with various individual landowners and other interested parties.
And if memory serves me correct, it's been a couple of weeks now. And I believe you said that there was a stakeholders group that the Weston Golf Course was invited to be part of and was not involved in?
They were part of the stakeholder advisory group, yes.
Yes. And then, so the proposal that's before us today through the environmental assessment process, a lot of the work for the preferred route was done by the Toronto Region and Conservation Authority, I understand.
The city is working with Toronto Region and Conservation Authority to advance both the environmental assessment stage as well as this detailed design to ensure that the design of the trail would meet all of the needs for environmental protection within the ravine lands.
And they've been, TRCA, Toronto Region Conservation Authority, has been at the table since the very beginning doing all this work, so we get to this preferred design today. The Weston Golf Course, as Councillor Holladay said, has put forward a proposal that the golf courses said they can save $4 million, but my understanding, the Conservation Authority has a lot of concerns about their proposal.
The proposal that was submitted by the golf course mid last year, so following City Council's endorsement of the alignment, it is only a conceptual idea. It hasn't been designed to the level of detail that the city's and TRCA's design has. They've presented a claim that it would save millions of dollars, but that claim has many exclusions, even in the material that they provided to us. So we do have concerns with it.
Okay, so ultimately, you're very happy with the design work that's been done, the community engagement process that's taken place, and ultimately the design work that we're moving forward with.
Yes, and staff are following direction of council to undertake this expropriation process as a means to engage further with landowners about the detailed design of the project before a stage 2 would be considered.
Yeah, and so when you say that, as we, there's been some talk about expropriation on the floor of council this afternoon, just because doesn't mean that we're barreling ahead and we're going to be notifying property owners we're expropriating you tomorrow if this passes.
The CREM would be more appropriate to respond to the next step in the process, but this enables us to engage with the property owners further, and there's a due diligence process that the property owner can engage in to question the city's alignment decisions as well. So there are many steps in the process, and this would come back to council again.
Okay, and it's safe to say you've been engaging property owners and adjacent stakeholders throughout this process since it started?
Yes, we have.
So nothing here should be a surprise to any of the adjacent property owners?
No, all of the adjacent property owners have been fully informed through the process.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you,
Deputy Speaker.
Thank you for your questions of clarification. And now we will go to Councillor Crisanti.
So, thank you, Speaker. Yeah. I went to 10 years of meetings, just for the record, okay? So,
tell all.
So let me just thank you, Speaker. So earlier you noted that you made a point about you looked at various different options. One of those options was a do-nothing option. Now I'm just curious about that option. What came out of that? Nothing?
A do-nothing option is a standard part of an environmental assessment, and it was not recommended to proceed because it doesn't meet the objectives of the project.
Okay.
Which is to fill the gap in the trail.
You just looked at it from that perspective. So, so another question I'd like to ask you is about the various different studies. Have we done all the studies at this point? What happens, like for example, flood mitigation, ice jamming, and what happens if after we do these studies, additional work needs to be done that would, significantly raise the cost? So can you speak to that?
Sure, that's a great question, Councillor, through the Speaker. The level of studies that have been done are indicative and what we'd expect to see at a 30% level of design. They involve many technical studies, terrestrial biology, geotechnical, topographic, but there are more of the studies to be undertaken as part of the detailed design process. We cannot proceed to undertake those studies unless we have access to the lands. And so the reason that the report is before council today is to seek authority to negotiate further, potentially through an expropriation, to be able to have access to the lands, to be able to enable us to continue the work.
So just to be clear, there's, you can't do any of these studies whatsoever. Is there anything you could do without having access to the land right now?
We cannot advance the project any further until we have access to the land. And should there be changes to the project scope or cost, as you alluded to, that would certainly come before council at a later stage.
Okay, and talking about the Conservation Authority and the impacts that they're concerned about, it's been brought to my attention that in 2008, when Weston were seeking approval to construct a small pump station in the same valley to comply with new provincial water taking requirements, they were told by TRCA that they could not build below that same 100-year flood line. And so, as a result of that, at a great expense to them, they relocated that, that whole project.
Councillor, I wouldn't be able to speak to TRCA's approvals. They would have to follow their own approval processes for that type of a development, but TRCA is fully engaged in the design of this project to ensure it meets all of their standards and permitting.
Okay. So I believe I have just one more question for you, and that is, does the West Bank alignment position itself directly over the river?
The details of the west alignment will need to be determined through the detailed design process. Some of it would be with piers in the river, and others would be on the bank itself. So that is a part of the design that would come forward as part of the next stage once we have access to property to have those details come together.
Well, you don't know that now in terms of your preliminary studies? And
The general alignment it involves some on the bank and some in the river on piers, but we will not be able to advance the specifics of that until we have access to the lands.
Well, in terms of the portion that does go over the river directly, what about safety, and how do you mitigate that for the portion that is over the river?
So to clarify, Councillor, the portion over the river are two bridges at either end of the trail, and as it lands on the golf course, it would pass as a boardwalk built over land, perhaps elevated to address flood risk, but actually over the edge of land adjacent to the river.
Okay, thank you, Speaker.
Is that your last question, Councillor?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you so much.
Good, thank you.
Do we have any speakers on this? Oh, I see you're the first speaker, Councillor Crisanti.
Okay. Yeah, so I will, and I was going to have a motion to this, but I don't. Speaker, thank you. So I know that the Weston Golf Club, has, many members that are concerned about the impact to the club, to its membership. There are a lot of unanswered questions. I think there's probably more questions unanswered at this point than there are answers to. And given the scenario here, and the other concern is that they submitted an alternate alignment that, from what we heard from staff, they did look at it, but they never did a deep dive into this other alignment. So it's just concerning that maybe more could have been done to look at other options, particularly on the East Bank. So, like I said, I don't have any motions. I just want to state my concern, and I'm just going to encourage staff to really work very, very closely with the club, which they've assured me they will, to do everything they can to mitigate any negative impact to the business of the club and to the work that they're doing there and to their membership as well. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, go ahead. Hang on. Yes, Councillor.
Madam
Yes.
Deputy Speaker, on a point of personal privilege, so I chair the General Government Committee. We had a very comprehensive debate on this item at the committee. We had a number of deputations in, including the golf course. Unfortunately, Councillor Crisanti was not there, but him just saying that staff haven't had an opportunity to look at whatever has been proposed by the golf course, I think is inaccurate. It leaves them in a position when he's speaking after questioning that they have no ability to defend themselves or their work, and I'd ask that that be withdrawn. His comments be withdrawn. Thank you.
You're just clarifying the situation that they actually have had a chance to look at that. Councillor Crisanti. Sorry.
So my understanding is, when speaking with staff, that they did look at it, they did not have the opportunity.
Sorry, I didn't think this was debatable.
Sorry, no, it's not debatable. He's
Well,
asking
then,
you to clarify that they have spoken to staff. Perhaps you could just speak to staff, and then you can clarify that for me in a second.
Sure.
Without, just, they're right behind you. Thank you. While we get to the next speaker, which is Councillor John Burnside.
You know what's coming. Call the question.
Wow. Call the question. Okay, let's see who wants to call that. 1 second. We need a minute. We need a second.
Listen, if you're calling the question, I want to record.
Francis, there's a couple of interested speakers.
That's
We'll
okay.
call the question.
If I lose, I lose.
But that is your right to call the question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I can't vote from here. I'll voice vote. Is your microphone on? Can you just wait 1 second? We do have the question called. Thank you.
Who's on the speaker? Besides calling the question.
Yeah, but we're going to vote on the other.
Yeah.
I mean, there might be more coming. I don't know, but if Francis has the votes, we'll lose. I'll lose anyway. I don't think I'll get even Paul's voting against.
Councillor Sachs, please, if we can have your vote.
Councillor Crisanti, please, and Councillor Cole, when you take your seat, please.
Councillor Moyes, are you able to vote using the system?
Councillor vote, oh, sorry, Councillor Cole. Councillor Cole, may we have your vote verbally, please? Sorry, I can't.
Sorry, Councillor, you can't have the right. We're listening to the vote. Sorry, please sit down. Thanks so much.
Sorry, Councillor Cole, can you please repeat that for me?
I want to end the debate. Call the question. End it.
Voting in favor of calling the question. Thank
Yes,
you. That's all I need
100%.
to hear from you. No editorial.
100%.
Thank you
And
so
Councillor
much.
Carroll, please.
We're just getting the
Affirmative.
vote.
Affirmative,
then we
thank
can
you.
hear. Sorry. We're just waiting.
baloney.
Councillor, that's great you think that. Pardon me? Wait, Councillor Perruzza, could you sit down, please, because you don't have the floor.
The
I'm
motion
sorry.
to end debate does not carry. The vote is 14-9. The
Thank you.
2/3 threshold has not been met.
Thank you. We're still on the item. And I'm going to be turning this back to the excuse me, everybody. Councillor Perruzza, I'm going to have you removed. That'd be so exciting. Okay. I think Councillor Crisanti wants to clarify his earlier remarks. Councillor?
I'm happy to retract my comment that I said earlier. Thank you. Yes, correct.
So much. Thank you so much for that. All right. Speaker, are you speaking or are you coming back here? The debate is continuing on this item.
Well, I urge members of council to please support.
That's my question.
Yes.
Your name isn't on the list.
Can you please put my name on?
Yes.
Thank you.
But next I have Councillor Holiday, who's up now. So let me just get this figured out. Your name is on the list. Councillor Holiday, your name is on the list, and you have the floor. Yes, he is speaking. Yes, 1 second. Do you have any drawings or props or anything for this? No? Okay.
I have a motion, though. Can I have may I have my motion placed on the screen? I'll place that motion. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, for dealing with a very unruly chamber, not paying attention.
Would you like me to bang the gavel?
I think you should.
Please proceed.
I'm just
go.
waiting for my motion from the clerk.
You're waiting for the motion?
Yep, I'd like to have that presented. I believe I have to.
1 second. There you go. It's up there.
Great. Thank you. So this is a similar motion to what I moved in the committee, which is really just to ask for a report back on the proposal from the Weston Golf Club on an alternate design. Members, I'm quite shocked that this council almost voted to end debate. Expropriating land is one of the heaviest things that a municipal government can do. They literally take the land from someone that owns it. In this case, it's a golf course, a beautiful golf course that has been there for over 100 years. And this particular expropriation, part of it, is in one of the most sensitive places on that golf course, the second hole behind the green. And that hole is known worldwide, famously, for its beautiful landscape and its historic golf course, and of course a challenging one that professionals have used, amateurs have used, members of the community have used. So they say, you know, why is Councillor Holloway, Ward 2, talking about this? Well, some members will represent that this is their local issue. In fact, the golf course is inside Ward 1, Councillor Crosanti's area, and today we are debating an expropriation, the taking of land. Because we've already discussed this matter as a council before. Others will weigh in, and I'm weighing in because the golf course and the place is just meters outside of the borders of Ward 2. In fact, this whole thing goes down right at the intersection of 3 wards, and those trails extend into those wards. So it's very much a local issue. Not to mention, many residents of Ward 2 live close to that golf course and are members there and have expressed their concerns to me over this. But the whole point in what I'm trying to tell you today and say in my motion is that if we have an opportunity to A, save money, and a material amount of money, a significant component on the cost, even if there's an opportunity, I think we should check it. And secondly, if we are going to take the heavy-handed step to expropriate land from a golf course, we should at least hear them out for what they have to say. They've done some work with an alternative plan. They didn't just draft this up out of nowhere. They had qualified people that worked on it. And I invite you to read the letter that the golf club submitted. I think that's part of our diligence in making such a serious decision. I don't know why we have to rush through these things without paying attention to all of the consequences of the decisions that we make in this chamber. I don't think there's anyone that I've come across that doesn't want to see this trail connected. I think it'd be wonderful to have a continuous Humber Trail. But there's a lot of debate about how to do it. And perhaps there is a better way. But we should make sure that we know before we take the next step in terms of expropriation. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. You have some questioners.
Sure.
Thank you. Councillor Speaker Nunziata, you wish to question.
Yes, you heard from staff at government management that in fact that there was no savings, correct?
I heard very little other than a couple of quotes about what I understand to be a fairly sophisticated plan. I would like to see a report on paper with an explanation, and I will judge as part of my due diligence as to whether or not it has merit.
Well, Councillor Holliday, your motion, it was mentioned at government management that the staff is doing that. They will continue having dialogue with the golf course.
Have a report. Bring it to us. We deserve this information.
As you know, Councillor Holliday, this is also my ward again.
Correct. And it's also next to mine.
And we've been, yeah, well, everything's next to yours.
It's literally a river apart.
yeah.
It's literally like
Councillor
2 banks.
Holiday,
Sorry, questions and answers.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So,
Sorry,
can debate.
yeah.
Speaker has the
So,
floor.
so I
Thank you.
believe that the staff answered all those questions, and it was very clear from staff at government management that they would control.
So the question, to answer the
Sorry,
question.
excuse me one second.
Of course.
She's getting to her question.
So,
Please, Speaker.
the
Thank
staff
you.
did indicate that to you at the meeting. So your motion, you don't need to move your motion because the staff are doing that, correct?
So if that is the level of due diligence that you think council should exercise on a multi-million-dollar proposal and the expropriation of land from a golf course that's been there for 100 years, I guess you can vote against it. My point is I think we owe a little bit more due diligence.
Does that satisfy your questioning?
Yeah.
Thank you. Next questioner is Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you. So, Councillor Holiday, so at the General Government Committee, so you're putting forward an alternative to a proposal or a plan being done by the, sorry, I'm not done.
Just listen to the whole question and then answer. That'd be great. Thank you.
So you're putting forward an alternative proposal for a pathway that the TRCA has already been doing a lot of work on, using all of their expertise, geological expertise, environmental expertise, going through an environmental assessment, and you're putting forward this in support of the golf course that I believe they just put this forward last year as a proposal.
Wrong. Read the motion. It says
Sorry, did you want to answer that question?
I can. The motion says to review, for staff to review their proposal and report back. I didn't put the proposal forward. I'm not judging it. I'm asking for the staff to review it and report to us.
So, Councillor, once again, so I said alternative, if you want to call it a design proposal, you're asking staff to review a design proposal, put forward information in comparison basically to work that's been done by the Toronto Region and Conservation Authority through an environmental assessment.
In light of the action of council expropriating their land,
I'm not talking.
If I may answer,
on a point of personal
I think it is
privilege.
the least that we can do to ask for a review of the information that they submitted to staff and staff never submitted to us.
Thank you. Councillor Ainsley?
Yes, so Councillor Holiday, I didn't say anything about an expropriation. I'm asking that you're supporting and you want a review of a proposal that the golf course just put forward last year after all the work the Toronto Region Conservation Authority has done through an environmental assessment that the golf course had very little input on.
It is never too late to review a good idea before you expropriate a piece of land which is not reversible.
Has that answered your question, Councillor? Yes.
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Next questioner is you, Councillor Bradford. Wait a sec, there you go.
Thanks, Madam
Thank
Deputy
you.
Speaker. Who's paying for the expropriation?
That would be, I believe, taxpayers.
Sorry.
City of Toronto.
Okay, so City of Toronto taxpayers?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. And when this proposal came forward, has council been briefed on the cost estimates of this entire proposal here for the new alignment and the expropriation?
I'm
Did we
not sure
receive a
that's
full
the,
briefing on that?
Yeah, I can say that I don't believe that's contained fully in the report. Unfortunately, I think it's in my previous notebook. They gave the information at the committee, and staff can nod or not nod. This was in the vicinity of $10 million, something like that, maybe not. But what I do know is that the percentage, the $4 million savings, was very, very significant in comparison to the overall cost. And if you read the letter from the golf club, they go on to mention that many of the cost estimates don't even include things like the cost of the land and all of the things that they may be seeking to deal with changes to the golf course. So, you know, I think this is, the take back is that this is a lot of money that is being discussed. I'd just like to get some clarity and you know, get to the end of a thought process on that.
Have you as a counselor received sufficient information from our staff in response to the letter and the correspondence about the potential $4 million savings or the additional alignment? Do you have clarity on that?
I don't, because all I have is a letter and a claim from the golf course who are being expropriated, that they've got a great idea that they put work into. You know, in earnest, the staff answered my questions as best as they could in the minute or two that we have on the floor of council, but I'm not satisfied that that is adequate due diligence on my part as a decision maker in such a heavy decision.
So the intent of your motion then is really just to, before we make a multi-million-dollar decision on behalf of taxpayers and something that will transform the alignment of that trail, also transform and expropriate a golf course that's been there for 100 years, you would just like to take an additional month or two in this process to get those facts and have that cross-checked to our staff.
It actually stands alone. It just asks them to go and review this and report back to us with the caveat that they come back in the first quarter of 2026.
Okay. Do you have a sense why it seems like some of our colleagues are opposed to that?
I
not
really
sure
don't know why they wouldn't want to be careful about such a decision and at least try to get all the information.
Thanks, Madam Deputy
Thank
Speaker.
you. We'll move back to the speakers list now, and Speaker Nunziata, you are up.
Thank you. So I urge members of council not to support Councillor Holliday's motion because it was very clear at government management that this was just a letter from the golf course. According to staff, there is no savings. They've been having dialogue with the golf course, and they will continue working with the golf course. I've been personally working on this for the last 12, 13 years. We've had numerous meetings. There were a number of options that were brought forward to the committee and to my residents, and we chose the right option, working with TRCA and city staff. And as a matter of fact, we even had to go to court. A couple of years ago, our legal staff had to go to court on this, and actually we won. We won in court on this item. And this, and I understand the golf course may have issues, and I believe that we can work with them and we can resolve some of their issues. The trail is not going in the golf course. The golf course is here, the trail is up here. And I guess they're concerned that when they're playing golf, the balls, I don't know how the balls can go way up in the air to where the trail is, but I don't know what impact the golfers or the trail would have on the golfers. We have the Humber River between that, so there is no impact on the golfers. I don't believe that that will have any impact on the golf course. And I think that we can work with them. It's been an issue that we've been working on, and with my community and city staff has been very supportive. And to change and move this motion now, we're delaying it even further. After 15 years of consultation, doing an environmental assessment, and working with the community, and bringing forward another motion today will just delay it, and it will cost the city, it will cost more money. There is absolutely no savings, according to staff. And I believe staff when they brought forward the report on that. That is the golf course that's saying there's savings, but not our staff. And I support the staff recommendation, and please support the recommendation of government management. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Our last speaker is Councillor Ainsley, also not the last speaker, second last speaker, also the chair of the TRCA. So wearing two hats, here you go.
Oh, thank you, Deputy Speaker and Councillor Fletcher. It's a pleasure to be here, both as a councillor and the chair, as the Deputy Speaker said, of the Toronto Region and Conservation Authority. I want to thank our city staff for all the work they've done to date on this work. You know, you've heard some comments about the work the Toronto Region and Conservation Authority has been doing. The Conservation Authority, the largest conservation authority in this country. It's been in existence since 1959 and has been doing extensive work on the environmental assessment for this trail. As Speaker Nunziata said, this process has been going on for close to 15 years. Countless meetings, community consultations, reaching out to stakeholders. There's been a community liaison committee. You know, the biggest stick in the mud, for lack of a better word, seems to be the Weston Golf Course. They had speakers out at the General Government Committee under questioning. The speakers that came had actually never been involved in the process. They admitted they hadn't attended any of the meetings. I'm not sure why they suddenly decided to come to the General Government Committee at this stage of the process. They put forward a proposal for an alternative route within the past year and a half. Staff have said they've been very in non-attendance at most of the community meetings. You know, staff are continuing to work with them to accommodate the needs of the golf course. My understanding is this path will have minimal impact on the golf course. So I would ask colleagues to please help move this forward. There have been some comments that this is purely a local issue in Ward 1 and 2. I can tell you, as the chair of the Conservation Authority, as we've been moving forward to close this Humber Trail gap that at one point was 1,500 meters, it's down to now this 800 meters of gap. I hear from people all over the GTA that want to go up and down the Humber River, that make use of its natural environment, that they want to see this gap closed. We've been working very hard at it. We're going to continue to engage the Weston Golf Course to make sure their concerns are dealt with, but I can be very loud and clear. The design proposal that they're putting forward or tried to put forward is being looked at, but it, in comparison to what's all the work the Toronto Region and Conservation Authority have done, is head and heels above what the golf course is proposing. So please support the recommendations before us today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Pasternak, we don't see you on the screen. You're not visible, and your name is up to speak. So just going to check with the clerk what we need to do about that. Oh, now you're there.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank
Here
you,
go.
Madam
Thank
Deputy
you.
Speaker. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Okay, you're on.
I would just, I'm going to be very brief. I would just simply say that if there were any concerns with this trail route, it should have been brought up in July of 2022 when Council approved the preliminary report. To bring it back over 3 years later and start questioning will just cost us more time, more money, and a delay in this vital project. So I urge you not to send it back to staff for more reports. Staff have to get on with the work and not sitting in their office writing redundant reports. So please vote against Councillor Holliday's motion.
Okay, let's put the motion on the screen. Motion by Councillor Holliday. Recorded vote. I'm standing. Can you see me? Okay, this is Councillor Holliday's motion, members. This is something I've been working on for 15 years. It's my word. Well, you're welcome, Councillor Bradford. Yeah.
Councillor Candeville, Councillor Burnside, and Councillor Matlow, please.
Councillor Fletcher and Councillor Perruzza, please.
Councillor Carroll, may we have your vote, please?
Negative.
Negative, thank you. Motion 1 does not carry. The vote is 5-20.
Okay, can we have a motion to reopen on favor? Okay, we'll record. Another recorded vote. Recorded vote.
Councillor Bravo, can we have your vote, please? Thank you.
And Councillor Carroll, your vote, please.
Still negative.
The negative, thank you. The revote on motion 1 does not carry. The vote is 4-21.
Okay, on the item, recorded vote.
Councillor Cheng and Councillor Myers, please, can we have your votes?
And Councillor Carroll, your vote, please.
Affirmative.
Affirmative, thank you. The item carries. The vote is 22-3.
Mayor Chow, I believe that we have your item now for the cameras. Mayor Chow.
Can the staff put my amendment into the screen? Hey, psst. Ice. Can I trouble the staff to put, oh, here we are. This is about the speed camera. We spoke about it at the last council meeting. We were unanimous in our approach to say that we need speed camera because speed kills. Okay? Majority of the councillors here understand that. We also said we will amend the program to make the kind of alternative, the kind of changes that the Premier want to see, okay? And the province of Ontario and the Minister of Transportation. The report in front of you said that these are the changes we made, but at the meantime, the bill in the province of Ontario have already passed. Starting tomorrow, 1,000 people could lose their job. So it's not just about speed cameras, not about protecting our children near school zone. Yes, it's very much about that. It's about protecting the speed cameras. It's about protecting our local residents, but it's also about protecting jobs. We have over 900 crossing guards in this city of Toronto. In fact, a lot of councillors are saying, can we have more crossing guards? You're applying, you're saying that we need our crossing guard near the school. We will need more crossing guards if we don't have the speed camera. But guess what? As of Friday, i.e. tomorrow, we will not be allowed to collect a single dollar from that are the fines of people speeding, violating the Highway Traffic Act, that have been captured by the cameras. We no longer have the capacity or the ability to collect fines from them. And that means that the City of Toronto will lose over $100 million. $30 1 million of that is to hire close to 900 crossing guards. The other operating grant is the $3.9 million for 18 traffic safety police officers. That money is also gone. So I don't know how we're going to pay for the 18 traffic cops. Neither would I know how to find money for the crossing guards. Okay? We also have a 10-year capital plan. This 10-year capital plan is about local safety improvement areas. You all have areas in your ward that said, I need it to be, the road to be a bit narrower, a bit wider, or there needs to be a crosswalk or traffic lights. Well, guess what? 95.8 million for local safety program is not going to be there. About 14 million for traffic calming. We're going to have trouble getting it paid. 40 million for traffic lights. Because each time you request traffic lights, do you know where that money comes from? The fines that are from people that are speeding, from the the speed cameras. All of that, starting tomorrow, the money is gone. Okay? Now, this afternoon, the province of Ontario put out a press release and said that there will be across Ontario $43 million for immediate, I guess, operating support, but at one time only. That, if it's across Ontario, we usually get 40% of it. It's about $16.8 million. That could cover less than half of what we need for crossing guards. So I don't know which ward we're going to yank the crossing guards program out of it, or where are we going to find the funds. The other problem is that the capital projects over 10 years, we could upfront some of the money. The $210 million is again for the entire Ontario. And if we only get 40% of it, it's about, I don't know, 84 million. It's about a quarter or maybe a third of what we need over 10 years. So that is why the urgency, this is why the item is in front of you. This is what we need to communicate to the province of Ontario, to say that if you don't want the speed cameras, you need to, remember the Premier said, and the Minister also said, that they would make us whole, that they would find ways to make sure people are safe. Well, firing or laying off the crossing guards will certainly not make people safe. Laying off or reassign the 18 traffic cops will certainly not make our city any safer. To run out of money to install traffic calming or traffic lights or local safety zones, community safety zones, definitely will not make Torontonians any safer. So that is why the motions are in front of you, to ask the province again that we welcome the initial dollar. I hope it is only a down payment, that they need to understand this dollar that we get from the fines goes to pay police officers and actually crossing guards, and taking them out and then also removing the speed camera is dangerous. So I have those two motions in front of you, and I hope our vote is unanimous.
Thank you. Okay, on the motion, on favor, recorded vote. Yeah.
Councillor Chrysantine, Councillor Candival, please. Councillor Candival, please, your vote. And Councillor Carroll, your vote, please.
Affirmative.
Okay. The motion carries unanimously, 25 in favor.
Thank you. Our next item is GG 2516, designation of properties. Item is amended? Oh, item is amended. On favor? Carried. GG 2516, designation of properties used by Toronto Shelter and Support Services. Councillor Perruzza, you held the item down. Do we have questions to staff? We're at your item that you held down, GG 2516.
You know what, Speaker, I've met with a number of staff folks and others. I think I've worn myself out on this one, so I'm happy to let it go.
Okay, on GG 2516, Councillor Perruzza is releasing. On favor, carried. Our next item, Councillor Fletcher, is IE 25.2, transition of the Blue Box program. Councillor Fletcher.
I just sent a couple of motions to staff on this, but I wanted to ask some questions. I'm going to put my name down. There we go. Just on the, as we noted in committee, and where is Mr. Kelleher? There he is. We noted in committee that the deadline, it's January the 1st, and that seemed to be a rather arbitrary legal deadline, but acknowledging that that is right after the holiday season, and there are lots of recyclables that we're hoping people do recycle.
Yeah.
So what steps do you normally take after that time? I know you pick the Christmas trees up. Do you do double pickups, or how do you manage all of the recycling that happens after Christmas?
Through the Speaker to Council, we manage collection similar to every day of the week. It's just there's some more material that we have to pick up and maybe adjust operations a little bit due to the amount of material, but it's generally operations as steady as she goes.
When you say adjust operations, what does that mean?
So with additional material, we might have to empty a truck out a little bit sooner than normal. On a low volume day, we may have to have a little bit of extra overtime, but generally speaking, the materials are picked up within the regular window of collections.
So if we were looking at the 1st of January is a Thursday, so that's a holiday, more than likely. And then would you say regular pickup would really get into full swing on the 5th or the 6th? And that will be the time when certain days have now been switched around as well for pickup by Circular Materials. Is that right?
That's correct, Councillor.
And so I guess by way of asking this, it's not just going to be kind of a straightforward couple of first 2 weeks of January, because there's a lot going on. New pickup day, sometimes extra recycling. Christmas trees are out there. So do we have an ask? Can we ask them to just treat the first 2 weeks a little more gingerly than regular pickup schedule? Because I don't even think we'll have staff here on the 2nd. That's still a holiday season. People might just well take that 2nd of January off.
So, Councillor, you're correct. January 1st is a holiday. So we'll be collecting the Thursday collection. We'll be collecting those folks on Friday. The Friday collection will be on Saturday. And Circular Materials will be following that same schedule along with us to minimize the disruption to residents. The following week, we will be collecting as we normally do, starting on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. But what Circular Materials has indicated to us is that they're going to collect on Monday recycling materials to help facilitate the day switch for the residents on Tuesday and Wednesday. We have sent some communications to them asking if the day that they picked, Monday, which is not a collection day, which residents will have to be informed of, and if, again, there's a missed collection because they didn't look at their calendar or didn't get the notice, call into their call center on Tuesday and say, you missed our collection. Circuit Materials would have to say, well, you didn't put it out on Monday.
Right.
So for us, we've asked them to put some overtime shifts on Tuesday, put some overtime shifts on Wednesday. So then what would happen there is if your materials are missed on a Tuesday, the message would be just leave it out. You can get it collected the next day, and then they can clean up that week. But having a collection on Monday is very complicated.
So we're trying to accommodate the busy holiday season, and I'm sure you advised them of all of this long ago, but they're just kind of waking up to the fact that they're going to have all this. I'm just now going to move to the messaging, because that strong messaging about, and I don't know if our chief communication officer's here, but the very strong messaging, I understand, and I do have a motion that all the messaging is clearly coming, one message, constantly, only from spec, that you're not doing messaging, somebody else isn't doing, and there's no, everybody's on the same page. We have one clear message. It has started, but does need to resonate a lot more, particularly because if we're getting 311 calls on the 2nd, I'm just going to say I don't think we'll have full service at 311. We may or may not. Somebody can answer whether that's the case, but it is that 2-week holiday period for everybody in the city.
Correct. So through the chair to council, we're working very closely with 311. We're working very closely with CXD and comms and spec. But ultimately, as the division, we provide our best professional subject matter expert advice into communications. They are the communications experts that make the messaging, put the messaging out. So they are controlling that message for the division.
And just for 311, given that we know how it works, that's going to be the 2nd. Matt says, well, your Thursday collection's going to Friday, your Friday collection's going to go into the next week. And for 311, there should be a very clear message. We don't do that anymore. We may have done it differently. Here's who's doing it. Here's who you call, because there was an idea that we're going to help everybody.
Okay, that was your last question.
To the speaker, yes, we're working with communications and solid waste to make sure we have proactive communication for residents, including updating IVR, giving options to get automatically transferred to the vendor, the new vendor. But communication will not only be from a website perspective, but internally at 311, all our channels, apps, website, and IVR.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford? Councillor Bradford. Councillor Bradford, questions?
Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Okay.
Can you remind me, as part of this agreement, we effectively sold the existing fleet of recycling bins to the new company, to the new operator. How much money did we receive for those bins as part of the agreement?
So through the chair to council, we received around $7.5 million for the bins. There was also some contract break fees that we were responsible for that were waived to the tune of around $3 million. And then the contractor, Circular Materials, agreed to also sticker the bins to cover up the City of Toronto logo.
Okay, because that was a motion here that was passed to have them apply stickers to the bins to cover up our logos. Is that how that went? So, and then it was worked in the agreement?
Correct. Staff were directed to have the Toronto logo removed or covered up on the bins to finalize the transfer agreement, yes.
What was the original valuation of the fleet of bins?
So
we got $7 million. What was the valuation?
So the valuation of the bin, and I'm going from memory here, was approximately $7 million. They were pretty much, they were at the end of their useful life. If we were to look at them brand new, they'd be probably 35 to 40 million. But since they're at the end of their useful life, we received really a little bit more than book value for them, which was good.
So I heard it was maybe 15, but because they were end of life, it was more 12. I know you're going off memory. Is it possible that it was 15 and then 12? We settled on seven, but do those numbers sound right?
I don't believe it was in the up to 15, but if you amalgamated the 7.5 million that we received, the around $3 million of break fee deferrals, you add that to the implied cost of stickering the bins, we're close to around, 12.5, $14 million, plus or minus, depending on the cost of the sticker.
So when you do that costing and the fee to break the contracts and then the cost that we put on the producer to put the stickers on the bins, how many bins are there?
There's around 500,000 bins.
Okay. So then what did the producer value the cost of the stickering to do 500,000 bins as part of this agreement? They must have had it's going to cost us this money to do that. What was the cost?
So they did, again, from memory, I don't believe we got a specific figure per bin. What they did communicate back to staff is that they would be willing to pay $2.5 million in lieu of not having to sticker. However, the direction from council that we received was that the logo had to be covered up, and we couldn't agree to receiving that in lieu of stickering.
Okay, so the alternative was don't put stickers on the bin. They would have paid us $2.5 million more. Correct. We said we want stickers on the bin.
Correct.
They did not pay $2.5 million to the City of Toronto. Correct. Okay, thanks. That's all my questions.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Cheng.
Thank you, through the chair. Our city has a great 3R ambassador program run in many of our buildings, and some of them are not apprised of this transition. And I'm just wondering, are we going to help bridge a relationship between them and Circular Materials? Would Circular Materials perhaps sponsor some of the work that they do to foster better recycling engagement in their buildings?
So through the chair, we're always collaborating with Circular Materials to see where we can partner on the continued education efforts. And this is, again, one area that door is open, and we'll be communicating with them specifically on that education piece with our 3Rs ambassadors.
That's great, because I met with them a few weeks ago, and they had not yet heard about them. So I'm sure there's so many other things that are in the pipeline, but I would love to see that program strengthened and see opportunities to make that work even more impactful. I'm wondering, what is the plan for the residents for whom that Circular Materials is not going to be doing their recycling? I think in this report it's saying the city also will not be doing their recycling either. Is that correct?
So through the chair to council, there's properties deemed ineligible properties. So those are properties that are not eligible to receive collection through Circular Materials and paid for by the producer. And most of them, the ones that are within our system right now that we collect from, we will continue to collect from, like charities and religious organizations, and we'll continue to accept new ones on. However, the new multi-residential customers who are not covered will have to find their own collection, which is approximately 90% of the current new builds find alternate collection other than the city. So it's not that impactful for us in terms of operations and revenue. But again, if they do call looking for waste collection and organic collection, we'll help them out for sure, and again, point them to the right service providers when able.
So this is for new ones, but ones that are currently being served that we are terminating that service. Is there a group of that kind of category?
So Councillor, we are not terminating service with any current customer that is not an eligible customer. So there are municipalities out there right now that have or will be terminating collection for those customers, and they have to go find recycling providers as of January. We'll maintain that, and our intent is to come back to council in 2027 with a report on those customers and some of the challenges with keeping them in, and whether we do that long term or we phase them out. But we will continue to service the customers that we have.
Great. So circular materials is taking in some materials that the city has not taken in the past, like black plastics, deodorant, and toothpaste tubes. Will those materials now be recyclable in our public recycling bins?
Yes, we are going to align the acceptable materials in our bins identical to what circular materials has, so that we have a consistent Ontario-wide approach to recycling.
What challenges does that present operationally? Because we weren't accepting them before. Are we having to find a new pathway for these new materials?
So we're currently in the process of negotiating a processing contract for the ineligible sources that we just mentioned, and that contract will require that service provider to recycle those materials. Now, the benefit we have now is that circular materials and the industry in Ontario is moving towards a standardized list where now those items are going to be processed within the recycling facilities. So we don't think it'll be that challenging to have those additional materials added to our list and then have them recycled appropriately.
My last question is about our public recycling bins. There is mention in the news as well as in this report of a high contamination rate. What is the plan to improve that, and will there be a report back in terms of efforts that we're going to make to try to make that better?
So through the chair to council, we have lots of communication, education. It's a challenge everywhere in terms of contamination in public space because there is no ownership to it. It's not at your curb, and it can't be rejected like it been at your curb could. So we're still promoting to put the materials in the right spot, but it's a very difficult road to have clean public space recycling material. But we will continue to do our best on that front.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, to speak?
Thank you. I have a couple of motions, Speaker. There they are. Well, no, they're not quite there yet, but they're getting there. Just has to do with the questions that
Can we put the motions on the screen?
Oh.
Okay. Hasn't been reviewed?
Oh, maybe there's a second speaker. Oh, I'm the only speaker.
There isn't. Okay, so let's just go to the next item then. Councillor Bradford, IE 26.6, redesign study of the intersection of Eglinton and Allen Expressway. You have questions to staff?
Nope.
Pardon?
No, I do not, Madam Speaker.
Does anybody have any questions to staff? Okay, Councillor Bradford, did you want to speak?
Yep.
Okay, can you just put your... Yeah, Councillor Bradford, can you put your name on to speak, please?
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Looks like it's done.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks, Madam Speaker. I just want to lend my voice to the community in support on fixing this issue that has become really problematic in that part of Midtown. I know a lot of local residents have put in the time to get to the bottom of this fairly unique situation if you read the staff report, and they've been working closely with Councillor Cole and Councillor Matlow, and I've had an opportunity to meet with some of them as well. And credit to the local councillors who have been really plugged in on this. Residents across Eglinton and at this part of Eglinton and Allen have had to endure the type of construction lasting a decade that is untenable and unacceptable. And when residents looked into that with the finished product, if you've been down to the Allen where it terminates at Eglinton now, you could see the area that was originally planned as a 4-lane entrance ramp was suddenly changed to 2 lanes without the appropriate research or study to justify why that decision was made. And so if you go there today, Madam Speaker, you're jammed in endless gridlock all the way up the Allen. That was always sort of the case, but also east-west along Eglinton. And to quote staff from their supplemental report on this, they said, quote, since the opening of the newly designed Eglinton Avenue West and Allen Road Expressway intersection in 23, traffic capacity issues at the intersection have caused traffic congestion along Eglinton Avenue West, and, quote, traffic congestion is also significantly impacting the neighborhood streets. People duck and dive into the neighborhoods because traffic has a tendency to filter. And I guess what's interesting about this, and a warning sign for all of us, is this was originally drawn up as 4 lanes of access. What was built was 2. And now the local councillors, Councillor Cole and Councillor Matlow, and others are scrambling to come up with a fix. There's going to be a report, that's what the item is, coming back with a solution to deal with this. But we should have built it right to spec in the first place. And I guess it's an example that sort of stood out to me. I'm not really sure how that happened, how it went from 4 lanes down to 2. But now we're all scrambling because the impacts are glaring anytime you go to that intersection. The capacity is just not there to deal with the volume, and it was underbuilt from the get-go. And that wasn't the original recommendation. So, you know, there's a cost that comes from not doing things right the first way, and we're wasting time. People are dealing with that, but there will be tens or hundreds of millions of dollars to redo this over time. And it's a reminder that there are consequences to change course midstream. And I don't think that this new plan was adequately studied, and the congestion that has followed was actually pretty predictable. So again, hat tip to the local councillors, Councillor Matlow and Cole, and the residents who have had to engage in FOIs to get this type of information. They've done a lot of heavy lifting on it, and now there's a way forward in front of us today. So I just wanted to speak to that. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Councillor Matlow.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. While the island itself is in Eglinton Lawrence, excuse me, while the island itself is in Eglinton Lawrence, and I've worked very closely with Councillor Cole on pushing for a resolution to the challenges that we're facing, it impacts the residents of Toronto St. Paul's very directly, given the fact that we have really an accident of history, an anomaly of history, where we have an expressway that meets a main street, which is very poor planning. But the reason it ends at Eglinton is because when the expressway was first proposed many, many years ago, it was stopped with the advocacy of residents from going all the way down to Bloor Street, which would have been a disaster down there. But here we have it. And while every community says that traffic is bad nearby where they live, in communities like Cedarvale, it's not just bad, it's dysfunctional. There are people who cannot get out of their driveways. They can't get their kids to their sports teams. They cannot get around, and they worry about the access of emergency vehicles in their community. It is dysfunctional, it's not working, it's not safe, and it's not fair. And that's why it is so critical that while we are never going to make an expressway that meets a main street ever be the best design in the world, we damn well can do a lot to mitigate the impact by looking at everything from increasing the ability to access, to get on from Eglinton, so you don't have a mile-long congestion going down Eglinton. You don't have people going through the neighborhoods because they can't use Eglinton well. And also making sure that we look at other options to allow for pedestrians to safely cross. These are the kind of things that we've asked staff to do and expedite the work so that it gets done soon. Now, this weekend, there will be an opportunity for the first time for when Cedarvale Station, formerly Eglinton West Station, opens, there will be a tunnel now through the underground to be able to cross. And we're expecting good signage and wayfinding and making sure that people have a better way to get across. But the work needs to get done. Another component of this is a phase one of what's called a mazing strategy. Not an amazing strategy, a mazing strategy for Cedarvale. And well, you know what, it's not going to be easy. It's not going to be easy. Because anytime you change any regulations, you impose any restrictions, it's complicated for people. But what we want to try, and this is a trial, and I mean it's a trial, meaning that if it's not working, we're going to withdraw it. But the idea is we want to provide disincentives for people to go through the neighborhood. We want people to go around the neighborhood rather than through the neighborhood. And we want to try this, and the things that work, we'll keep. The things that don't work, we need to pull back. And that's why it's going to be monitored very closely by city staff to see if it's successful or not. We're not going to be moving forward with the phase 2 because we want to see how this goes and we want to understand if it's working. But ultimately, there are a lot of priorities in the city. There are a lot of challenges that we face, but this has to be fixed. This has been an ongoing problem that needs to be fixed, and it needs the resources to do it. And I'm very happy that staff now have the $400,000 to begin this work in earnest so that we can actually get somewhere with this. So I want to thank my colleagues. Thank you, Councillor Bradford, for your support. Thank you, all of you. And I look forward to seeing some real work being done to contribute to the quality of life of this community, who has not only dealt with this issue, but it's been exacerbated by the ongoing Eglinton LRT fiasco that's made things even worse along Eglinton for 15 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cole.
Yes, first of all, I want to thank staff, transportation staff. I don't know if they're here. I think they disappeared. They had enough. They just did an amazing job, and we've been finally able to get control back of Eglinton from Metrolinx. Metrolinx had been mining the street for 15 years. Talk about dump trucks and excavators, explosions, flooding. Anyways, the city finally got Eglinton back, and our project manager here in the city of transportation, she took it upon herself to basically have Eglinton repaved. And she did it, I don't know how she did it. They worked around the clock 24/7, and Eglinton is now as smooth as a baby's bum. It's incredible, the incredible work that was done by staff. And I want to thank staff for that work, and it really makes life much easier for people traveling on that road for the last 15 years. Now, in terms of the Eglinton, you know, this is not a quick magic bullet fix. You can put 2 on-ramps, 4 on-ramps, 8 on-ramps. You know, people who come onto this issue lately all of a sudden think they have the solution or someone to blame for it. You know, the thing is, you've got an unfinished highway dead-ending in a neighborhood. It's the Allen Highway, the Island Expressway, that brings in and attracts about 100,000 cars a day to it. And they come all the way through the city, or they come all the way south from Barrie. It's a highway in the middle of a neighborhood. And so people come along and they say, oh, I got the answer. Put another on-ramp. Put another, move the lights, move the signals, get traffic wardens, make this one way, 2 ways. Or move the traffic to Bathurst Street, move the traffic to Dufferin. It's like whack-a-mole. You know, 100,000 cars every day. And I sort of resent people who have never worked on this, like the councillor, Matlow staff, my staff, the local neighbors have been working on this since Francis Nunziata was mayor. And there is no quick fix, but at least there is a plan to try and manage it better. And you know what's going to exasperate it even more? Is the lunatic provincial government is going to allow 30 towers of condominiums along the Allen Road. 30 towers. They're going to bring in 10,000 more people, and they are going to jam up the island like you've never seen before. So whatever fix we do, with another 30 towers coming in along the Allen Road, along Marley Avenue and Eglinton Avenue, they're putting in a 43-story tower at the corner of Marley and Eglinton at the mouth of the Allen Road. And then on Glen Park, they're putting two 50-story buildings right next to the Allen. So whatever fix we do here, sad to say, is when these towers, if they ever get built, it's going to be worse than ever, no matter what fixes we do. So we've got the madness from the provincial government. We've got a provincial government from years ago that said they had their solution to everything by dead-ending the Allen at Eglinton and assuming the cars were going to disappear or something. In fact, the cars, you know what they do? Every 6 months, they run right into the police station. So the police station at 13th Division had to put up a barrier to stop the cars from thinking that the Allen was still going to go down south to the lakeshore. They're still ramming into the police station. You go there now, you'll see these big barriers at 13th Division. That's how crazy it is there. So at least, as I said, the community is working the best they can. Transportation is working. But remember, there's no magic bullet here. Nothing can fix stupid. Okay? Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Fletcher, you wanted to speak on this?
I have to move the motions that are in the supplementary report that came from the general manager, the Speaker, and I believe the staff have them because they gave them to me.
Okay, so you moved the supplementary report.
Yes, please.
Okay.
There it is, moved, and simply say that the dogged work of our two local councillors in trying to get this sorted out has been exemplary. And you might say just do it right the first time, but when you're dealing with Metrolinx, there's often not easy to get it right the first time. I think they're both trying to deal with the crosstown. It's an easy thing to say. So they're very dogged on trying to make this better for the community. And the plans of how the station and how the roads would meet, really, those were all Metrolinx decisions, and I think every one of us that's been dealing with Metrolinx on these local matters understands how difficult it is for them to understand the local situation and how they have to work within that. So congratulations, Councillors Cole and Matlow, for moving the needle, and Godspeed on all the other needles you have to move.
Okay.
You don't want speed.
Thank you. On the motion by Councillor Fletcher, supplementary report on favor, carried. Item is amended, on favor, carried. Councillor Fletcher, are you ready with your motion for the IE 25.2? Okay, Councillor
Do that.
Fletcher.
It's just there. That's not it yet. It's IE 25.2. It's the blue bin.
Yeah.
Having asked Mr. Kelleher about some of those things, and really would like to make sure that this is as seamless as possible for our residents. It's not our program. It belongs to the provincial government now and this for-profit company. They have taken it over. So we do have this Christmas season with everything that might go squirrely, and we are looking to make sure that it can be as good as possible, and they continue meeting on that, and we hear about that on December the 4th at INE. And the second one is that motion, or the message, the very, very clear message, and I think the mayor has been really clear about that. This is no longer our program. It's a sad thing. It's not our program, run by the province. Here's who you call. How much hand-holding are we going to do for circular materials? I'm not sure. But let's hear about everything when we come to the INE meeting on the 4th, because we've had this for September, October, November. I can't think of anything that's been more significant in many years than removing a long-standing program from our suite of solid waste programs, and that's the award-winning, community-developed recycling program in the city of Toronto. From all of our residents, and I always say this, in North York, the woman that did it out of her garage, and her son would help her collect it. That's how this all started, and now it's been taken over. So they want to take it over. You have to do it to a standard that's to our standard. By the way, they have no translated materials, unlike our city materials, which you can have translated in many different languages because we have so many. They have English and French, and they don't know really how they're going to handle all the other languages. So fasten your seat belts, colleagues, because I think it's going to be a rough ride in January during the holidays. Thanks.
Thank you. On the motion, on favor, carried. We do have some, item as amended, on favor, carried. We do have some, can our members of council take their seats so we can introduce them? Give you a minute? Okay, let's move on to the next item. Councillor Bradford, IE 25.13. You held the item down. Pardon? Pardon?
I have questions of staff.
Okay.
Thanks. You go first.
Questions to staff?
Okay. Thank you. So this is a motion effectively for on hot days to remind residents or to communicate to residents in Toronto that we would suggest that they don't run a two-stroke motor.
This motion deals with days of very poor air quality, so not necessarily related to heat. So days where maybe there's a wildfire, we have poor air quality, we would remind or we would suggest to residents and others where possible that they avoid use of small engines like two-stroke motors that add more pollutants to the air.
Okay, and to be clear, is this motion about enforcement or is this motion a communications exercise?
From my understanding, the discussions I've had, this is purely a communications motion, nothing to do with enforcement.
Okay. How would the city plan to measure compliance with this request that we're going to make of residents?
Through the chair, we wouldn't be doing any measurement of compliance. It would be solely outgoing information. There would be nothing to suggest whether there was any compliance with that.
Are there other municipalities that have successfully reduced emissions through voluntary requests of this nature through a communications exercise that you could measure or point to? I guess we're not measuring it, but is there anyone?
I don't think so. I think this type of communications would be very hard to measure. It's purely voluntary, and there's no kind of sense of how people would adopt that. It really is more of a public notification type activity.
What percentage of Toronto's emissions do two-stroke engines produce? Do you measure that?
We don't at a community-wide. We did when we brought the report forward on two-stroke engines before. We did look at our corporate emissions. It's a very small amount. It's much less than 1% of our corporate emissions, and community-wide, it would likely be very, very small as well.
Too small to measure, not practical.
It doesn't show up in our charts. It's
Okay,
something
you
we
can't
need to
even
measure.
find it. Are there communication costs associated with promoting this request?
We think likely very minimal. We were directed for public communications around two-stroke engines, so we'd roll that into existing communications, and then between ourselves and public health, we would use existing channels and fairly limited number of times likely.
So what are the existing costs then?
I think when we brought this forward before, we identified about a $25,000 annual budget for communicating kind of in general around switching over equipment.
Okay. Is it reasonable that this communications exercise, this motion, would result in a measurable improvement in the city's air quality on an annual basis?
I don't think we'd see any measurable. Again, we wouldn't be measuring, but it is a very small set of emissions, and it is a voluntary measure, so I don't think we could be able to track that in any way.
That's all my questions. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Speaker. So the motion before us, the trigger point in the AQHI is high, which is 7 to 10, or very high, 10 plus. How many days of the year is 7 to 10? Or 10 plus?
We have data for our special air quality statements from last year, and in 2025, this summer, we had a cumulative of 4 days and 4 times in the summer where we issued a special air quality statement or air quality warning.
So a special air quality statement, and how does that correlate to AQHI?
There could be times where an AQHI is part of that air quality health index is the health-related measure, so that's when we start advising people about changing that. A special air quality statement can also occur outside of the AQHI if different pollutants are very high. So if in wildfires, as an example, the particulate matter 2.5 micron size can go very, very high for short periods of time that could trigger a special air quality advisory.
So I'm not clear now, you've confused me a little bit. Is the trigger to make the request to the public about using equipment the special air quality statement, or is it the AQHI?
So when the AQHI hits 7 or above, Environment and Climate Change Canada releases a special air quality statement. So the AQHI, as I understand it, is the scale of measurement.
Yep.
The SAQS, or the special air quality statement, is the mechanism to inform the public or others that air quality is at a level that could have an impact, especially to those with comorbidities.
Got it. So I heard there were was it 4 days or 4 statements were made?
4 times a statement was made. So a statement made, so for example, a wildfire, you may have multiple back-to-back days, so they may have a statement. That statement would be in effect while the air quality is.
So do we know how many days then this covers?
For 2025, we had the first statement in June 5th to 7th, so that was a 3-day duration. July 13th to 14th, that was a 2 days. July 14th also became a special air quality warning that it got upgraded. So that was part of the same special air quality statement that got upgraded to an air quality warning. And then in July, so that's it. So we had 3 times in the year where that would have been issued.
So I lost track of the days. I heard 3, I heard 2, and then I didn't hear any more.
So 3 days, a 2 days, and a 1 day.
And a 1 day. So a total of 6 days. Yeah. Okay, and is that typical?
I think it's typical. I mean, we see some unusual seasons, certainly 2023 in the summer when we had significant wildfire smoke, and that would have been an increased year compared to last year.
Okay. And so what is the concern from, and there's 2 things in this motion, 2-stroke engines, we've talked about those, but what about diesel engines before 2008? What is the pollution that comes out of those that's of concern?
So pre-2008 vehicles, it really is around as I understand it, the emission control systems that are in place. So those vehicles have greater emissions coming out of them. Vehicles get new equipment, they have new standards they go to, and so new vehicles have better emission controls. So those vehicles burn dirtier than pre-2008.
What are the emissions?
Like the specific numbers?
Are they particles? Are they gases? Are they metals?
So you would have for diesel, nitrous oxide, sulfur dioxide. You would have particulate matter.
Right.
Typical burning of fuel type emissions.
So what is the relationship to those and say wildfires, which is particulate? It's smoke particulate. What do those 2 mesh? Does it matter?
Sure. To the speaker, air quality, it can be increased. So air quality health index is a measure of both particulate matter 2.5, nitrous oxide, as well as ozone. So the combination of those is what can trigger an air quality health alert. So any one of those, if they're very high, could trigger an alert, or the combination, if they're both high, could also trigger an alert.
What I'm getting at, I'm sorry, I'm running out of time, is this apples and oranges? I understand that the air becomes a concern due to different things. The wildfires is a great example. There's smoke particulate in the air. It irritates our lungs. But is the emissions from this class of equipment consequential in general to the type of air quality issues that we have in Toronto and trigger these warnings to what is actually emitted from this equipment? Is there any utility in this?
Last question.
I think personally, from that personal perspective, our general messaging on air quality days is to try to reduce as many emissions as possible. So at a population level, in terms of the total emissions, no, I don't think there would be any significant contribution. But certainly for the person operating that equipment, if they are already exposed to high particulate in the air and now increasing their local exposure by using that equipment, then there could be that individual level health impact.
Okay, thank you. Come on, we need to get this agenda done, guys. Councillor Burnside, questions?
You should have voted on my call to question, but anyway.
I did.
Oh yeah, sorry, you did. I apologize. So part of this motion, if you will, is to advertise, correct?
I think the way we are viewing it is not advertising. It's really just to provide information, so to communicate to the public.
All right, communications.
Yeah,
Sorry, that's fine. And there's a cost to that, yeah?
We already have a program for communication around some of these items, so we would build this in. So it would be, if there's any cost, it's very limited because we already are communicating to the public about reducing the use of two-stroke engines. So sending out some extra tweets or a bulletin would be.
Oh, so it's not that $25,000 I heard?
That is what we have for the existing program of communications. So this would be built into that existing costs. So we've already been directed to provide communications by council around this. So we would add this as another action.
Sorry, you said it would be like a tweet? I get that part. What was the other one?
We would probably put out tweets through some of our existing social media accounts. We would put out a bulletin saying, you know, AQHI is at this, try to avoid these things. But we would use our existing channels. We aren't planning.
So there's no incremental cost?
No, if there is, it would be managed from within. It would be very minimal.
Oh no, but cost is a cost is a cost, right? And we just heard the mayor worried about millions of dollars that we're not getting. So I not to be argumentative, but I also don't want to be flippant about cost. Is there an incremental cost?
There is no measurable incremental cost. It would be the same resources doing the same thing. They would just add this as a function.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Sachs, questions?
Thank you. On the days, this motion isn't about average air quality. This motion is about the days with the worst air quality, correct?
That is correct, when it meets that level.
Right. And we don't know how many days they're going to be, but hopefully it's going to be a very small number of days each year that we're talking about, right?
I would say so, and as the medical officer of health said, last year was 6 days. That was a wildfire year. In years where we wouldn't have wildfires, probably much less than that.
Right. All right. So to the medical officer of health, on days when we already have dangerous air quality conditions, you send up a notice and you encourage people to change their behavior, right?
Yeah, correct. Our messaging currently is around changing their physical activity behavior,
right?
Particularly
Exactly.
modifying the type of
activity. We don't enforce it. We don't measure it. We encourage people to protect their health.
Exactly.
And on days when the air quality is already dangerous to health, so dangerous that we're advising people don't exercise, don't go outside, keep vulnerable people inside, is it good for people's health to then add even more sources of toxic air contamination to the air on those worst of days?
I think this would be very consistent with our general messaging around reducing activity and reducing additional sources of contamination into the air, especially your local air environment. We would also advise on poor air quality days to avoid using the stove if you have to avoid increasing indoor air pollution in your home. So this would be consistent with that type of messaging.
All right. So it's consistent to give people advice as to how to protect themselves and their loved ones. And it's consistent with your general approach of protecting public health, right?
That would be correct.
From your point of view, is this desirable in protecting public health to encourage people not to use these exceptionally polluting devices or machines?
Again, it would be consistent with our messaging to add that specificity. Right now we have general messaging about how to protect your health. To add this as a specific example would be consistent with that general messaging, just more specific than we provided in the past.
Right. So back to Mr. Nolan. The pre-2008 diesel engines, which basically had almost no pollution control, there's relatively few of those left, right, across the city?
That's right. I can't remember the exact number for our fleet, but I know it is a decreasing number. They're typically specialized vehicles that are harder to replace. Obviously, 17-year-old vehicles typically are, you know, they're being replaced with newer models anyway, just from overall operation.
So you're talking about a small number of exceptionally polluting vehicles. You wouldn't expect any significant economic disruption if they are not used or less used on the worst, most polluted days.
I wouldn't, and again, as the motion said, it's to where feasible. So we would be encouraging it. We wouldn't be mandating it.
Right. So we're not interfering with anything. We're not interfering with the economy. We're giving people small things they can do to try to protect their health and the health of their neighbors.
That's right. Voluntary, yes.
Okay. Okay, so almost no cost. And when we, back to public health. So you give advice on these worst of days. Do you find that that advice is helpful to people?
I think certainly it's a helpful reminder to have around how to protect themselves on those poor air quality days. It's not necessarily as visible like a heat alert is, where people can actually feel the heat, that sometimes that you might not notice that the air quality as poor. So certainly knowing that number and providing that advice, both for general population as well as special populations, is helpful for people to help modulate their activity on those days.
All right, and dealing with the question of my colleagues here. So when we have an air quality, we have very bad air because we've got wildfire smoke. Is it still worse for health to also add criteria air contaminants, toxic air contaminants like nitrous oxide into that mix? Does that make it worse for health?
Certainly at that local level. So, you know, because it's such a small amount, really the main impact would be on the user and the operator or the people in a very nearby surrounding area.
People in the immediate area. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Going to ask Councillor Carroll for her questions and then have a quorum call after that.
Yes, thanks, Madam Speaker. My questions, they're rapid fire. I'm really just trying to cut to the chase here. We have already run up the flagpole through committee and council, such things as banning two-stroke engines, have we not?
Yes, we have.
And staff found that in terms of our climate action, there are still actually much bigger actions that we should be taking. And so this was not prioritized on staff's advice at that time.
That's correct.
And we then tried things like isolating certain usages out, professional versus residential, etc. Those were all found to be onerous in terms of enforcement. Am I right about that?
That's correct. I think we're reporting back in 27 at council's direction.
So basically what we're down to here is a motion that asks us to make a public service announcement to those who are still running these engines, despite the fact that the electric are now much cheaper. There are a few left. We're looking at a motion that is really the least you can do. Am I right about that?
It is a very small step. It is, again, suggesting a voluntary compliance, yes.
Does staff have a problem with adding this to your information campaign?
To the chair, no, we got existing campaigns, so this could be easily integrated.
Thank you so much. Those are my questions, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. Before we go to speakers, we're going to have that quorum call. See if we have 18 in the House. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Matlow.
Members, we've started the roll call in CMP.
There are councillors online. How do they? Pardon me? There.
Councillor Turnus Lynn, please. Councillor Kendeville. Councillor Thompson, thank you.
Councillor Prutza, can you,
Madam Deputy Speaker, there are 21 members present.
Thank you. Before we go to speakers, we're just going to do an introduction of some of the motions without notice. If you have one, getting down to the last chance for you to get those in. We have about 5 to introduce, and let's just do the motions and then quick releases.
We'll do quick releases.
We're just going to, whichever you'd like to do first. You're the speaker. Okay, that's right. Quick
Okay.
releases.
Quick release. Is this yours?
No,
This
it's
is
yours.
mine. Okay, do we have any quick releases, please? Mayor Chow.
The MM 34.18, this is the joint appointment of Waterfront Toronto Chair. And moving the chair.
Okay, you're releasing MM 34.18?
Yep. Moving
Okay.
the motion.
Mayor Chow is moving members' motion 34.18. On favor? Carried. Okay, can we deal with 19 and 20 as well that were introduced earlier? 19 is whose motion? Deputy Mayor Malik, can you release that one? Okay, 3419, on favor, carried. Who's 3420? Councillor Bravo. Councillor Bravo, can we release? You'll release it? Okay, Deputy Mayor Malik is releasing 3420, on favor, carried. Councillor Matlow, quick release.
I have one very quick release and then another that I can release, and I could just say a few comments, or do you want me to wait on that one?
Which one are you releasing?
Okay, so I'll go one by one. So one is TE 26.3 with an amendment. It's 55 Eglinton Avenue East.
Okay.
And there's an amendment that I need to move as well.
Okay, we'll put the amendment on the screen. Okay, there's the amendment by Councillor Matlow on T 28.3. On favor of the amendment, carried. Item is amended, on favor, carried. Councillor Matlow, your other item?
Thank you, and I'm just looking up the number. It's
Is
it's the Veterans House.
Yes, MM 34.8.
Yeah, and I just wanted to just maybe take like a minute or two just to focus on some acknowledgements, if I may. And would you like me to do that now, or do you want me to wait till it comes up?
Do it now, and then we have some members' motion we have to introduce.
Thank you, yeah, and I checked with Councillor Fletcher, and she just needed to ask about something, but she's satisfied, so I appreciate that very much. So I want to begin by acknowledging Veterans House Canada for their remarkable work. They already have places in Ottawa and in Edmonton where they provide supportive housing to veterans who have come home, and what they need is a home. And I believe that it is just so important that we as Canadians... I thank you. I mean, I believe, and I presume that all of us share this basic belief, this basic fundamental value, that when people who go and try to keep the peace, protect our freedoms, defend our country, go overseas, or the work that they do here in Canada, and they come home, they need a home. And there are too many veterans who go through trauma, who give such extreme sacrifices for this nation, and they come home and they don't even have basic shelter. Veterans House Canada is trying to address that. And what we can do as a city is work with them on either identifying city property or working with them to work with Legions or others to help support them to provide this housing for our heroes. I want to just acknowledge some of the people who make this happen. Karen Miller, Alan Malawishin, and Lisa Murray. These are people, along with their colleagues, who are doing the work on all of our behalf, and I just want to thank all members of council for your support. This is the kind of heartfelt work that I know that we really enjoy doing, and the kind of partnership that we really appreciate. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Okay, on the motion, on favor, carried. So we do have some members' motion we're going to introduce. Who's first? Councillor Sachs.
Yes, thank you. Corporate Real Estate has asked me to bring in a motion which is urgent. They've been a year and a half negotiating a lease change, and one of the pieces was missed until now. It needs to be declared a municipal capital facility. Thank you.
Okay, on favor, carried. Next. Who? Who? Oh, Councillor Crisanti.
Yes, Speaker, thank you. So I have a notice of motion that you should have there in front of you now, and hopefully a chance to review it. And it is to request the province to provide a status update on the extension of the Finch West LRT and an emergency access from 23 Division. And the reason for the urgency, Speaker, is because the LRT is apparently set to open in December, and we want to make sure that the design and work for the LRT aligns with the City Council's vision for the connection to
Okay,
Woodbine.
you're just introducing it. And the reason for the urgency?
Just said it.
Pardon?
I just said it.
Okay. Okay. On favor?
Well, then vote no. Thank you.
Did you want a recorded vote, Councillor Perks? Did you want a recorded vote? Okay, recorded vote on introducing it. On Councillor Crisanti's motion.
Councillor Myers, if we can have your vote, please.
Councillor Cherneslin and Councillor Candavel, please. Councillor Cherneslin, please. Thank you. And Councillor Pasternak, may we have your vote verbally, please?
In the affirmative, please.
The motion to introduce the motion without notice carries. The vote is 22-2.
Okay, who's next? Councillor Fletcher, you're next.
Fantasy.
You have two.
I do. Thank you so much. If I could remember the first one, that would be helpful. It's going up.
Okay?
Oh, there it is. This is for mainstay housing. In order to get, they have to knock it down. It's going to be gone for a while, and to assist them that they can get a property tax exemption till the new housing's built. Thank you.
On favor? Carried. Next one.
And the next one is, even though Councillor Pasternak is far away, he's seconding this motion around the lawsuits that have been initiated for those, well, councillors are covered, but for the consultants that are named in the lawsuits by, it seems, a group that is taking everybody to court for trying to establish shelters in the city of Toronto.
On favor? Carried. Okay, and the next one is mine and the mayor's. So it's a motion that I'm moving to thank the Weston Lions for their contribution over the years, saying thank you very much. On favor? Carried. Now that would be, that's it, right? Now that would be and no more members motion coming forward. Okay? And so right now, Mayor Chow.
Given that there's only a small number of items left, why don't we try to extend the meeting to 7 and see if we could manage to finish it before dinner time? I'm being optimistic.
Okay, Mayor Chow is moving that we extend to 7 o'clock to finish the agenda. On favor? Carried. Oh, sorry. Councillor Bradford, you have new business CC 34.7. Are you willing, are you ready to release that?
I can try for 6:30. Sorry.
Councillor Bradford?
I think I'm waiting for advice from the city's legal department.
Oh, okay.
So
because it was an Ontario Land Tribunal, I thought maybe you'd want to release it. So you're still waiting for legal?
I think they're working on something.
Okay, all right.
Thanks.
Okay, so going back to the speakers on IE 2513, so if we can put the list on the screen. Councillor Bradford to speak.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the sentiment here, the intent of cleaner air, and I think that's something that we all want for ourselves and our kids and our families. I'm just not convinced that this is the motion that gets us there. People are not actually waiting for the city to tell them when they should or they should not mow their lawn, when they should or they should not use a leaf blower or a weed whacker. They're going to go out and do it when they need to do it, and they're actually going to go out and do it when they have the time to do it. Folks are busy here in the city, so I just don't really feel like it's the job of the municipality, of the local government, to kind of be spending our communications budget in an effort to go out and do that. And especially when I hear from our staff, we're not monitoring this. This isn't measured. You couldn't even see these emissions on a map, even if you wanted to study it. And so I think this is just an example of the disconnect between some of the things that happen here in this chamber, some of the times that we've spent, I don't know, hour and a half on this, and the real work and the real business that Torontonians expect us to be doing. So I won't be supporting this. It's nice to move the performative feel-good motions, but I don't think this is what Torontonians actually sent us down here to the chamber to do. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday.
Thank you, Speaker. I moved a small amendment to this. Hopefully that's ready. We sent a small amendment to this. Great. We could just have that up. I'm just going to suggest that the words, whenever possible, should say practical and feasible. The word possible has been left in there. No, it's not. That's not the motion, but possible should be struck out and practical and feasible replace it. So if we can get that, I can speak to it. I'm sure we can get that fixed. There's 2 points I wanted to make. Whenever possible are very strong words. And of note in this particular motion is city operations and businesses and residents. So if a request comes from city council to the public service to stop operations, we should pay attention to what that is. I have no idea what this means. Does this mean on 5, 6, 7, 8 days a year that tools go down in the forestry department or the parks department? I don't know. I have some concerns with that. I think better language is practical and feasible because that gives staff a little bit of discretion to carry through with work if they have to do it. And the second piece of advice that I have is just, you know, at the most basic level, this is a request of council. Mr. Nolan actually used the word feasible when he said this is feasible. If I remember right, it's late in the day, but it wasn't possible, like it was different than possible. And that's an important distinction. So if Mr. Nolan's seeing something else than what's written here, we should take note of that. But I just think that the city should use this type of stuff sparingly. I think if we go over the top on these types of messages to the public, then they just tune us out. So there's a little bit of difference between the pollution that this equipment makes and maybe what is causing pollution in the city that day, such as wildfire smoke. And yes, I understand if you're standing next to a gas engine, it makes it worse, but people understand this, and we should be cautious with how heavy we are on these messages, because then they just won't take the city seriously on it. So the staff can take that away and figure out how they'll use that. I think most people understand the logic that when there's a lot of smog or there's a lot of difficulty with the air, you know, you set down some of those tools. It's not an easy time to work. But if we box ourselves in with directives to staff, that is a concern of mine, especially not knowing what the implications are. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Morley, you have a question, 3 minutes clarification.
Just a quick one, Madam Speaker. I only need 30 seconds. Just for clarification, Councillor Holiday, on this, there's only a couple of words added from the original recommendations, correct?
Yeah, it should strike out possible and change that to practical and feasible.
Practical and feasible.
That's all I changed. And understanding that that's a little bit more discretionary than whenever possible, because lots of things are possible.
Mm-hmm. Got it. Thank you. That's all the clarification I needed. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Sachs to speak.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I can accept Councillor Holliday's amendment. What we know is that pollution is cumulative, and on days when it's already difficult and dangerous to breathe, making it worse is bad for people's health. I don't know how many of you have a family member with asthma, but my late husband suffered from asthma. And on smog days, which we used to have 53 of in a year, Toronto Public Health did exactly this. We asked people to restrict polluting activities on smog days. We now have very bad air quality, not from conventional smog, but from the combination of wildfire smoke usually and other things such as highly polluting engines. So this is going to cost almost nothing. Many people do not know that using these machines is creating criteria air contaminants. It's an easy request for departments. They often have multiple tasks they need to carry out, multiple tools that they can use. They don't have to use the worst tools on the worst days, and it's helpful to people for us to ask them. So it's going to cost us almost nothing, and it may do some good. Thank you.
Point of order. Chair, I wondered if you could just examine this motion to determine if it's in order, in that I question whether or not the City Council can request businesses and residents in this manner. I understand that we can request city operations. They report to us, but the way that this is worded, it's an ask of the public, and I don't know that we can do that.
Which motion are you referring to?
The motion that was brought forward from the committee, the original one.
Are you talking about the item?
Yeah, the committee recommendations.
Okay, let's stand this down. Okay. Councillor Fletcher, we're at our next item, Amendment 34.4, protecting playgrounds and parks.
You have an amendment to Councillor Bradford, which I hope that he'll be happy with.
Okay, can you put your name on the
oh,
list, please?
Sure I can. Am I going first then? Am I asking questions?
Well, okay, you held the item down, so do you have questions?
Yes.
Okay, can you put your name on the?
I've only got request to speak up on here. Where we go? Request a question. That's
Okay,
right.
there you are. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, ask your questions.
I'm just going to ask about this. This motion says go for 200 meters, and I'd like the fire chief to come out as well. I have questions for the fire chief, general manager, the deputy city manager. That the motion currently in front of us says 200 meters and do that, prioritize the 200. I'm thinking about making sure this happens. I agree that it's a difficult situation to have encampments so close to playgrounds. So I'm wondering if there's a way to phase that we would start with 50 meters, 100 meters, 200 meters, if that would be something that you could expedite and initiate immediately rather than sit down and prioritize them.
To you, Speaker. Thank you for that question. So that would be more operationally feasible, is to start with those closest 50 meters from these children's assets.
And those would be the ones that I guess I'll just ask the deputy city manager, if we were to prioritize or initiate, would your advice be to just start with the ones that are so close? And I think I'm also going to move to shift the protocols, so we're not asking over and over and over again, but you get a few chances and then you're going to be moved. Is that something that you could support?
To the speaker, yes, we could. It would allow us to prioritize based on distance.
The distance, and then be able to go quickly once we determine those. I'd just like to ask the fire chief, because I know, Chief, that you have called me a couple of times and said there's an encampment fire in your ward. And while we might prioritize the closest, can you just tell us how dangerous it is to have any flammables in an encampment?
Speaker, yes, it's certainly been an ongoing problem for us, and we prioritize differently. We will continue to use our assessments under the Fire Protection and Prevention Act and take measures that have been delegated to us through the province as we deem appropriate. But encampment fires, including the one today that we had in Coronation Park, continue to be a challenge for Toronto Fire.
And so if there was an amendment, and I appreciate Councillor Bradford bringing this to the fore, to actually start with the ones closest to a playground, is that something that you would think we should move quickly in that fashion and then continue to move out from there?
Speaker, from our perspective, and we are very restrictive within what we can and can't do under our authorities, we would look at that on a case-by-case basis, but certainly anything close to combustibles increases the fire risk. But again, it's just important to know that we would have to look at it case by case based on our authorities.
So you could do that. I'm just back to the operational question, that if you said 200 meters, there's a lot of playgrounds within the 200 meters. Are you basically suggesting that if we started in a phased way immediately, not prioritizing but initiating, that that's something that you and your staff could undertake quite quickly, and the deputy city manager would be in charge of that ensuring that that took place?
To the speaker, we could enact that immediately, and I can be involved in that, certainly.
You could be overseeing that
Yes.
that would take place in that phased way, and rather than kind of a scattergun, here's 200 playgrounds, out you go, very consciously planned process to initiate and move from small circumference out and keep an eye on those. And from a parks point of view and a playground point of view, do you think that that would be kind of a better approach than trying to do too many at the same time?
I think we can. I would say that we would, if that's an amendment as part of our interdivisional protocol, right, that considers the various factors that are considered as we approach this, yes, we could prioritize based on that.
You could do that quickly, initiate them. The protocol would say, you're going to go, I'm giving you however many notices, I think it's 3, and then we're going to move that, and that would start immediately for the ones closest to playgrounds.
It would start immediately for the ones closest, because the ones closest will be a smaller number that are more feasible for us to act more quickly.
But also the most important ones, because that's very close to.
Last question.
Yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Bradford, questions?
Thanks, Madam Speaker, through you. How many encampments are currently in the city?
To you, Speaker, we currently have 300 and, apologies, 355, Councillor.
355.
Yes.
And how many of those encampments are located in the parks?
255 encampments are located in 92 parks.
92 parks with 255 encampments. And how many encampments located in the right-of-way?
100 encampments.
Okay, that gives us to 355. How many encampments are within 200 meters of a school, playground, or daycare?
199 encampments.
199. What percentage is that of the total?
Apologies, Councillor, I don't have the...
Does 56% sound right to you?
That sounds right.
Okay. So 56% of the encampments are located within 200 meters of a school, playground, or daycare. We have 355 encampments. We have 200 of them, 255 of them in 92 parks. How many encampments are within 50 meters of a school, playground, or daycare?
To you, Speaker, 18 encampments.
And what is 18 as a percentage of 355? Is it 5%?
It's 5%, Councillor.
It's 5%. Okay. What changed to our encampment protocol with the mayor's new approach in June of 2024?
The approach that was adopted by this council is a rights-based approach that really puts people experiencing homelessness at the center of our outreach efforts, with the goal of connecting with them, ultimately bringing them into the shelter system or into permanent housing with support.
From an operational standpoint, has it resulted in removing encampments faster or slower?
To you, Speaker, it's given staff a structure upon which to act, and I would say it's given us additional resources through last year's budget to move more quickly.
But hang on a second. The encampment numbers, have they increased since we adopted that policy, or have they decreased? Prior to June of 2024, the number today is 355. Have they increased or decreased?
I can tell you, to you, Speaker, 1 year ago we were at 540 encampments. Today we're at 355.
What were you at in 2023?
I'd have to get that data for you.
I'd like you to have that data. Okay, so it's a longer process, but it's a different process. My proposal today, to have it removed within 200 meters of a park, playground, or daycare, that would address, or that would respond to 199 of the encampments, 56%, and my motion stipulates that we would do that in a 48-hour period. Do we have a time period in which we address and remove encampments today? Is there a fixed time period associated with that?
So to you, Speaker, as was noted, every encampment is different. So we do not have in the interdepartmental protocol a timeline that suggests removal within so many hours.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you. Councillor Moyes, questions?
Through you, Madam Speaker. Again, I've been here for 3 years, and the hardest thing that I go through is the encampment file in my ward. And, 200 meters from a school or daycare or playground. Can you speak to the density of the downtown core in regards to schools and daycares and playgrounds in the downtown core? Are you able to actually move people in encampments from the downtown core that are close to daycares and schools and playgrounds?
So to you, Speaker, the motion as is would not be operationally feasible for us to remove 199 encampments within 48 hours.
Okay. In a related topic, when the province had a similar motion around SES sites and schools and playground daycares, what resulted in that? In the downtown core specifically?
So to the Speaker, we sit on committees together, Councillor. We hear firsthand from community health centers, from neighborhoods, from service providers that there are a larger number of individuals who might have previously been using those services that are now closed, that are now using substances on the street, in public spaces, and in parks, and community settings.
And would you agree that the city has changed significantly in the last, let's say, 10, maybe even 5 years, where before people can actually be invisible in spaces. But as we develop across the downtown, there's less spaces for people to actually, be more visible. I'm thinking, for example, the CBC Tower facility at Jarvis and Carlton. There were many encampments there, that's it, 10 years ago. And, it was high bushes and you couldn't see people. But now there's like 2 condo towers there and the National Ballet School. So again, people cannot stay there because there's developments.
Your question, please.
Well, the point I'm trying to make is the reason we see a lot more people in encampments in the open is because there's less place for them to actually hide or be discreet. Do you agree with that?
So to you, Speaker, hard to say. I joined the city 20 years ago. We were working on encampments at that point too. They were a factor in the downtown and throughout the city. What I can say is with this new protocol and in the last year, we have more staff on the street, eyes and ears, understanding what the encampment situation is like, helping to bring more people inside, and dropping the number of encampments from about 550 a year ago to 355 today, and the work continues.
And in the encampment protocol, one of the 2 things that it has been able to capture was the court ruling in Kitchener, and also to the Ombudsman report last year. Is that accurate?
So to you, Speaker, I didn't hear the last part. Sorry, the
encampment protocol.
Yep.
Take into account the court ruling in Kitchener around moving people from public spaces. And secondly, the Ombudsman report last year or 2 years ago in regards to how we actually move people from public spaces we move people out of public spaces.
Yeah, so to the Speaker, the IDP, the Interdivisional Departmental Protocol on Encampments, was in response to the Ombudsman's report in 2021. And of course, it takes into consideration, with advice from our city legal, the environment which some of these cases are happening, and again, plots that rights-based approach to supporting people who are homeless.
And in your professional opinion, do you believe that the protocol has been successful, it works as it's intended to be, too?
So to the Speaker, I think 1 year on, the protocol is successful and we continue the work.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Burnside.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to Mr. Tanner. I think you said something about 500 encampments a year ago, 350 now. Just rough numbers. When you're saying encampments, are you talking about structures or are you talking about people?
Structures.
Okay, so as I recall, depending on the time, some people had numerous structures, and if there was a lot more cleanup of structures, then that obviously changed the number. You said there are more staff on the ground, more people on top of things. Has there been more effort to contain encampments so that there might, that's the question. That's the first question.
So to the Speaker, over the last year, we've deployed the enhanced outreach model and resolved encampments at Alexandra Park, Allen Gardens, Bellevue Square, Clarence Square, Grange Park, Lamport Stadium, Little Norway, St. James Park, Toronto Music Gardens, Trinity Square. The team has resolved 2,195 encampments.
Oh, sorry, yeah, but that wasn't my question. Sorry for interrupting. My question was, you said there are a lot more staff on the ground.
That's correct.
And involved. Are they cleaning up encampments without moving people? So my point is that, and sorry I probably didn't articulate it well. As I recall, at certain times, someone could have 3 or 4 structures, but there's only one person. Is there more emphasis now on making sure that those encampments are contained? And, so now instead of having 3 structures, the person might only have 2, might only have 1. I'm just trying to get a handle, and I'm not really going anywhere with the question other than that, is trying to get a handle on this 500 to 350. Is that, that's an indication of fewer structures. It's not an indication of fewer people, necessarily.
So to the Speaker, I can tell you it is fewer people, but
Okay.
You're right. A lot of the work certainly is how do we downsize the number of belongings people have? How do we clean up garbage that might accumulate in a park as we're continuing to work with?
And that's been an emphasis, yeah?
Absolutely,
Yeah,
yes.
okay. So as I recall, so if someone's in a park, if someone sets up a tent, as I recall, they don't have an entitlement to be there 24 hours a day. It was from 7 p.m. to 9 a.m. in that BC court ruling, but we never actually moved people out, right? Is that correct?
To the Speaker, we don't have hours of day.
We never did. We never differentiated, even though the courts did. Okay. So as I recall, the courts, if someone sets up their tent and they're moved and we get, let's say they set it up Friday night and we come Saturday afternoon, we don't have to serve notice. We can move them up because they haven't actually got, really ensconced there. Is that still the case?
So to the Speaker, our first goal is to find out who is there, what their needs are, and how we can help them.
Sure.
But if individuals move into one of the parks that we have resolved through our enhanced model, we meet with them and give them a 24-hour period to either leave or accept a shelter referral that we.
But you have to do that quickly.
That's right.
Okay. So, and do you have to offer them space?
A core part of the protocol is to offer space to come inside as we're reducing an encampment.
Even if they just got there Friday night and it's now Saturday morning?
That's right.
Yeah. Okay. So and then if they're there more than 48 hours, you actually have to give them a 48-hour notice, yeah?
So to the Speaker, those folks that may be in parks that we're looking to resolve would get a 72-hour notice from our Parks Department or through MLS to leave the park.
Yeah, so if they get there and you get there quickly, you can resolve and offer them space. You can resolve it quickly, but if you don't get there within a certain period of time, they then have to get a 48 or 72-hour notice. It can extend it out, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so this idea of moving them on within 48 hours, getting them inside may or may not be feasible. That's what I'm trying to, you see where I'm going with that?
Yes,
It depends when the person reports.
To the Speaker, depends on maybe if they've occupied a park that we've already cleared through an enhanced model, we give them that 24 hours. At some of the parks where there's multiple tents and we're working over a longer period of time, when we're ready to resolve, we would give them verbal notice, probably a week in advance, and we give them a 72-hour notice that's a trespass notice asking them to leave. After 72 hours, they're still there. We offer them, access to a shelter bed or space, and if they don't accept it, then,
Then you figure out ways to sort of help them find somewhere else. Okay, last question. What were the changes the province made that municipalities could sign up for? in terms of clearing parks of folks living in them?
Yeah, so
Because it's quite, you know, some municipalities signed up, some didn't, Toronto didn't, and I think it's the government gave the municipalities quite a bit of leeway.
Last.
Oh, no, 100%.
So to you, Speaker, no, Toronto did not participate in that. We have a protocol we've been following since Council adopted it in 2024. I'd have to get that information in an informed way and provide it to you, Councillor.
Councillor Perks.
Thank you. I'm going to begin with a question to the city solicitor. So looking at the motion that's in front of us, do you have any comments about whether it runs afoul or creates issues because of the decision in the region of relative to the region of Waterloo?
Madam Speaker, I'll raise two issues. One relates to the Waterloo decision and another is a more general comment. And I've explained this first one before, and that is that council cannot direct enforcement staff.
Yes.
And this can be interpreted as, well, as a direction to enforcement staff because the removal of an encampment is essentially bylaw enforcement.
Okay.
So it's important to be mindful of the fact that any staff enforcing a bylaw must be operating at arm's length from council and be able to exercise their discretion as they see fit in the moment, dealing with the facts on the ground that they see. Secondly, the Waterloo case and others create a very complex web of common law around enforcement of bylaws to remove encampments. And at a bare minimum, what they require is that there be space offered in a shelter or other some form of shelter to individuals before an encampment is removed. My staff work closely with the staff who clear encampments and would provide advice at the time about how to ensure that charter rights are respected. That might mean that 48 hours is not possible. In many cases, I expect it would not be, but I cannot comment on the operational aspects of this, only to say there's a complex web of case law in this area around Section 7.
Okay, so I just want to make sure I heard you about the not directing enforcement staff, and I think that's interesting and important. Mm-hmm. But the core of what I'm trying to get to is in the Waterloo case anyway, and I know there's a complex web. There had to be a legitimate offer of housing or shelter. That's the principle we need to be mindful.
That is sort of the principle number one. That is the core of the case law. Yes, there must be space.
Okay, that's the core of the case law. Okay.
Yes.
To Mr. Tanner, how many people in the last year or 2 years or whatever set of figures you have we moved out of encampments and into shelter or housing?
So to the Speaker, we've moved approximately 700 people into the shelter system and about another 115 into permanent housing.
Over what period of time?
From January 1st to
now.
To November 7th.
Okay.
Yes.
So to meet the legal test that the city solicitor was talking about, just telling you to go clear encampments doesn't give you any way of solving your problem. We have to help you get places for people to go. Is that correct?
So to the Speaker, for us to be successful and aligned to the protocol, we need space to offer and options for people to go places, yes.
So the necessary condition, if you will, for you to be able to clear an encampment isn't the distance from a school or the number of hours or whatever. The necessary condition is you have to have somewhere they can go.
To the Speaker, that's correct.
Do we currently have enough space in our system for everyone who is in an encampment to go?
No.
I think that's all I needed to hear. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Chang.
Thank you. Through the chair, how many people in encampments are approached by outreach workers on a daily basis?
So to you, Speaker, it would vary. I mean, we have teams 24/7 on the road, both in the core and in every community across the city, as well as our encampment team, our Parks and Rec staff that are Parks ambassadors. So we'd be in touch with, likely hundreds of people a day. Not all of them would be homeless. They might be in the park doing other things, but we'd be connecting with a lot of people.
And is there a percentage of those who are encamped who would refuse offers of housing or shelter?
To you, Speaker, yes. Certainly people that we talk to may refuse shelter the first 10 times and might accept it on the 11th. They may continue to not accept shelter. So that is definitely something the staff face each day.
Has the city ever considered establishing some legal places to encamp that would include resources, showers, washrooms, and support, rather than just waiting for them to pop up, and almost a whack-a-mole approach where if this policy proceeds, the goal will be to clear them, but it's not going to clear all encampments, period. It's simply that they will be encouraged to move to other locations.
To you, Speaker, we look at jurisdictions across the country that try to do different things with respect to supporting people who are homeless. In Toronto, we have not implemented such an approach. Our approach is very much focused on housing first. We want to get people into long-term housing with the supports they need. Sometimes the shelter is the first step to get there. We have not looked at that kind of approach here in Toronto.
Given that there is this pressure in a highly dense city that community infrastructure, especially those where children are really difficult to use when they're encampments, do you think that it's something worth considering to examine? Because basically when we say you can't be here, and if there is no offer of somewhere else, it is kind of implicitly saying go somewhere else, and that somewhere else ideally would include some access to support, resources, and washrooms.
So to you, Speaker, it's not an idea that we haven't thought about. I will tell you that given our current challenges in siting purpose-built shelters in this city, it would be very difficult to find a location in the city that we could offer those kinds of supports. And it's our goal, again, get people indoors as quickly as possible and then connect them to the health care and other supports that they need, including housing, to end their homelessness.
Over the past year, we've seen a pretty good decrease in the number of people who call requesting shelter space and being refused. So it's dropped from 250 to somewhere around 150. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Do you see us moving in a positive trajectory to continue to decrease in that number over the months to come?
So to you, Speaker, we feel confident we have some momentum both on this file and across all of our homelessness programs. What we are dependent on is consistent and ongoing funding from other levels of government so we can continue that momentum, the shelter flow and people leaving the system so we can bring more people in, and ultimately getting more people into housing with the supports they need to be successful.
So at 199 encampments that are in that 200-meter radius, how long do you think it would take to go through the process that is necessary before we're able to get to a point where we would then be able to address each one that pops up in a 48-hour turnaround? So I don't think we're going to be able to do that out of the gate if this policy moves forward. How long do you think it will take to clear the 199?
So to you, Speaker, it's difficult to say because as you resolve perhaps one encampment, there are others that may be brand new. What we would support is sort of taking a phased approach to this work, starting with those closest to the areas that have been identified as children's amenities, schools, daycares, etc., and starting the approach with a 50-meter approach and then spanning that out from there. And that's something that we could track and report back on as we go forward.
Okay, thank you, thank you. Come on, guys, it's 25 after 6. Councillor Holiday?
Thank you, Speaker. Councillor Perks asked a question earlier about, I guess, spaces. How many people outflow from the shelter system each day, roughly?
So to the Speaker, you know, it really can range, Councillor, depending if it's families or individuals, but, you know, I would say we probably have 30 or 40 or 50 people leaving the system every day. And, you know, every day we're bringing about the same number in.
Right, yeah, I remember that. There's an in and out flow on the website. The total number of shelter beds, all in with all the bits and pieces, if I recall empirically, it's around 10,000. Maybe a little bit less right now?
A little bit less. We're about 9,000 right now.
About 9,000 right now. Okay, and so the flow is about 30, 40, 50 people a day. It all depends. Okay. So do you have beds available right now for individuals that are encampments that would tell the outreach worker, you know what, today's the day, I'm going to come in? So you put some aside, do you not?
To the Speaker, yes, we do.
How many do you put aside?
To the Speaker, it really depends on the number of vacancies we have. I'll tell you, as we approach the winter season, we'll be standing up another 500 beds. We'll be looking at those beds to utilize to support people from encampments to come indoors. So that's really an opportunity for us to make some progress.
Okay, so you'd be standing up 500 beds. So when Councillor Perks said, you know, do you have enough spaces to put the 355 encamped people in today? Yes, the answer is no today, but presumably in some time, though, there is system capacity. There's 500 beds coming.
To the Speaker, you know, each year we house about 5,000 people. So
Right.
there is consistent flow in and out of our system.
Yep. So you could, you know, if council directed you, find right now 355 beds, you know, you even just through attrition each day, you could set aside reserve capacity. I don't know that you could get those people to come in that quickly, but in theory, this can be done. Okay, a different question though. There was another question from Councillor Burnside. I didn't quite understand the flow through on this. The province made some changes. Was it tools that they created? What was it that the government did that Councillor Burnside was referring to?
So to you, Speaker, you know, the province talked about bringing in, you know, legislation to support the clearing of encampments and perhaps even using the notwithstanding clause to support cases that may come up in the work to do that. I am not familiar with where that legislation sits currently. And it's not something that, you know, we have adopted here in Toronto or received funds from the province to undertake.
Did we make a decision not to participate or look into it, or is it just, it's just one of those things we haven't looked into?
So to the Speaker, Councillor, I want to get more information, so I'm providing you an accurate answer to the question. So I'd like to do that.
But we didn't tell you not to do it. There's not a report that I'm not remembering right now that said ignore this. Okay.
That's right.
I think that's all my questions. Thank you, Speaker.
Councillor Pletcher, Councillor Morley, you put your name up to ask questions. Councillor Morley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll try to keep it brief. And thank my colleagues for their questions on this as well. A lot of mine have been asked and answered. I wonder if we could hear from staff about what's the difference between removing an encampment and resolving an encampment.
To you, Speaker, perhaps not much difference. I mean, you know, we're wanting to resolve homelessness, frankly, with this plan, right? We want to get people into housing with support, so we're not pushing them to another park or another public right-of-way just to meet them a week from now. So we want to resolve the issue, not just remove the physical structure, if you will.
I think that's important. And where we've had success in resolving encampments and getting people either to accept shelter indoors or to connect to alternative housing supports, how long in your experience, and I know every case and every individual is different, but realistically, what has it been looking like through the experience we've had over the last year with a revised approach in terms of the time it takes?
Yeah, to you, Speaker, I just rely on the data that we have here. So, you know, again, we've resolved 2,195 encampments, 690 people have moved into the shelter system from encampments, another 116 individuals into permanent housing. The length of time for any one individual is going to vary depending on a whole lot of different variables. Some people are looking for that shelter bed really quickly. They come in immediately. Other people may be experiencing a significant mental health issue, and it may take, frankly, years to get them to come inside.
We heard about over 56% of the current encampments are located within 200 meters of a school or a daycare facility. We've heard that it is not feasible, operationally practical, or frankly legal for us to proceed with trying to remove encampments within 48 hours as suggested in the motion before us. Is that, am I following correctly?
That's correct.
That's all factual. That's helpful. And in the instances where there are significant safety concerns about behaviors that are happening, can you talk to us about the enforcement approach and the engagement of whether it's bylaw officers or police and how they're prioritizing engaging and addressing these encampments?
So to you, Speaker, we work with an interdivisional team, whether that's the chief beside me at Toronto Fire or the police divisions in various parts of the city, our MLS division, our Parks and Rec staff. You know, really it's an all-of-city approach to these issues, and depending on the behavior, it could be an immediate call to 911 if there's an immediate life safety issue that's happening.
Okay.
So, you know, we do our best to bring the right resources to the individuals as they need them.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. I hear Madam Speaker's asked me to wrap it up, even though I have 2 minutes left, so I will wrap it up.
I just want to say that if we don't finish in a half hour, we're back tomorrow. No, we extended just to 7. We've only extended it to 7. 7 o'clock. So I'm just telling you, we won't finish the agenda. Councillor Chernes-Lynn, we only have an hour and we have some items still to deal with.
Thank you. With this motion, what happens if someone is 210 meters away? Like, how are we, like, what happens if, like, if people are just outside that, or they get, like, what's the...
To the Speaker, we would, you know, if the motion directs us to work with folks within 200 meters, that's where we would start. So folks outside of that would be less of a priority.
Okay, and if we were to alter this motion, like I know there's been suggestions by others that they're contemplating bringing motions to start at, let's say, 50 and prioritize that, what happens if somebody is at, like, if we're focusing on within 50, what happens if people are at 60 or 75? Does that mean that time frame no longer applies?
So to you, Speaker, we would do our best to take this direction and apply it to the field. I mean, you know, we won't be out there with tape measures doing this work, but we have a good idea of what that distance looks like, and we'll do our best to address these issues that are located near these children's amenities that have been noted, and do our best to work with those.
Okay, and then another question I have is that you suggested to Councillor Burnside that you would be willing to provide him with an update on what the provincial government had offered to municipalities. Is that possible to provide that to all of us? Because I'm not as well versed, perhaps, and I would like that too.
Happy to, Speaker.
Thank you. Can you turn off my mic?
That we have a half hour, I just don't get it. Deputy Mayor Malik.
Very much. And I appreciate the questions to Toronto Shelter and Support Services. But as you have referred to a number of times, that the approach to resolving encampments and the approach that we have taken so that there are lasting outcomes in making sure that our parks and public spaces are usable for everyone is not just the work of the encampment team or Toronto Shelter and Support Services. So I would actually like to hear from our emergency services. I see that Chief Jessup is here. And, you know, as the motion is laid out right now, I think it's very important for us to hear about the operational feasibility of this, given the demands on our emergency services and how critical it is to have that all kind of expertise approach, that interdivisional approach, in order to have a meaningful impact in what we're trying to actually address today.
Chair, so as noted previously, we work within a very confined piece of legislation under the Fire Protection and Prevention Act. So, you know, we will exercise our independent authority based on the fire safety risk that presents itself on a case-by-case basis. And as the general manager's noted, sometimes that could be within 12 hours notice that Toronto Fire Service will exercise our authority, depending on the fire and life safety risk. And there's other times where we, you know, where we can issue some time to comply. But again, you know, the key commitment that we are making is working in the spirit of the interdivisional protocol while maintaining our independent legislative authority to exercise our discretion when enforcing, you know, the fire code or the Fire Protection and Prevention Act. In terms of the impact on our staff, it is absolutely, you know, these fires, the numbers of fires have increasing. In 2021, we had 130, and last year we had 210. You know, I can tell you the three main wards are clearly Spadina, Fort York, Toronto St. Paul's, and Toronto Centre. Nothing else comes even close to those three. So they are a risk to our staff. Quite often, Deputy Mayor, you and I have spoken about the compressed gas cylinders that my firefighters are dealing with upon arrival. But again, I want Council to know that, you know, we will exercise our authority within the Act, but also within the spirit of the IDP, we'll take in a human-focused approach.
Thank you very much, Chief Jessup. And so what I'm hearing is that, you know, in terms of operational feasibility, it really is scoping the direction so that priority is very clear for you and your teams as you have experienced interdivisional protocol. And the way that it's laid out right now is really not providing that direction and that sense of priority that helps you, you know, work quickly to resolve the encampments in order to continue to do that work.
Chair, again, the direction or the assessment from Toronto Fire may quite often be different than the assessment from Shelter and Support Services. The General Manager and I talk pretty much every day, along with my Deputy City Manager, on these issues. And again, we have to move within our authority at a time frame that's best for the public safety and also for our responding firefighters. So we have the tools within the Fire Protection and Prevention Act to act. We do seek legal advice every time we exercise those authorities. But again, we certainly have what we need right now from a fire safety perspective to move forward, and we will continue to do so, but we will continue to do so in the spirit of the IDP.
Thank you.
Councillor Fletcher to speak. Come on, we have 20 minutes to finish. No, we're not moving an extension. No, Councillor, no, we're not going to have quorum. Councillor Fletcher, speak. We spent over an hour on this item. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Fletcher.
Just going to move that motion. I think I spoke about it. I think it's not realistic. I understand that it's 200 meters, but I think operationally, and I've talked to the Deputy City Manager, let's be realistic. Let's move on the closest. If we're concerned about playgrounds, we're concerned about kids, which I think we all are, then move fast, move clean, move on from 50 to 70 to 100. But 200 meters to start with all of those, everybody's going to be disappointed. So that's really and truly what that's about. And to start quickly, because I heard that you know where they are. I know staff have given the list of parks that are very frustrating. Little Norway, all of these parks, it is just at a crisis level. and it's very hard to get people to move. So this would be not asking so many times, here you go, you're being offered, and you're going. So that really is what that's about. But I really want to be careful that in this, you know, we have a very big housing program, and what I want to be very careful about, that we are supporting parents, we're supporting others, but I don't want it's kind of us versus them, because I think that we know many people that haven't made it and are getting rent-evicted, are trying to find a place to live, and sometimes they are ending up on the street and they're in hard times. And I don't mean the people that are doing illegal things. I simply mean those people that have given up and are there. So we need to make sure that everybody feels safe, that the parents feel safe, that the kids feel safe. So I would just ask that we give staff that direction to start with something manageable rather than everything, and let them be successful, because I don't want to always be hearing, well, look, there's 200 meters and there's still somebody there. I have an encampment, I have Riverdale Park, I have an encampment in front of the Broadview Station. It's the Broadview Station that the BIA says, please help. We have to fix the encampment at the Broadview Station. We have to move the person out of the bus shelter across from the Rooster. Councillor Matlow isn't here. It was one of his tour around Ehon. There they are. The person's there. It's full of things. Not an easy person to deal with when people are going. A violent person. So there's sometimes not easy situations, and I don't want to make it look like you're doing nothing, because your staff are working, but I also want to make sure that we're clear on playgrounds. But when I'm calling out Broadview Station, I'm not hearing somebody's out clearing an encampment that's 200 meters away from a playground. That is now a priority, because there are many priorities. And for those who don't have as many encampments or wooded areas and places like that, these are not easy decisions. This is not an easy part of our job. It's not an easy part of our staff's job. So I would ask that we're just more manageable. Let's have these successes immediately and let parents and children know that we are going to work quickly and then continue on out. But while we do this, if we don't get this phased approach, I want to make sure that when I call for Broadview Station, because there's 3 tents or 5 tents there, that I'm not told, sorry, councillor, we can't do that because we're out somewhere where there's 3 football fields away from a playground. That is not what I'm signing up for here, because I'm on it every time we have a situation, on it, in order to make sure that the community is in good shape, that people who are homeless, and many of them not well, have good treatment, and that is the way that we've worked in this city for a long time, and I'd like to continue working in that way. Thank you.
Now we have questions. Councillor Chernis Lynn.
Thank you. For Councillor Fletcher, I just want to understand clause number 2, where you want to have a maximum of 3 offers to people living before proceeding to removals, as in the circumstances set out in part 1 above. Is that for everyone, or are we going to does this suggest that we'd be going to a 3 offers kind of generally for the protocol? Or is it only in these cases?
Well, let's start with that, because we are prioritizing this. If you would like to amend that, but we're shifting how we're doing things in order to respond to a playground situation, school situation. So right now, I think it's a lot of offers, many, and this is letting people know that it's not multiple forever, that we've got certain tolerance for this. It was starting within the 50 meters. My goal is to have the playgrounds and the children and the encampments not cheek to jowl, councillor. So I'm sure we'll get a report back. I also know you're concerned about when the city council would be notified, and I think, and I didn't have a chance to change this, but that the DCM has told the councillor that this is now an active site in their ward.
Yeah,
That's not clear.
that was my next question,
Yeah.
was can we change that to, I
Yes.
personally don't think, I think a week is too long for the
Yes, you
councillor
could
to be
just quickly
notified.
amend that. That'd be fine, if you
Okay.
want to ask for that.
I would also just suggest that, and I guess this is for you to think about, but that the three offers, like you make a good point that within 50 meters of a subway station,
Counselor, questions.
this is a
She's
question, I
asking
guess.
me one.
Yeah.
I'm asking you to consider, in light of your comment about Broadview Station or something like that, like we have to, there needs to be like perhaps some subtlety for the office to take into account.
Understand.
What are those competing pieces, and perhaps 100 meters somewhere else versus right outside a subway station is affecting children too, right? It's affecting kids who we hope we could allow them to take the subway on their own, all those kind of things. So I guess I just wonder if this should be refined somehow.
Well,
and I guess I would, that piece number 2, I hope that they'll consider that more broadly than just in the 50 meters in these limited cases.
Thank you. That I'm sure staff heard that. I'm happy to change that the councillor would be notified when that's immediately upon initiation, and I'll make that amendment.
Please, this is only clarification of the motion, please, and make it quick. Point of order, Councillor Perks.
Speaker, I would like to move that we complete the agenda tonight. Just looking here, even if we only complete the questions for Councillor Fletcher, we will be past 7 o'clock. I know that some of the items remaining on the agenda, including the appointment of the chair of the TPA, must be done at this meeting. So I'm going to move that.
I need to have that amendment.
Okay, there's a motion, so we'll have a recorded vote. We need 2/3.
Well, this can just go to next time. Who's coming tomorrow?
Just stand by, members, while we stage the vote.
We're in the middle of a vote. No, there's no break. We're already past the break time. It's 10 to 7.
We didn't get a break.
I know, well, because we were only supposed to go to 7 o'clock. That's why I'm trying to remind members of council that put their names on the list.
Yes.
Recorded vote. Are you? I can't vote for it. I'm sorry.
Councillor Fletcher, please.
Councillor Crisanti, please. Thank you. Councillor Pasternak, may we have your vote, please?
In the affirmative.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that, Councillor Pasternak.
In the affirmative, yes.
Affirmative, thank you.
The motion to extend the meeting carries. The vote is 15 to 7.
Okay, Councillor Cheng, you voted no, but yet you have your name on the list to speak. Like, I just don't understand. Okay, Councillor Cheng, you still want to ask a question because you want to go home?
I had that app.
Yeah, let's just call the question. Councillor Cheng, did you have a question?
Yes, I have a quick question
Okay,
for Councillor
quick.
Fletcher. Is the intention of this motion to still keep the 200-meter radius, that staff will focus first on the 50 encampments near in 50-meter radius, but the 199 that are in the 200 radius will still move towards clearing those as well?
Yes. It's
Okay.
to have a immediate target
Yep.
of the 50 meters.
Yes.
And I thank Councillor Chernos-Lynn
Yep.
because I gave the example of my Broadview station.
Yes,
So
yes.
4 football fields
Thank
away
you.
or at
That's my
Broadview.
question.
So yes,
Yeah,
that's my
thank you.
answer. Thank you. And I have amended that, Councillor Chernos-Lynn.
I do. What is the intention of
Kelly, could you
involving
get
the
my
city
amendment?
councillor?
I'm sorry, couldn't hear you over the...
What is the intention of involving the city councillor with this?
Well, I think that maybe they've called already, or maybe they don't know, but simply to let the councillor know that that activity is underway because city council is quite interested in this issue.
So this says, update the local councillor within 1 week and provide regular updates. That's what it says. I'm reading.
I know, but I think I just heard, if you didn't hear me say, I was amending that to let the city councillor know that that has been initiated.
Okay, and then it says to ensure safety and operational factors are fully considered. What does that mean?
Well, that's what the fire chief said. There may be something that's 100 meters away right now that has a fire hazard. So that's why I asked him that. I've had fires on the lake shore. I've had fires. He's been to fires. People have died in fires. So operationally for me, number one is safety of everybody involved, and that is part of that, Councillor. That's my explanation.
So the intent is to have the councillor more hands-on with this process?
No, the intention is just that they know it's happening. They may or may not know it's happening. They may or may not know that that encampment is close by. I generally know where the encampments are in my ward, take action on them. I don't know about other wards and playgrounds.
So does the information flows to the councillor? Does it flow back to staff?
I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Does the information flow to the councillor or does it flow back to staff?
No, I don't understand what you mean. If you have to explain what you mean by the flow.
This says you,
What's the flow?
I don't know if it's inform or whatever it is, the councillor.
Yeah.
So the staff provide information to the councillor. Does the councillor give information back to the staff?
Well, I'm sure if the councillor wishes to, but if there's an initiation in a park and I didn't know that I was there, I certainly appreciate being advised that that's underway. It's basically, it's a courtesy. You're not going down there and clearing that, but you're now involved or watching because there are situations that, since it's your ward, I would assume you might want to know.
But your intention is to provide comments back to the staff?
I'm just not clear. What kind of comments are you anticipating?
I don't know. It says here to ensure safety and operational factors are fully considered. That to me implies that the staff will ask you for information.
The staff will ask who for information?
The councillor.
Well, the councillor can say, I don't have any information, or here's what I've heard, or you're doing a good job, or there's something else happened, have something else happened. Councillor, you know, this is really and truly moved to the front burner, those issues that are critical. You know, when you get a patient, you don't look at every patient, you start with the critical patients.
Thank you. Time is up. Time is up. Councillor Bradford.
Thanks, Madam Speaker, through you, to Councillor Fletcher. I see that you're changing the time aspect from removing the 48 hours to get started within 24 hours. How long do you think it's reasonable to let the encampments remain next to daycares, schools, and playgrounds?
Well, your motion says prioritize. Oh, I can't even say the word. Prioritize. Is that how you say it? Prioritize.
Prioritize. Let's all say it together.
Yeah.
Prioritize.
It's prioritize. So when I prioritize something, I now make a list of within 200 meters, here's the ones I might start with, here's the factors. When initiate means with the 50 meters, here they are, we're going to start with these. And I think that really is the issue. If you want to, I think initiate is the priority. You start with the 50 meters, you initiate that right away, and you continue working out, because the 200 meters is still in effect here.
Yeah, so I guess the question still remains, let me try it again.
Sure.
How long do you think it's reasonable to let the encampments remain next to daycares, schools, and playgrounds? What's a reasonable time for them to stay there?
This is now for this to 3 times, 3 offers of shelter. I'm not sure that the original motion is clear about how long that would be. You're prioritizing the removal of encampments within 48 hours. To me, if I'm staff reading that, I think, well, I'm going to make my list, I'm going to make my decision, I'll decide which is the most important. I don't have any factors that it's based on because it's 200 meters. And Councillor, I know you're a sports person. This is 50 meters. So 200 is this 50 plus another 50 plus another 50 plus another 50. This motion that I hope you take in a friendly way, because it's saying it's important, let's quickly prioritize by initiating that.
So
the first with the 50-meter radius.
Okay, so I'm still trying to get an answer. How long do you think
I'm
is
answering
reasonable
you, but
to let
apparently I'm
encampments
not.
remain next to daycare, schools, and playgrounds? What's the reasonable amount of time in
Right
your
there,
perspective?
number 2.
So what is it? How
Well,
long
it's right
do you
there.
think it's reasonable?
Well, how long is it reasonable? I have to say that I believe that this amendment makes it more possible to move quickly than having a radius of 200 meters or however many football fields
How
that
many
is.
encampments are captured in your 50-meter radius? Do you remember that?
Immediately, tomorrow, initiated 18, immediate.
Okay.
In the 200, you now have to prioritize of 200 encampments. Which ones are you going to start with? Who's making the list? We have a list.
So
It's
Toronto
start
has
tomorrow.
a lot more than 18
Start
encampments,
tomorrow.
though.
This allows the staff to
Councillor
start
Bradford,
tomorrow.
please allow the answer.
Start tomorrow.
So without a firm...
Okay, your time's up. Thank you. It's over 3 minutes. Councillor Moyes to speak. Councillor Perks.
I was wondering if we could stand this down for 5 minutes and deal with the TPA item, which we absolutely must do tonight. Oh, okay.
Well, maybe it's not quick for you, but it may be quick for other members. Yeah, well, that's fine. You can go into questions.
So I'm moving, we stand this down, complete the TPA item, and come back to this. People can vote however they want.
Yeah.
A point of order? No, the MZO item is next, and that has to be dealt with in order.
Councillor Bradford, it's up to council to decide. Okay, all right. Yeah, yeah.
The city manager has made it very clear to anyone who wants to go talk to him that the TPA item is urgent and must be dealt with tonight.
Yes.
Okay?
No, what point of order, Councillor Pasternak here. Councillor Perks moved the motion to finish. What's he worried? What's he panicking now about? His item will be dealt with eventually.
Well, I'm not even speaking. Point of personal privilege, Madam Speaker. I'd like to remind my colleague it is my right to ask the questions in the public forum on the floor of council about an item when it comes up. Well, he was indicating I could just go and ask those questions all day. No, I want to ask the questions in the public for the public.
Councillor Bradford, you have the opportunity to ask questions. We're not saying you can't ask questions. Nobody is denying you of asking questions. All we're doing is asking that the item be moved up. Because it's urgent, just like we do with other items.
No, but point of order,
So you
Madam
can
Speaker.
ask
It makes no sense. Councillor Pasternak here. It makes no sense to move it up if we've already moved a motion to finish.
Well, Councillor
it will be dealt with
Pasternak,
tonight.
Councillor Pasternak, this needs to be dealt with. And because the other one's being delayed, we want to get that one done. And we can go back to this item after. Okay, motion to
Madam
move the
Speaker,
item up.
No, recorded vote.
Recorded vote.
Recorded vote.
Recorded vote.
Yeah. No way.
Yeah, stand this item down and we'll come back to it.
Oh, but we're
Yes.
finishing the agenda anyway. You
And
don't have to do this.
Councillor Pasternak, I'm moving that because I need to move that motion forward. And Councillor Mantis. Okay, recorded vote. We'll come back to this item after we finish that other item. And Councillor Perks just moved that motion on my behalf.
Councillor Sachs, please. Councillor Fletcher, please.
Yeah. That's why Councillor Perks moved it, was on my behalf. I just wanted Councillor Pasternak and Councillor Mantis to know that.
Councillor Turnus-Lynn, please.
No, this is just to move.
Councillor Matlow, please.
Councillor Sachs, please. Thank you.
In a negative, Councillor Pasternak.
Councillor Turnus-Lynn, please.
The motion to amend the order paper does not carry. The result is 10 votes in favor, 10 votes against. The required 2/3 is not achieved.
Yeah, because the same, but
We're going to be fine. Moise, you're
Yes,
up.
through you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. 1 second, got your time. There you go.
So when you spoke, you said that this is not an us versus them scenario, but I tend to differ. This is an us versus them. And this is about the haves and the have-nots, and the privileged and the non-privileged. I can say to you, since I've been here, my Ward of Toronto Centre, we've had the most encampments and the largest encampment. I've had to work with my community to actually explain to them the processes that we're taking to help get people from parks, encampments, to indoor spaces. These things take time. These are real people with some serious issues. They have mental health issues, they have addiction issues, but also to their neighbors and their friends as well. And so it's just really difficult that we're back here again talking about this again and again and again. The stats also show that majority of people who are in encampments are Black people, are Indigenous people, are people of color, right? And again, here we are in this chamber, the privileged, bringing this here again, trying to push them to the periphery. The only place that you could actually push people in encampments now is into the lake. And that's what we're trying to do here. I'm beside myself because we have spoken about this ad nauseum. I can say to you that the encampment protocol that we worked so hard on over the last many years, which we adopted in this chamber in 2024, has worked. It has worked. We've explained it to the public. They know what our expectations are, what our rules are, why we're doing what we're doing. and the importance of creating more housing, more affordable housing, more housing with wraparound services. It is working. In August of 2025 of this year, for the first time in Toronto Centre, we had no encampments in all our parks. It's because of the encampment strategy that we've put in place. And as our solicitor mentioned, reminded us, it is because of the ruling in Waterloo Region. It's because of the Ombudsman report last year or earlier this year, I don't remember when it is anymore, that made recommendations. And all those things were carefully crafted to have the encampment protocol today. And here we are now, tinkling with it again. Because you know what? It's the low-hanging fruit. Let's continue to victimize those that are already on the periphery. What does that say about us as a council, the leaders of this community? They're supposed to take care of not only the most privileged, but those who have nothing. So again, I am voting against this motion because I think it's BS. And hopefully at some point, somebody here will come to their senses.
Thank you, Councillor. I've just asked that we bring some pizzas in here because some people are very hungry. Councillor Crisanti's going for blood work because his blood sugar is so low. We'll get those moving really quickly. My credit card is there. Please come and get it. Thank you very much. All right, next up is you, Councillor Bradford. 1 second. There we go. Councillor Bradford, go ahead, please.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Speaker. Through you, I have an amendment to your amendment, and that is to increase the distance to beginning with 150 meters, because I've heard from residents, I've heard from staff that 50 meters and 18 encampments is inadequate in comparison to the order of the magnitude of the problem when it comes to encampments here in the city of Toronto. It's my view, and the reason I brought this motion forward in the first place is that we need to restore safety and accessibility to our public spaces, to our parks, especially around schools, playgrounds, and daycares, while ensuring that the City of Toronto is still able to offer a compassionate and coordinated response for people who are experiencing homelessness. That's why I want us to continue to work with the Streets to Homes team to connect with the people who are in the encampments and connect them with shelter and housing. I'm the father of a 2- and 4-year-old, and I don't think that parents should have to worry about whether it's safe or not to take their kids to the park or to walk to school. When I go to the park, I'm worried about my daughter splitting her chin open on the slide. I don't want to have to worry about her stepping on a needle or seeing somebody smoking crack or having a negative interaction with somebody who is having a mental health episode. I don't think parents are comfortable with that. And that is what I have heard from parents time and time again across my ward and in fact across the city. We have an encampment at Stanley Grizzle Park. It is literally right next door to a daycare. It is right next door to a playground, okay? And that encampment has been there for months. On a daily basis, people see residents see the folks in the encampments using crack pipes, using needles, increased garbage, screaming at 3 a.m, human waste left in residents' backyards, and the illicit sale of drugs to minors, porch package theft, and assaults. That happens on a weekly basis in that park. And there are consequences to that. The residents of the community can no longer use that park. And I'm sorry if it's uncomfortable to hear me saying these things. Imagine what it's like living with it. That's what's happening there every day. And so I think Torontonians deserve a clear timeline and accountability from City Hall on how we are going to address these encampments, especially when they are on top of a playground next to a daycare or a school. That's why the motion was 200 meters within those sensitive sites and a clear timeline of 48 hours. Be very careful about the language of Councillor Fletcher's motion. It's a poison pill. initiating within 24 hours, they changed the word initiating for a reason. That doesn't deliver the accountability or the results that parents and families in our communities deserve. You heard from Councillor Fletcher. She had no answer as to how long it was reasonable or acceptable for these encampments to remain. I asked Councillor Fletcher that 4 different times. I used my entire time of questions to try and get an answer on that. I couldn't. It's not compassionate to let these issues linger for months on end. And that's the mayor's new approach that this council adopted in June of 2024. It's to let these percolate across the city of Toronto. It's to allow our parks to be overrun by encampments for months on end. Dufferin Grove used to be the example of how we had a compassionate response to dealing with encampments. That was the model. Now Dufferin Grove is the nightmare. We spent 7 months working on clearing that encampment. Over $1 million spent, countless staff hours, only to arrive at the same conclusion, which was inevitable. Clearing the encampment, but not before the last 8 holdouts demanded an 800 square foot apartment. That doesn't work, guys. It doesn't work. So my proposal was practical. I started with the 200 meters. I understand that not everyone's there on that, but I can't accept 50 meters. Torontonians won't accept us taking action on 18 encampments out of the nearly 355 across the city. And for all the parents in this city that want to be able to access their parks with their little kids, their playgrounds, to walk to daycare, and not have to push through this stuff and to be subjected to the stuff that takes place, this motion responds to that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Any questions? No, seeing none. We're moving on to Councillor Pasternak. 1 second. Councillor Pasternak, you have your 5 minutes.
I'll call the question. I do not need 5 minutes.
You're calling the question? We have one more speaker. Why don't we just have one more speaker and that's it?
No, because other people can put their names on.
Sorry.
I think.
No, there's one more speaker, but anyway, that's fine. You have your right to call the question. Don't know why we would do that, but all right. Councillor Pasternak's calling the question. Well, do we have to record that or not? One speaker left. You'd like a recorded vote on that as the last speaker, the only speaker? Okay.
Yes, there has to be a recorded vote.
Oh, 1 business day. Oh, sorry.
Speaker Nunziata, your vote verbally, please. The negative, thank you.
The motion to end debate does not carry. The vote is 6 to 14.
Okay, so we have our last speaker. I guess you can. You're on your feet. That's great. You have your mic on? Yes, Councillor.
This is awkward, but I wonder, Madam Deputy Chair, if you will consider whether or not your motion is in order. And the concern that I have is that it opens the question as to whether or not this is involving a city councillor in an enforcement activity. There are two parts to the motion. The first part asks for regular updates, and the second part has the specific words to ensure safety and operational factors are fully considered, and that implies a dialogue with public servants who are tasked with conducting this enforcement activity. So I ask that you make a ruling on that, please.
Second, please. Clerk's assistance, thank you. I'm handing that back to speaker.
Yeah, I'm not ruling it out of order because I think the councillors should be notified. Thank you. Last speaker, Councillor Perks.
Members, I'm very sorry to take up your time, but this is an issue that I feel very passionate about, and I think there are some things that need to be said. Earlier in the meeting on another item, Councillor Bradford said that, on that item there was some performativity. Well, listening to Councillor Bradford, I say, play the overture, raise the curtain, and turn on the lights. We heard very clearly from the city solicitor, that we have a legal duty to make sure that if we're going to move somebody out of an encampment, that we have to have shelter space. Isn't it interesting that the same person who gets up and thumps the table and talks about all the harms that are caused by people who have lost their homes being in encampments has voted against building shelters, has organized against building shelters? Ask Deputy Mayor Morley about Councillor Bradford's role in trying to stop shelters getting built. You will get an earful. The thing we were told you need to do to house people or to get people out of the parks is to provide them with shelter and housing. You cannot, in good faith, stand up on Monday and say, stop building shelters, and then stand up on Thursday and say, get everybody out of the encampments. It is reprehensible to do that. And then to say it's all about the children. Now, it may be a stretch for some people to understand this, but every person living in an encampment is somebody's child. Every person who, for one reason or another, maybe they lost a job, maybe they went through a personal trauma, maybe they struggled with addiction, something went wrong in their life. That person who is somebody's child has no roof over their head. And the courts have made it very clear that we have a legal duty based on the charter right to the security of persons to say you cannot move someone out of a public park unless they have somewhere to go. To stand up and try to persuade the public you're doing something to help solve the problem of homelessness and encampments, and at the same time fight against the one thing that we must do to end encampments, which is to build shelter space and help people get into permanent housing, is not the way that I would hope anybody who was responsible would behave. Performance. Performativity.
Councillor Fletcher?
I just have to revise that motion based on advice from our city solicitor back to the word prioritize, Councillor Bradford, because legally to initiate could create a different problem.
So you're
doing
going
that.
to
Yep.
amend it to delete initiate and put to prioritize?
Well, the original said prioritize, so I'll just take out the initiate and prioritize. Leave the 24 hours. Thank you.
Okay, so if we can make that change. Just waiting for staff to make those changes.
Changes before we vote. Advised. As I said, the staff are working hard on that to prioritize. It's instead of 1 week, it's 1 business day that the councillor gets advised within 1 business day. That's the difference here.
Hold the item down so the staff have an opportunity to change that. MM 34.7, Councillor Candaval, you held the item down, expanding the listening to Toronto survey. Councillor Candaval?
Yeah, I've advanced circulated a motion with Councillor Lily Chang's support, and happy to quick release and to have the motion moved.
Okay, we'll give an opportunity for the staff to put that motion on the screen.
And in the meantime, I can comment and appreciate Councillor Lily Chang's motion to look at a public survey and looking at a ward-by-ward approach, which allows us to bring a geographic lens to how our residents experience city services or not.
Okay, great, thank you. So on the amendment by Councillor Candaval, on MM 34.7, all in favor of the amendment, opposed if any, carried. Item is amended, all in favor, carried. Deputy Mayor Malik, MM 34.9. Go ahead.
If I can just speak very briefly on this item. No, I'd like to speak briefly. It'll be 30 seconds. Amsterdam Bridge at Harbourfront Centre is a landmark on our waterfront, and it connects to the community. And as we have heard, it has been damaged by a few different incidents since the pandemic, and I'm proud to have brought forward this funding plan for its restoration and its ongoing maintenance. Through this work, we'll be able to enjoy it and make sure that it is ready in time for the summer season and for welcoming visitors and residents to enjoy during the World Cup. I want to thank Economic Development staff, the Waterfront Secretariat, and CreateTO for coordinating this work plan, and particularly the leadership at Harbourfront Centre, Kathy Loblaw and the team there for their partnership in bringing back the bridge, and the community advocates who have been working alongside us to get to this solution. Thank you.
On the motion, on favor, carried. MM 34.10, Councillor Bradford, waiving permit fee charges.
Oh, sure.
You held the motion down.
Yeah, good to go.
Pardon?
Quick release, good to go.
So you release that? On favor? Carried. MM 3411, Councillor Moyes, you held the item down on the minister's zoning order. Councillor Moyes?
I do have a few questions for staff, and I'll be quick. Does the city have a framework for dealing with MZOs? What does it include, and what are the steps? Can you pause my time while staff gets to the mic?
Thank you for the question. Through the Speaker, I would say probably going back a couple of years now, there was a process that was put in place for the MZOs, and it required council approval, something to come through a council motion for endorsement of the zoning orders.
Do we try to consult the public on zoning changes?
I would say yes, there was a requirement to do some consultation, but obviously that is up to the minister whether or not to do that or not.
Okay. And has the City Council endorsed or requested any MZOs this term of council?
I can't speak for across the city, but I will say in North York, I have had situations where we have endorsed at least 2 MZOs over the last 2 years.
And has that come to council, or just?
They have come to council as resolutions by the local councillor.
Okay, those are my questions.
You release the item, Councillor Moyes? Okay, Councillor Moyes. Oh, Councillor Pasternak, you have questions? Councillor Pasternak. Councillor Pasternak.
No, Madam Speaker, if Councillor Moyes is going to do a quick release, I will not ask any questions or speak.
No, he's going to, Councillor Moyes wants to speak on it. Did you want to ask, did you want to ask questions or speak?
I'm going to ask questions.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to staff, just for clarity's sake, this is not an MZO requested by me or by council. Are we here to comment on an MZO requested by the Minister of Economic Development, Job Creation and Trade?
Through the Speaker, that's correct. There is a commenting period right now for the MZO through the Environmental Bill of Rights Registry, and the commenting period concludes today.
Okay, so it's not coming from me. We're commenting on it because of a ministerial request. Now, people believe that there's a treasure trove of affordable rental units in this application. I have the application in front of me, and it says that 12 affordable rentals of the 960 to be built will be affordable. Does that align with your records?
Through the Speaker, the existing site has existing rental housing, so the proposal includes the replacement of the 120 existing rental housing units plus an additional 12 affordable housing units. Of that, 132 replacement units, some are affordable and some are mid-range.
Right, but on new affordable units, it's 12. Is that correct?
Through the Speaker, if you just give me 1 minute. So of the existing rental units, 98 would have affordable rents, and 22 are what we call mid-range units, and then there's an additional 12.
Right, but most of those are rental replacement. In other words, they're telling people to leave, and they're legally obligated to have a right of return policy to those units.
All of the units, all of the 132 would satisfy our rental replacement policy.
Right, okay. So When it comes to the value of the Sanofi plant, I understand that provincial and federal governments have invested about $540 million into that plant in recent years. And would that investment be at risk if this residential development were built?
To the Speaker, Sanofi Pasteur is an important component of vaccine manufacturing in this city and internationally. The firm has been consistent over the last decade that it is concerned about its ability to retain its existing mandate within Sanofi's global corporate structure should there be further encroachment of sensitive uses, particularly overlook from a corporate security standpoint. They have concerns.
Right. Now, according to some of the notes I've received, if this residential development is built, 2,000 workers who work at Sanofi, they're at risk. And it's also pointed out that this plant adds $2 billion to Canada's GDP. Have you heard those figures?
To the Speaker, you're correct. There are currently 2,000 workers in vaccine manufacturing on site. There's additional 1,000 workers associated with the current expansion. And in terms of the specific contribution to the GDP, I've not seen that figure, though it does not seem out of step with how important they are to life sciences in this city.
Now, if we were to identify one of the hard lessons out of the last pandemic, would pandemic readiness and vaccine availability be one of those hard lessons?
Through the Speaker, yes, in fact, that was the motivation for the federal government to invest, I believe it was $540 million into the Sanofi Pasteur facility to ensure that Canada had the ability to produce vaccines domestically in the event of a future pandemic outbreak.
Okay, thank you.
And
That was your last question.
Okay.
Okay, we'll go to speakers. Councillor Moyes to speak.
Thank you, and to you, Madam Speaker. 900 units to be built, rental units, and of those units, 132 are affordable housing units. Usually MZOs are actually initiated by the province so that we can actually build more housing. In this instance, you're talking about the opposite. Bring an MZO forward so they could actually not create housing when we are in a housing crisis. I don't get it. I watched the evening news a couple of days ago and listened to Sanofi's argument about privacy and people looking into their facility. For those of you who actually saw the news, your windows are blacked out. You can't even see within the building. And the property itself is at somewhat of a distance. So I'm not quite sure what their argument is. There's really, for me, no arguments at all. If we are serious about building housing in this city and in this province, this is an example of where we should actually stand up and say, you know what, this is a good place for it. Every time ironically, yesterday we spent so much time talking about Bill 60 and the harms of Bill 60, right? And, talking about, demevictions and renovictions. And here we are 24 hours later doing the complete opposite, the irony of it all. I believe that let the ministry decide, let the provincial government decide if they want to have an MZO or not and quash this housing. But we as a council should not aid them and abet them in doing so. And this is why I am voting against it. This is a farce.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak, did you want to speak? Go ahead. Councillor Pasternak.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. This MZO is coming from the Minister of Economic Development, Job Creation and Trade, because this residential development will put at risk one of the premier pharmaceutical and medicine manufacturing plants in Canada and around the world. when the worldwide headquarters at Sanofi in Paris looked to a plant to build and produce a new generation of drugs and vaccines, they looked to Toronto. And the medicines and vaccines that are distributed from this plant go worldwide, much of it to third world countries, saving millions of lives. There's widespread documentation that if this development is approved, it will dramatically compromise and impair the ability of Sanofi to do that work. You know, I've seen the numbers here, and Councillor Moyes, with all due respect, is not really seeing what this application is all about. Rental replacement is not a gain of new affordable housing. All it does is replace what we've taken away. It's not a gain at all. As a matter of fact, the new additional affordable units is 12, and then there's 14 new market rental units as well. So this is not a housing bonanza. These are going to be, it was originally condos, but when the property owner found that their application was in trouble, they then switched to rental to have a better chance of getting it through. We cannot sacrifice one of the premier pharmaceutical medical facilities in the country, in the world, for 12 new affordable units. The two levels of government, as you heard in the questions, have invested over $540 million in this plant. And one of the main reasons is the hard lessons from the last pandemic. What was that? Vaccine readiness. We had to import worldwide from everywhere. We were scrounging from country to country to try and get vaccines into Canada and into arms. And this investment is to make sure that never happens again. You know, there's 2,000 people that either work there or related or have related jobs there. That aligns perfectly with the city council strategy to respond to tariffs, protect the manufacturing that we have. You know, this has been an application that has caused concerns. But you know, if it is built and these units are occupied, the residents in this unit will file complaints with the Ministry of the Environment. They will complain about noise. They will complain about odor. And one of the big problems is the buffer that's required for sites like this is not being given. A 300-meter buffer is down to 115. When a complaint is filed through the Ministry of the Environment, all production must slow down or halt as resources are taken away from the production element to assist with the investigation. This is a plant that we are proud of, that the world looks to supply its medicines and vaccines. And while housing is important, and I got to tell you, I'm working on a file now that will build 115,000, will house 115,000 people in the decades ahead in Downsview. And I don't think we're trying to avoid any obligation in doing our fair share on the housing file. So I urge you to support the motion before you. Let the minister just take it as our comments that this is a good thing for Canada, this is a good thing for the city, and this is a good thing for Ontario. Thank you.
I thought this was going to be a quick item, but Councillor Myers, you want to speak on it? Councillor Myers. Otherwise, I would have held it down.
I just want to be quick.
Well, because we have other...
I'll just be very brief. I just want to rise in support of what Councillor Pasternak is saying. I have the Tapscott employment areas in my ward. We have the second highest concentration of manufacturing jobs in my ward. And I have businesses that regularly get complaints from residents who live close to their factories. And every single complaint by the Ministry of Environment has to be investigated at the cost of the business, and it's a huge drain on our competitiveness, and it actually deters people from wanting to do business in Toronto. So I completely understand where Councillor Pasternak is coming from, and I just want to state that.
Well, thank you for that. Okay, on the motion, recorded vote.
Deputy Mayor Malik, please. Councillor Fletcher, when you're seated. Councillor Sachs, please. Councillor Crescenty, please.
Councillor Pasternak in the positive.
Thank you. No. Councillor Crescenty, how do you vote, please? We've closed the vote. Thank you. The item is adopted. The vote is 19-2.
Okay. Okay, we'll now go back to MM 34.4. Councillor Fletcher, so I believe the staff have made your changes on that. Councillor Bradford?
Did you want me, we had discussed, you want me to quick release that CC item since it's just a deferral? If you wanted. They're all ready to go.
Okay, so let's do that first. It's a quick item, CC 34.7, which is 847, 855 Kingston Road. Councillor Bradford?
Yeah, you teed it up for me. Thanks, Madam Speaker and colleagues. City Legal has received correspondence regarding the use of the adjacent ravine as a ceremony site for the Indigenous community. So on the advice of City Legal, I'm moving to defer this to the December Council meeting, one cycle. Thank you.
Okay, the deferral motion by Councillor Bradford. On favor? Carried. Okay, so we'll now go back to MM 34.4. Councillor Fletcher, your amendment?
We're just voting now, aren't we?
No, I'm amending that.
So we just want to show the amendment, that your changes that you made in there, so council knows the changes that were made in your motion.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that is the one business day. So
all right.
That we know what's happening. And then the 50, so we can get started right away and not have a big scattergun. And with prioritization for the prior to prioritize, so that we're not in any legal problems.
All right.
And to manage this as quickly and as efficiently and as fairly as possible. Thank you.
Okay, we'll put Councillor Bradford's motion up first. Okay, on Councillor Bradford's motion, recorded vote.
Means nothing. Okay. Councillor Pasternak. The amendment does not carry. The vote is 9-10.
Okay, on Councillor Fletcher's motion, recorded vote.
Councillor Chernis Lynn, Councillor Canaville, and Councillor Crisanti, please. Councillor Chernis Lynn and Councillor Crisanti, please. Councillor Crisanti, please.
Motion 1 carries. The vote is 14-5.
Okay. Okay, down, we'll go to, oh, sorry. Item as amended, on favor, recorded vote.
Councillor Myers, please. Councillor Ainsley. The item is amended as adopted. The vote is 16-3.
Okay. Councillor Perruzza, MM 34.16. Councillor Perruzza, you held the item down?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I just wanted to, on recommendation of our transportation staff, instead of a report, they have reworded the motion here. I don't know if you know that the clerk hasn't made the change. I'd like to move the updated, sorry? Yeah, I'd like to move that's right.
You have an amendment?
Correct, to the motion, yes. And basically, Speaker, I'll do that while it's being put up on the screen, while the amendment, it just simply a motion that empowers our bylaw officers in conjunction with the police to be able to remove unlicensed, unplated vehicles that are left on our roads and on our in our boulevards and in public spaces. You know, often these vehicles are just left or being stored there, and there's a game that goes on. You know, by the time our folks show up, there's a process that they need to undergo before they're able to remove the vehicle. Then the vehicles get pulled off, and then they reappear again, and it's an endless game of enforcement. So this is this just simply empowers our police, our bylaw folks, where they feel that vehicles should be removed. It gives them the ability to remove them on the spot. I'm hoping that people will look at that as something positive and support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Perruzza. So on Councillor Perruzza's amendment, on favor, carried. Item is amended, on favor, carried. MM 3414. Councillor Holliday, you held the item down.
No questions, Madam Speaker. I'll speak very briefly.
Okay, do you want to speak?
Thank you, Speaker. I won't support this. All I would do is remind Council that they should think about what Council has done to lead to the province passing such legislation. Clearly, we've been offside so many times with what the broad majority of many of these neighborhoods expect of us. And I think that's what's prompted to get us here. So I would just take a broader look at why this is even here. Thank you. I'll have a recorded vote too when it comes up.
Yeah. Councillor Moyes?
I will be very brief. This is another provincial overreach. What is embedded in this bill is that we need permission from the province when we want to put a bike lane in the city of Toronto on major artery roads or reducing traffic. Again, we know best in this city how our neighborhoods function and what is in the best interest of our community. And so again, I want to thank Councillor Bravo for actually recognizing this and bringing it forth. Thank you.
On the motion, recorded vote.
Councillor Crescenti, please.
The item is adopted. The vote is 14-1.
Did we want to go back to that IE one? To that IE one. Okay, Councillor Sachs, you have an amendment?
I do have an amendment suggested by the clerk.
Okay.
To make it clear that the process that Mr. Nolan and the medical officers have described is what would be followed, which is to coordinate the use of the city's communication channels to get this message to businesses and residents.
Okay, on the amendment by Councillor Sachs, on favor, carried. Councillor Holliday's motion. On favor, carried. Item is amended, on favor, carried. Okay, we're going to have to ring the bells because we don't have a quorum. We don't have quorum. Okay, where's 3417. Questions? Councillor Bradford.
Madam Speaker, I have some procedural questions I'd like to ask with clerks. Could you just stand this down for 1 second?
What do you mean? Well, we're in the middle of it, Councillor Bradford.
How many times?
Well, yes, but you're the one that didn't want to move the item up, and now you want to. Okay, just 1 sec. I know, but who took the motions on? Absolutely nobody in the council chambers.
Members,
No, I have
we've
it here.
opened the roll call in CMP.
Please. Councillor Peruzza, we're doing a quorum call. Yeah, but you have to stay. Councillor Crescenti, please. We need quorum. Okay.
Speaker, quorum is present. There are 17 members in the chamber.
Okay, Councillor Sachs, would you like to move your members' motion MM 34.21, 877 Young? On favor, carried. Councillor Crescenti, your motion MM 34.22, you'd like to move that?
Speaker, if I can...
No, just move it, please.
Yeah, I'm ready to move it. It speaks for itself. There is a minor amendment asked by the mayor's office for the second part of the motion that speaks to the left turn.
Yeah, it's already been incorporated.
It's incorporated? You got it? Then we're good. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, it's on the screen.
Thank you. Perfect.
The amendment's on the screen. On favor, item is amended. On favor, carried. Thank you. MM 34.23. Councillor Fletcher, it's your motion. for the affordable and rent-controlled homes on Danforth. You'd like to move it? Okay, Councillor Fletcher is moving MM 3423. MM 34. I did. All in favor? Yeah, all in favor? Carried. MM 3424. Councillor Fletcher, legal expenses. You like to move that? Oh, so it's not a quick item. Okay. So we'll hold that one down. And then MM 3425, which is my motion for thanking the Western Lions. On favor? Carried. Okay, so the only item that's been held down is MM 3424. Yeah, we are. We're going to go back to 17 now. Okay, questions? Questions on 3417? Yes, that's our last item. Councillor Bradford, questions?
Most of my questions, Madam Speaker, were for the mover, but since the mayor is no longer in the chamber and is the mover of this motion, I'm going to ask my questions to the city manager, but I would just sort of pause for everyone to make note. The mover of this motion, which is quite extraordinary, is not here, and I think we should have a discussion with the mover of the motion at some point. To the city manager, when were you informed by the mayor that she planned to introduce this motion to remove the board members from the Toronto Parking Authority and replace them with city staff?
So, Speaker, that's part of the motion. So the overall motion, there's been conversations for a number of weeks around what might be possible, looking at a number of options for efficiencies and dealing with our budget. This motion came together more recently, and as you can see, it was submitted when it was submitted by the mayor's office. So in terms of all the component pieces of it together, there has been talk of a number of different approaches around how we drive the efficiencies and look at this from a budget perspective over a number of weeks.
This motion does not speak to the revenue generated by the Toronto Parking Authority, but could you tell me how much revenue the Toronto Parking Authority generated in 2024? Is it 163 million revenue and 44.8 million net income?
To the speaker, I will pull the exact number, but that is in and around the range on both the revenue and the net income.
Okay. And how much net income did the TPA contribute to the city last year?
To the speaker, the contribution to the city last year, so the share of the net income was, I have the 2023 amount, was just under $32 million.
Okay. I have $32.8 million. Did the TPA overperform or underperform last year compared to the budget?
To the speaker, the TPA's net revenue was above the budget target for the prior year.
Oh, that's interesting. And the Toronto Parking Authority is one of the only city agencies that actually makes money and pays a dividend to the city. Actually, why don't you tell me all the different agencies, and it's a short list, that make money and generate a dividend to the city of Toronto?
In terms of agencies, the TPA is the agency that provides a dividend to the city of Toronto.
And they're overperformers, and they're sending us tens of millions of dollars, 32, I think we said last year.
To the speaker, yes, they provided a net dividend to the city, and they did achieve above target.
Okay. To the city solicitor, under strong mayor powers, which are afforded to Mayor Chow, with the stroke of a pen, could the mayor nearly fire every new voting board member that would be appointed with this motion? Is that possible? She has the ability to do that?
Yes, however, the putting staff on a board is something that there is precedent for, particularly in a situation where there's going to be a governance review.
Could the governance review be completed without removing everybody from the board? Is that possible?
I don't really see that as a legal question. Operationally, people looked at this and decided it made sense.
Let's talk about precedent. There was another time this happened with the TPA board. It was in 2017. In that time, did we then appoint councillors as non-voting members?
I don't believe so. However,
I think the answer is no.
No, I don't believe so. However, I do want to say I was here at that time. I was involved. That was a very different situation.
That was a very,
Very
different
different.
situation.
Yes.
To the city manager, because I can't ask the mover, why did we decide to have two councillors stay on but not be voting members? Why was it done that way? Because our job is kind of to vote. It's not ex officio.
So the total rationale behind all of it, I can't describe. My commentary and my feedback to the mayor was if you're putting staff in place as the board, it needs to be staff, not a combination of staff and councillors as voting members. It's an odd dynamic. So the decision, I think, was made to go the direction that you see there. There have been other approaches to this situation in the past, but when staff have been placed as the board, a mixture of the two was not something that I recommended.
Is there a plan in place right now to have personnel changes within the Toronto Parking Authority and the senior leadership team?
No, there's no direction within this motion to make that
Not
happen.
within this motion.
That was your last question.
Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Councillor Carroll. There's pizza at the back, everyone.
Madam Speaker, I don't know if I'm going to be heard. Is there someone who can go next and I'll move to a quieter room?
Councillor Carroll, did you want to speak?
Yes.
Ask questions?
I'm asking if there's someone that can go ahead of me so that I can get to a quieter place.
All right.
Is that possible?
Okay, yes, that's possible. Councillor Myers, question.
Thank you. Through you, Speaker. To the city manager, I'm struggling to find what is the urgency of this motion? Like, what is the problem that has been discovered that requires the immediate dissolving of the board?
So the mayor is obviously as the owner of the budget, who will ultimately present the budget to council, is looking for a variety of opportunities. The conversation we had was about where all those opportunities lie, and she's asked that this begin a process of looking where there could be efficiencies and other opportunities to alleviate some of our pressures going forward in the budget through the review that's outlined there.
But then what does the board have to do with
Councillor Bradford, when we're asking questions, can you please take your seat?
What does the board have to do with operational efficiencies? The board doesn't get involved in operations. That's management.
The decision of the mover in this motion puts in place a different governance structure in order to take the organization through that and report back on what that might be in the future.
But this isn't putting in a different governance structure. This is asking for a governance review. So why wouldn't we do the governance review first and then make any operational or governance changes that would result from that? Like, I'm just trying to get, like, why dissolve the board? Like, what did the board do? That's what I'm trying to get at.
So this motion does not imply and does not have anything to do with performance of the board. It was felt that this was a way to drive the organization from a leadership perspective forward in this review, and so the decision was made by the mover in order to do that was to change the board structure and composition on that. But there is nothing in the motion, nor is there anything in the accompanying language around it that suggests that this is about the board. It is, though, about having a swift and efficient way of reviewing this with the leadership of the TPA.
So if you're looking for operational efficiencies, why wouldn't you replace the leadership of the TPA? Wouldn't that be the place to start and then do a governance review simultaneously? If there's, like, I'm just trying to understand this.
So this is the methodology that was put forward as in order to drive it forward. Are there other possible ways that things could have been done? Sure, but this is the model that's moved forward. It's not a unique situation, but this was the model that was put forward in order to drive what we're trying to achieve.
Okay, so who will be doing the governance review?
So at this stage, this would become council direction. We will look into how best to achieve this.
Is council giving direction of who's doing the governance review, or is it the board?
So what I said was, this motion this council direction would then start that process to understand how to do it. So the answer is, at this point, no decision's been made how this would be made, because that would be premature. Council first needs to take this action, and then we'll determine how best to do that review.
But then I guess based on your answer, is this urgent? Like, I'm just trying to, like, what is the urgency?
So the time frame of how we start going through this process is urgent given the financial situation. The longer we wait, the less opportunity we have to achieve the efficiencies that may be there as part of the review.
And what efficiencies are potentially being looked at?
To the speaker, so the intent is that the review will look at various actions. There are some opportunities that exist within the TPA itself. So it is a mid-sized agency that spends has considerable expenses as it relates to actions or efforts that there are duplications of which reside in city programs. That could range anything from some of their technology and systems, their cyber efforts. It could even include insurance programs. So there are opportunities there to continue to be explored, to be able to find efficiencies across the organization.
But that could be accomplished through a simple motion, just saying to do that work. Like, this is what I'm trying to figure out. Like, I'm not disagreeing with what you're trying to do, but what does dissolving the board have to do with that? And doing it urgently?
So as I say, the motion stands as this was the structure that was decided as to put forward as the way to move this forward. I don't think I can answer fully the question. There are a variety of different ways, as you point out, that you could have got to this. This is the one that's before council this evening.
Thank you.
Sorry, your point of order. Hang on one second.
Thank you, Chair.
Dr. Holliday, you have a point of order?
My questioning is coming up, and I would like an opportunity to ask the TPA management and the TPA board questions.
I'm sorry, I'm going to ask the clerk if that's necessary. That's a point of order.
So I just wondered if you can summon them this hour of night.
Just ask the clerk how that works, or city manager. That's in our hands. Sorry that I don't think that is. I don't think that's ever happened in that way, Councillor, and I've been through a few of these. That's never happened in that way.
I believe I'm entitled to ask questions of them. Can I make sure they're here?
I don't think they're going to be here.
So no one will answer my question.
I think the city manager will have to answer those questions.
That's why I raised the points, Madam Deputy Speaker, is I'd like them to be here.
Just hang on 1 second while I confer. Thank you. Pardon? Okay. That's never been a practice of this council when there's been changes of this nature, and there have been changes in the past. That is not a requirement. But council could agree with you to do that or not, but that's not a requirement. I can't hear you. And plus, we don't have anybody here. I'm sorry, we don't have members here. We don't have quorum. I think we'll just take a minute while we get the food, if you don't mind. Just going to stand everything down, get a piece of pizza. Sorry, Councillor, that's how I'm going to handle this, because everybody's a little hungry and a little hangry. So I think we can do a little better if we're not hangry.
Let's have a 10-minute recess. Members of council, can you please come to the council chambers? And members online, if you can turn your cameras on, please. Josh. Okay, members of council, can you put the screen? Okay. Councillor Burnside, Councillor Fletcher, you put your name on? Can you add Councillor Fletcher's name on for questions? Councillor Burnside, are you on the line? Councillor Burnside?
Yep, I'm here.
Oh, there you are. Go ahead. Questions?
Okay, through you to the city manager. So, Mr. Johnson, you mentioned that this was one of many choices. Was this the first choice of city staff, this approach?
We provided a variety of options, so I'm not sure that it wasn't about the choice or the approach. There were a number of approaches that were presented as opportunities to do these types of reviews.
Right, but normally these options are ranked. I have a hard time believing they're all of equal value. So was this the first ranked option, or do you not want to answer the question and that's fair?
I can just say they weren't ranked. There were ones that led to more of a in the background review of things, which can be done too. This was a bit of a stronger approach to it for sure, but they weren't ranked in any way.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. So I see at the bottom one of the it says that they want to ensure strong governance and operational oversight. Okay, so that seems to be one or two of the goals: strong governance and operational oversight. So, keeping in mind, well, let me ask you this: has the TPA had any operational issues of any magnitude that you're aware?
Not that I'm aware of that would be considered to be large-scale operational issues, no.
Okay. So, the last couple of years, 2.5 years, have been a bit of a challenge operationally at the city. And I'm going to give you a few examples. We had the time clock scandal in the Parks Department. We had the inability to staff pools in a heat wave. And we've had well-documented operational issues during the snowstorm. Without naming names, I'm really looking at positions. Apart from yourself, there are 4 other people that would be appointed to this board, or 4 other positions. And are any of these positions, would they also have oversight over any of these 3 major operational issues we've had in the last couple of years?
In terms of those individuals having a direct...
Not individuals, positions. Sorry, I don't care about the individuals, positions. So like, for instance, as the executive director, that position, the executive director of environment, climate, and forestry, would they have any, would any of the operational issues that I mentioned, the time clock scandal in parks, the inability to staff pools in a heat wave, and the well-documented operational issues during a snowstorm, would that particular position have any role with fixing any of the three problems I've mentioned?
No.
Forestry? No?
Forestry is not related to winter, parks, or the other one that you mentioned, pools. No.
How about the general manager of transportation?
So the general manager of transportation is obviously accountable for all the roads pieces, including winter control. Yes.
Okay, so at least two of the five positions, yourself and the general manager of transportation services, would have some sort of
Councillor Burnside,
input.
can you ask a question on what's before us, please?
Yeah, I am. I'm getting there. I'm trying to understand. So here's my ultimate question.
No, hold on.
we
There's a point of order. Hold on. Councillor Perks, point of order.
Our procedure bylaw lays out very clearly that we are not to use our role as councillors to impugn the ability and integrity of members of the public service. And I feel like where Councillor Burnside is going is starting to cross that line.
Yes.
No, Madam Speaker, respectfully, if you let me ask, if you don't want to, if you think the question's not in order, that's fine. But I think I should be allowed to ask the question.
Okay, just ask a question on what we have before us, please, Councillor Burnside.
Well, wouldn't, given that there were no operational issues at the TPA, wouldn't our city staff, wouldn't their time, and I know how overworked you are, wouldn't your time be better fixing the problems that we actually have well documented within the city?
So, Speaker, we're assigned additional work all the time, and there are actually staff time being spent looking at some what I would call some operational issues within the TPA, and one of those reports was dealt with under deferred items today. So we have been involved in it. You talked about major operational issues, so that's why I answered the question the way I did. But certainly multitasking is part of the job.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
My first question is for the Toronto Parking Authority. Who am I directing it to? I asked for the Toronto Parking Authority to be here. Where are they?
No, we didn't invite them.
No, I asked for them.
Yeah.
So where are they?
They're not here.
Why are they not here, Speaker? I asked the Speaker to have them here. I have questions.
No.
So is that your ruling, Speaker?
Yeah.
Is that your ruling that you will not provide them?
Yes, that's correct,
Can I
Councillor
ensure
Holiday.
that is in the minutes, please?
Councillor Holiday, do you have a question to the staff?
My next question is to the City Clerk. Can you tell me how many members there are, public members on the Toronto Parking Authority Board? Can you hold my time, please?
Speaker, it's 2 members of council and 5 public members.
How many vacancies are on the Toronto Parking Authority Board right now, and how many of them are filled with members of the public?
Speaker, there are no vacancies at present on the board. There are no vacancies at present.
So the board is sitting here. So can I have a member of the board come to council? It's okay if you need to stand my time down. I have questions about Toronto Parking Authority and their operations.
Speaker, the procedural bylaw refers to agency officials. It does not as of right provide for members to question members of boards.
Okay, so just confirming, the board is full right now. There are no vacancies on the board. And the 2 sitting members are whom?
It's in the motion. Councillor Fletcher.
The current sitting members are whom?
The councillors?
Yes.
Councillor Fletcher and Speaker Nunziata.
So the motion reappoints the same council members but dismisses the public members. Do I understand that correctly? Okay, to the,
Have them clarify.
did I get an answer to that on the microphone?
It's in the motion, Councillor Holiday.
I just wanted an answer to my question. Can someone hold my time? I know they're hard questions, but.
So if the question is who are the members, it's been answered, and the motion that's before you tonight has those two members in a non-voting capacity.
So they're being taken off and put back on, because it says rescind the appointments of the members of the TPA board. Okay, let's change the questions. The title of this motion is Finding Efficiencies for 2026. What is the status of the budget submission for 2026 from the TPA at this moment in time? And are you going to be able to prepare a governance report review in time for the 2026 budget? That's a lot of work.
To the speaker, so we have received the budget submission from the TPA.
Okay.
In terms of having a governance review completed in time of the budget, it would not be completed in time of the budget. There would, however, be some opportunities to explore some initial findings, as well as we have a 3-year outlook on our operating budget, being able to explore opportunities that would help relieve pressures that exist as part of the 3-year multi-year outlook.
So what is the utility of this motion on the 2026 budget if the submission is already done?
To the speaker, what was submitted to staff, the budget itself is not complete. The budget is still in development. Will come forward in early January.
So what is the utility of the motion that's before us? I realize that the staff didn't write it, but does anyone know what the utility of the motion is? To dismiss the board, launch a governance review, and then put in the preamble that this has to do with finding operational savings for the 2026 budget. It doesn't add up.
So I can't answer all what's behind it. The reality is that the mayor herself, who does present the budget, not staff, we prepare a budget. We do have a launch. The mayor has up until the point at which she presents the budget to council to change that. There would be opportunities for some exploration between the date of this taking effect and the time that the mayor would come forward with her budget.
And item A says the requirements, I'm sorry, I'm slouching over to read this. The requirements for a potential transition to the city's administration or another city agency. So there's an operational governance review, but this sounds like it's dissolving the entire entity. Is that what that says? It becomes part of another agent? Which other agency? Or the city's administration? Is there going to become a Toronto Parking Department?
That was your last question.
So, Speaker, those were examples of what could transpire as you look at different operational models for that. Yes.
Councillor Fletcher, question.
I just wanted to ask a couple of financial questions, because that's one of the reasons why I think the CFO wants to look at some of these efficiencies along with the city manager. And I think it was this year or earlier where there was a plea to reduce the dividend. The Toronto Parking Authority has always had a dividend to the city, and I think it was sitting at 85%, and then it got reduced to 75%. And that was a substantial decrease, but it really starting to look at decreasing the dividend. That happened, I think, in 2024, did it not?
To the speaker, there was a reduction in the income share agreement between the city and the TPA. It was a 2024 to 2026 agreement that is in place that did see the reduction.
That saw a reduction. And I don't think there'd been ever a reduction previous to that, had there?
I can speak from 2006 onwards. There was an increase. There was not a reduction.
So from 2006 to 2024, the dividend was increased. And then in 24, there was a request from management to the board to reduce the dividend at that point, in which the board approved, and it has been lowered to 75%.
To the speaker, that's correct.
That's correct. And so in this motion that looks for efficiencies, there may be some efficiencies. I know IT is a really important area, and we do have a, if I do say so myself, kind of an incredible IT division here at the city, and finding some efficiencies in that way might be helpful to the TPA itself. There's only 260 employees there, so the department is fairly significant, but size matters sometimes with your capacity and your understanding of what I'll call the industry. That might be something that could be looked at and how the city could assist in that, correct?
So the TPA itself has an operating budget expenses alone of about $144 million. Within that are expenses that are services that do reside in other entities here in the city, and there are opportunities to explore for savings through reviewing those and essentially how they're performed, who performs them, and opportunities for savings.
And also there's a big state of good repair budget that would have to be funded at the moment from revenues from the TPA. So you just want to look and see, are there other ways to look at that? We've done some of these things with other agencies as well, where we've taken that state of good repair off of their books and moved it somehow into the city, because as we know under modern TO, that the TPA properties actually come under the jurisdiction of the city. I believe I'm right.
Yep, to the Speaker, you're correct. And there are, much like there are in many areas in the city, there are state of good repair requirements within the TPA's capital program. The current fiscal model looks at a retained earnings approach to being able to fund those. There are some opportunities to explore an ability to finance those that looks at the useful life of the asset and looks at financing with payments over the term of that useful life to be able to get a greater amount of capital work done to address the needs that exist.
So there's some real positive approaches here, even now, 25, 26 budget. And so this motion is nothing that's just saying there's a lot of revenue there, and could there be other ways of saving money there, assisting in departmental operations from that agency?
There are a series of opportunities both on the operating side and the capital side that this motion would give an opportunity to explore and bring forward any recommendation.
And I know it says to put 2 councillors back on the board. We are on the board, but it's not necessary to put ex officio councillors. Those meetings, I believe, would have to be in public or open to be able to know what's happening. I don't think you're talking about forever. You're talking about a period of time that you're going to do that review, and you need to have some authority and governance authority in order to be able to do that. Am I right?
Correct. There is no intent that this would be a permanent structure.
But you couldn't do that without some governance authority.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mantis, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I guess the question will be to the general manager, or to the city manager, or to the CFO. In the name of efficiencies, I understand that there's a governance change. In the name of efficiencies, are we going to be also be looking at decreasing the size of the TPA?
So, Speaker, at this point, I don't want to speculate at all as to what we're looking at. I think the CFO is giving you some ideas of the general areas we're looking at. There are ways we can treat capital in different ways by looking at different governance models. Those are the kinds of things we're after. Toronto Parking Authority delivers, good service to Torontonians each and every day. So we're protecting, the operational piece of this, looking for ways, though, to find those efficiencies. But I don't want to go further than that until we get into some of the work.
Fair. Thank you so much.
Point of order, Councillor Bradford.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to ask the clerks. I see that the mover of the motion, Mayor Chow, is back in the chamber now. Most of my questions, as I indicated, were in fact actually for the mover of the motion. I know Councillor Holiday had questions for the mover of the motion. I know Councillor Burnside had questions for the mover of the motion. So I guess I'm asking clerks, is it possible now for the mover of the motion who has returned to the chamber to answer the questions that her colleagues have right now?
We are not doing a second round of questions, Councillor Bradford.
So just to be clear, is that your ruling?
Yes.
Would the mayor, would you like to answer the questions that we have?
That's my ruling.
Okay, can I challenge the chair? Yep.
Okay, go ahead and challenge, because we're not doing a second round of
I'd like
questions.
to ask the mover now that she's back in the chamber. That's my right.
You're challenged the chair.
I'd like the mayor to answer the questions.
You're challenging the chair.
You bet.
So vote is the ruling of the chair upheld.
Councillor Cherneslin, please.
Councillor Ainsley. Councillor
Madam
Bravo.
Speaker, I can't get my camera on, but I am here. I will try again.
Councillor Sachs, how do you vote?
I vote to uphold the chair.
Councillor Bravo, how do you vote, please?
Uphold chair.
Sorry. Councillor Prutza, how do you vote, please? The ruling of the chair is upheld. The vote is 14-5.
Councillors as ex officio members, please. I have that. Ask the clerk to prepare that.
Have you already submitted it in?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm just looking, so everybody's asked questions. We're not putting anybody else on the list, but I believe that Councillor Carroll at the beginning held their time down. Did she still want to ask questions to staff? Oh, okay, so she's not on the line. Okay. She's going to come back on? Okay. All right. Okay, so we'll go to, speakers? Okay. Councillor Bradford, please stay in your seat. You keep going back and forth, back and forth. Councillor Bradford to speak.
Rise on a order, and I'd like clarification from the clerks. My understanding is that when City Council tries to change a board, the motion has to be submitted in advance because according to bylaws, public appointments must have a notice period. And so I just want to make sure, is this in fact in order? Where was the notice period? You see the city solicitor. This motion was moved without notice, so it would suggest that there was no notice period.
No. Councillor Bradford, there's no notice that's required.
We're giving no notice.
Please, just go ahead and speak. You have 5 minutes.
So, sorry, go ahead.
No, could city legal clarify?
I just realized we're at speakers, not questions, so I can't answer your question.
Well, I did raise a point of order if you want to respond to that. Okay.
To the speaker.
Okay. Madam Speaker, I'd ask you to kindly reset my time.
No, because
Madam Speaker, please.
I put your time on hold.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did. I just turned it on now.
Madam Speaker.
I just turned it on.
You have a requirement to objectively discharge your duties as chair. I have not been, thank you.
No, but I did put his time on hold when we were asking the solicitor questions.
I'm just asking you to be fair. Thank you. Thanks, Madam Speaker. Okay, we're almost there, colleagues. I have a motion here. I have two motions here. The first motion is to delay this for one cycle. I spoke with the city manager. Despite the hyperbole from earlier, it actually would be fine to defer this for one cycle. We're not in any legal jeopardy. And I ask us to consider doing that because we have not been able to have the staff here to answer the questions. The mover of the motion just walked into the chamber but won't answer any questions. So I think it would be fair, prudent to the public before we embark on something that is pretty significant, like blowing up the entirety of a public board. Let's defer this for one cycle, get the folks in the room, have transparency and accountability to the public, and do this the right way. If that fails, I have a second motion, and that is to delete these extraordinary efforts to fire and reform the board in a single shot so that the city manager can rightly focus on the governance review in part 4 of the motion. Colleagues, what we're missing here today was the mayor moving a motion to completely dismantle, blow up a board of a city agency under the guise of, quote, efficiencies. And as we heard from the city manager and the CFO, this is literally the only city agency that generates a revenue. This is a profit center for Torontonians, not a cost center. We heard from the CFO, they literally overperformed expectations last year. So I'm actually trying to understand what the problem is. I have asked questions for the city manager who, with all respect, frankly seems a little out of place on this. And that's because I didn't want to ask the city manager questions. I wanted to ask the mover, Mayor Chow. This is her brilliant idea. I wanted to ask her the questions, but she wasn't here. And then when I asked the speaker, could I have the respect and the ability to ask the mover of the motion, the mayor, any questions? Well, you all saw what happened. Look, this is a highly skilled board, okay? And it's an agency that this council has given nearly an impossible mission to do. Not only have we tasked them with running on and off-street parking, they're also running a successful bike share program. They're also leading on the expansion of electric vehicle charging infrastructure across Toronto. And they're doing all of that while we're taking away their revenue-generating assets, the parking lots, turning them over to build housing on them without providing any compensation, but still demanding a dividend, and then building very little housing on them. It's a joke. And even with all of that, they still was able to toss the city nearly $40 million last year. So when I think about all the problems in the city of Toronto, when I think about the taxpayer who's had to endure a 25% tax increase over the past 3 years, and I think about all the waste, the $2.5 million on stickers on recycling bins, I'm struggling to understand what is the problem here with this agency that's making money for the city of Toronto. I look at this motion from the mayor, and honestly, it's ridiculous. Suggesting that this is about budget pressures. This is not about budget pressures. And Torontonians and the public don't exactly know what this is about because they're not being honest and transparent. They've taken us to the cover of darkness and waited for most of the media. I see the Toronto Stars here. Toronto.ca is still here, but they left. And they did that intentionally.
Hold on.
So that it was done under the cover of darkness.
Point of order. Councillor Fletcher.
Honest is a word that you have to be very careful if you're saying somebody is not being honest in this chamber, Speaker.
Be honest with the people of Toronto.
I'm sorry, that wasn't the context, and I think that councillors must be very careful with their language. That includes you, councillor.
No.
Yeah, I agree. I think this council should be honest with Torontonians.
Yes, and you should be very honest and stop grandstanding,
Okay.
Councillor Bradford.
Well, thanks for your editorial, Madam Speaker.
Yeah.
Not necessary, but I think this council should be honest with people. And you know what? We just heard from the city manager who said that there's no issues with the agency's board, and yet they're all getting fired. Why? Why are we firing this board? You're on the board, Madam Speaker. Why are you firing everybody? But I'm not firing everybody.
You were on the board, and what did you do?
I didn't fire the board. Yeah, like, Madam Speaker, point of privilege, I would like to say that the way that you've been discharging your duties in this meeting, I don't think have been fair and impartial. I don't think that you've been doing it objectively, and I think it's an affront on the democratic process in this chamber. Point of privilege. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will continue. It feels to me like this is going to be about personnel change. I wonder if in the coming weeks and months, we actually see personnel change at the top of this organization, just like we did with the TTC. And I think a lot of people are going to be asking why. This is abhorrent. I won't be supporting it. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
We have So the deferral, we have to, you have 2 minutes to speak on the deferral, and we'll take the vote on the deferral. Does anybody want to speak on the deferral? 2 minutes? No? Okay, let's call the question. Okay, Councillor Holiday, you have 2 minutes on the deferral.
I just want to say that I think that this is highly, highly strange that this is before us at the end of a council meeting, late at night, and there's an enormous amount of gravity to what this is all about. I don't see any harm in why we would not want to take a deep breath for at least a month to go and figure out and contemplate how serious this is. I thank Councillor Bradford for suggesting that this be deferred. It just gives us a chance to try to make sense of it all. And as the councillor pointed out, even the motion's preamble talks about the 2026 budget, and then it doesn't match what the recommendations are saying to remove a board and change it around and then conduct a very, very large study that seems like it's going to take a long time. So I think it's prudent to just take a pause and figure it all out. Thank you.
Okay, on the deferral, recorded vote.
Councillor Ainsley, your vote, please. Councillor Peruzza, your vote, please. The motion to defer the item does not carry. The vote is 5-14.
Okay. Councillor.
I would like to be reported in the negative as well.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Oh, okay, she wants to be recorded. Thank you, Councillor Bravo. Oh, yeah, you weren't
Sorry,
present
I'm
for
having
the
a little
vote.
trouble with my mic. Can you hear me? I'd like to be reported in the negative.
Yeah, unfortunately, Councillor Bravo, your camera was not on, so we can't record you.
Madam Speaker, it was on.
Pardon?
Councillor Bravo's camera was on.
Well, I don't know. I'm just going by what the clerk has advised me. Was your camera on? Not during the vote. I'm sorry. Okay, Councillor Holiday to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm just reading some of the budget submission from the Toronto Parking Authority. $180 million in revenue, $135 million in gross expenditures, and a net income of $45 million with 326.5 approved positions, 326 workers in a organization that is being reconsidered on a walk-on motion at the end of council. And a deferral was suggested, and it was heartily voted down. Can you pause my time?
Councillor Fletcher.
This motion was brought on very early today. So the notion that it's a walk-on at the end is simply an incorrect characterization. Yeah. Councillor Holiday. Yeah. Thank you.
We did introduce it this morning when we did other members of motion.
A walk-on motion on the last day of council.
Councillor Holiday, please continue.
That is being considered at the end of the council meeting, where I asked to speak to staff from Toronto Parking Authority and was denied by the speaker. I want to make sure that that's in the minutes And if it doesn't make it, it's on tape. Among the most strange, bizarre things I've seen here in a very, very long time, which makes me double down on questions and care in what we're doing. I would just urge members to act very, very carefully on things like this. There's millions of dollars at stake. There's a commission now to go and examine the operations of an organization that I, frankly, as a customer, get very good service from and has made me very happy as a Torontonian. I don't hear a lot of complaints about parking. I really don't. And if you would like to have some free advice from me, take a close look at the bike share program and all of the directives from council that have driven that and the cost to revenue ratio of that. Why don't you start there? But you don't need a consulting team to provide that kind of advice. So I'll leave it to the members of council to muddle through this, but we have barely any information in front of us. We don't have an explanation of why this is urgent, beyond whatever small words are in this motion. We have the indignity of removing a board, which frankly would put a chill on anybody that wants to volunteer their name for public service. And then a whole bunch of questions about the future of an organization with 326 approved positions and where they might go into the future. Been around here long enough to know that often a lot of work goes into making preparations to make decisions like this. I don't see any of it. Awful hasty to me. And I can't imagine what the public and the stakeholders in this organization are imagining when they're looking on to this particular debate. Thank you.
Councillor Fletcher to speak.
I just want to address the governance issues that Councillor Holliday's brought up. This is not about the staff of any agency coming to speak to us. I'm sorry. Oh, sorry, I have a motion. Where is it? It's to remove the ex officio positions. Happy to.
Fletcher, you have an amendment. It's
yes,
on the screen.
Amending that. Yeah. Apologize for that.
Okay, it's on the screen.
Yeah, there it is.
Okay.
Okay. So just in the, back to that, the governance issues that we want to make changes of are not something that the staff, I don't believe, have a great deal of, well, maybe interest, but there's nothing that they could tell council because the staff are the staff and the board is put there by city council. That is our authority. It isn't over the staff. But this governance review is to put in place our CFO and in the city manager, but in particular the CFO, to be able to look at finances in a way that is impossible for them to do outside of this approach. The city cannot go into an agency and say, do X, do Y, we want to see this, we want to see that. The only way that can happen is by our city officials having that governance authority. All we're doing is giving them that governance authority. And at that point, they can look at things. I don't think anybody should be worried. I know there's 260 FTEs, Councillor Holladay. Perhaps there's a number of part-timers, but FTEs is 260. And I don't think there's any employee there that needs to worry. There's nobody here saying change everything at the parking authority. It's simply to look, is there some way that out of that dividend that it can be increased? Because that is an agency, unlike others, that is set up, they can change their rates, they can make a lot of money, they do so much good. I agree. Bike share, I know you don't like it, you think it's a waste of time and money, but it's used everywhere. It's a very, very popular program. On the electrification for vehicles, perhaps that could be looked at because the utilization rate isn't as high as it could be. The state of good repair, which is coming up in a massive, massive fact, you know, under here, City Hall, that garage, that's old. It needs to be fixed. Should that be financed by the parking authority, or is there another way to do that? That governance change, and I think in there, thank the board for its service, but the governance change to make other proposals and be able to look deeply at the finances cannot be done any other way. And when we look at the automatic speed enforcement, I forget, I know Councillor Cole says how many millions of dollars we need to hire an officer for every place, but we are going to be losing significant revenue. Not that we did it for revenue, but let's be honest, we might lose crossing guards. If there are places that have an ability to increase their revenue to the city, that is also our requirement, our job as city council, and I think we're simply carrying that out. It's impossible for the city manager or the CFO to ask for the information they require deeply and have it delivered unless they have the governance authority, which I hope we will give them tonight. I'm happy not to be on that board. I know Councillor Bradford's been on that board. I've been on that board. Councillor Nunziata's been on that board. We love parking. We love bikes. We like to plug in our cars. But at this point, at this moment, let's have some authority to review if there are other financial arrangements that can be made, given the fact that the authority over all the property at the parking authority was transferred actually to the city a while ago through modern TO. Please don't forget that, colleagues. Thank you.
Councillor Fletcher? Yeah, I'm next to speak.
Oh, yeah. Your timer is on, and your speaker's on.
Okay,
Thank you.
I'll just speak briefly. I haven't been on the board for quite a while, but I was appointed on the board, and I can tell you, sitting on the board, I can see that there are a lot of efficiencies that we can find. For example, I even mentioned the city manager a few months ago, like their IT department, like that should be in-house, the IT. We can save a lot of money on that. And as well, as you know, Councillor Holiday, you are chair of the audit committee, and the audit committee is, the audit committee now is, it's on their list for 2026 to find efficiencies. So hopefully they can find efficiencies through their investigation as well. I think what we're trying to do here in the mayor's motion and the city manager comments is that we're coming up to a 2026 budget. And yes, the parking authority is making revenue for the city, but I believe that we can make more revenue, that we should get more revenue. Yes, and that's what we need to look at. We need to find those efficiencies. We're going to have a tough budget in 2026. And if we have to find efficiencies in all the departments, I think we should be doing that. And today's motion by the mayor, I do support. And Councillor Fletcher, I do support your motion as well. I could be taken off the board. That's not a problem with me. But I think that we're heading in the right direction, and this motion was not underhanded. We presented this motion first thing in the morning. If it wasn't held down, we could have dealt with it early this afternoon, but it was held down, and that's why we're debating it at this hour in the evening. We could have dealt with this motion earlier, even after lunch. So thank you, Mayor Chow, for your motion, and Councillor Fletcher, I will be supporting your motion as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker is Mayor Chow.
Council member, my apology that I had to be absent for a little bit of time. Councillor Shelley Carroll and I were at the Chief chief of police. It's a gala dinner in support and fundraise for the Victim Services of Toronto. And I was very important.